Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. My hand pulled away from the cool wooden rail. The scent of wet varnish lingered, a sharp reminder of the hours spent renovating. The stairs creaked beneath my weight, a sound I had grown accustomed to, yet it now seemed to resonate differently in the silence. My skin prickled as I reached the top, aware of a stillness that wasn't supposed to be. I turned instinctively, feeling the air shift as if disturbed by an uninvited presence. The color of the shadows had changed, and the familiar outline felt estranged. I knew what had happened the moment my eyes adjusted to the dim light of the hallway. Someone had been inside our home. It was a certainty, a cold, hard fact that settled deep into my bones. The air itself felt used, breathed by another set of lungs. A faint metallic scent undercut the varnish, something like cold rain on old coins. The door to the bedroom at the end of the hall was ajar, and I was absolutely certain I had closed it that morning. The gap was a black slash in the white paint, an invitation I had not extended. The investigation would later call it a simple break-in, an attempted burglary gone wrong. They would say the intruder must have heard me coming and fled out the back window, which was found slightly raised, the screen neatly unlatched from the inside. It was a clean, logical explanation. For a long time, I believed it. I had to. But the first crack appeared in the smallest of places. It was the lock on the back door. The officer had noted it was undamaged, a fact that supported the theory of a hasty exit, not a forced entry. But I was the one who had painted that door just the week before. I knew its every splinter and groove. And I knew with a clarity that was suddenly unnerving that I had dead-bolted it when I left that morning. I remembered the heavy, solid clunk of the mechanism, a sound I associated with safety. The window screen was unlatched, yes, but that lock could only be turned from the inside. The official report made no mention of it. When I called to ask, the voice on the phone was patient, dismissive. I must be misremembering. It was a stressful day. Had I considered the possibility I'd forgotten to lock it? The question was reasonable. It was the kind of question you ask someone who is overwrought. I started to feel overwrought. I began to retrace my steps from that day with a new, frantic energy. The morning had been ordinary. The smell of coffee, the sound of the radio, the weight of my bag on my shoulder as I headed out. I had paused at the back door, my hand on the cool brass of the deadbolt. I turned it. I always turned it. This was a ritual, incantation against the chaos of the world outside. I could feel the memory of the motion in the muscles of my forearm. But now another memory surfaced, soft and insidious. A conversation from the night before, a mild disagreement about that very habit. A voice, gentle and familiar, suggesting the deadbolt was excessive, that it made our home feel like a fortress, that it was a sign of anxiety, not prudence. The memory was hazy, the tone ambiguous. Was it concern I heard or a subtle critique, a wish for me to be less myself? The scene at the top of the stairs began to morph in my mind. The scent ID registered as metallic, like an intruder-esque keys or tools, now sometimes smelled in the deep recesses of recall, like the sharp, clean aroma of the shaving soap that sat on the bathroom sink. The creak on the stair wasn't just the sound of my own footfall anymore. It was the echo of another creak, one I might have heard moments before, one I had dismissed as the old house settling. The shifted air at the top of the landing could have been the wake of someone moving quickly, silently, into a room and closing a door just a second before I turned the corner. Suspicion is a quiet poison. It doesn't announce itself, it seeps. I started watching the person I share my life with. I noted the calm demeanor, the easy acceptance of the police-esque theory. The way the story was told to friends, a neat and tidy anecdote about a close call. There was a relief in that telling that I first took for shared comfort, but now it felt practiced. The questions I began to ask, hesitant and probing, were met with a placid confusion, a tilt of the head. A gentle touch on my arm. "You are still thinking about that. You need to let it go. It's over." The concern felt genuine. It also felt like a lid being pressed down on a boiling pot. The line between victim and perpetrator began to blur in the quiet of my own home. If there was no intruder, then what was the open window? A staged detail. What was the missing jewelry? A single inexpensive ring, a prop. And what was my experience at the top of the stairs? Not the fear of a stranger's presence, but the subconscious, visceral recognition of a familiar one performing an unfamiliar act. The thought was so monstrous I could barely hold it in my head. But once it was there, it wouldn't leave. It made a terrible, twisted sense. A story manufactured to teach me a lesson, to prove a point about locks and anxiety in fortress homes, to make me feel unstable so my certainty about anything could be forever questioned. I stand at the bottom of the stairs now, my hand resting on that same cool wooden rail. The house is silent. Upstairs, the one I love is sleeping, or perhaps is lying awake, listening for my step. I look at the back door, its lock firmly engaged. I am the one who checks it now over and over, a compulsion that earns me looks of gentle pity. I don't know what is real anymore. I don't know if I interrupted a crime or became the subject of one. The mystery was never about who might have been in the house. It is about the person who was already there. And the most terrifying question, the one that hooks into me and will not let go, is not whether I am right to suspect them, but whether they somehow were right to suspect me. What did they think I was capable of that would require such an elaborate, quiet warning? The silence offers no answer, only the echo of my own breathing, and the dreadful, spiraling sense that the truth is not a thing to be discovered, but a hole I am falling into deeper every day. The floorboard in the hallway has a specific groan, one that only sounds when pressure is applied to its left side. I know this from years of midnight trips to the kitchen. I heard it then that afternoon, a fraction of a second before I reached the top step. I had filed it away as a quirk of the house, but now it is all I can think about. Someone else knew that floorboard. Someone else avoided it with an instinct born of equal familiarity. This morning I found a book out of place. It was a small thing, a paperback novel on the shelf in the living room. Its spine was flush with the others, but it was turned the wrong way, the title printed bottom to top. A simple oversight, a thing anyone could do while dusting. But I haven't dusted in a week, and the person I live with is fastidious about order, about things facing the correct way. I stood there for a long time, my finger tracing the upside-down letters. Was it a mistake? Or was it a message, a tiny, deliberate flaw in the perfect facade, left for me to find to see if I was watching, to see if I was still crazy? The coffee tastes different, I can prove it. It is the same brand measured from the same canister, but there is a faint, bitter undertone that wasn't there before. It has the taste of my own fear probably leaching into everything, or it has something else. A single drop of something added to the grounds not to harm but to remind, to keep me off balance, to make me question my own senses. I drink it anyway, my eyes fixed on the back door, on the lock I know I engaged. The click of the bolt was loud and final in the pre-dawn dark. But what is a lock, really, when the person on the inside with you is the one you need protection from? I hear a footstep on the stair behind me, light and careful. A voice, soft with sleep, asks if I've been up long. I don't turn around. I can see the reflection in the dark glass of the window, a silhouette in the doorway. The question is innocent. The tone is love. It is the most perfect performance. I answer that I just woke up, my own voice steady, a lie offered back to a lie. We are speaking in code now, a language of hidden meanings and unspoken accusations. The gap between us is no longer a black slash in a white door, but a chasm in the very center of our home, and we are both standing on the edge, smiling, pretending we can see the drop. The truth is not a hole I am falling into. It is the ground we are both standing on, and it is crumbling beneath our feet. The garden outside the window is still shrouded in the gray light of early morning. The lawn is pristine, the flower beds neatly edged. It is a picture of order. But my eyes catch on a single detail out of place. A gardening trowel lies on the path, its metal blade caked with dark soil. It wasn't there yesterday, I am sure of it. I would have seen it. I am the one who always puts the tools away, who hates the sight of clutter against the green. The silhouette in the doorway moves, comes to stand beside me. A hand, warm from sleep, rests on my shoulder. The touch is a brand. I flinch, a tiny, involuntary spasm I try to mask by reaching for my coffee cup. "You seem tense," the voice says. "Is everything all right?" The question hangs in the air, a trap dressed as concern. I follow the line of their gaze out the window. They are looking directly at the trowel. They must see it. The silence stretches, thin and brittle. "I am fine," I say, "just thinking about the garden. I should weed the rose bed today." The hand gives my shoulder a gentle squeeze. "That sounds like a nice way to relax. You've been so wound up lately." The response is immediate and smooth. No mention of the tool, no question about why it's there. It is as if the trowel is invisible to them, or perhaps it is so ordinary it doesn't warrant comment, but to me it is a glaring anomaly. It is a sign, a thing left out to see if I would notice, a test I am now failing by noticing too much. "Maybe I will," I murmur. I feel their eyes on my profile, studying me. The weight of their gaze is heavier than their hand. I take another sip of the bitter coffee, and the simple act of swallowing feels like a declaration of war. We stand there together, watching the dawn light strengthen, two people sharing a kitchen and a life, and a secret so vast and terrible it has become the air we breathe. The trowel on the path remains, a little metal question mark against the stone. I don't know what it means, only that it means something. And the not knowing is a cold hand closing around my throat. I look down into my coffee cup, the dark liquid swirling with my tremors. There, clinging to the white ceramic rim, is a single tiny granule. It is not coffee. It is too pale, almost crystalline. My heart hammers against my ribs, proof. The word flashes in my mind, bright and terrifying. Before I can speak, before I can even move, the hand leaves my shoulder. The presence beside me shifts. A sigh, soft and weary, escapes them. "Let me get you a fresh cup," they say. "This one's gone cold." A hand reaches for my mug. My own hand tightens around the handle instinctively, a possessive, defensive gesture. Our fingers brush. For a split second, it is a battle over a simple piece of pottery. Their eyes meet mine, and in their depth I see not confusion, but a flicker of intense, calculated assessment. Then it is gone, replaced by that familiar, patient concern. I release the cup. They take it to the sink and pour the contents down the drain. The water runs, erasing the evidence. The granule is gone, washed away. They rinse the mug thoroughly, the sound of water on ceramic obscuring the silence between us. There they say, placing the clean, empty cup back on the counter next to me. All gone. The words echo in the quiet kitchen. All gone, the coffee, the proof, my certainty. They smile, a gentle curve of the lips that doesn't reach their eyes, and turn to leave the room. I am left staring at the empty cup, at the pristine sink, at the garden path where the trowel no longer lies. It has been picked up and put away. The world has been neatly corrected, and I am alone in it, clutching at ghosts only I can see. The lesson is learned once more. My reality is not a fact. It is a condition, and it requires management. The scent of turned earth seems to follow me back into the house, a phantom smell clinging to my clothes. I find them in the living room, sitting with a book, the picture of calm. They look up, and their smile is the same one I've loved for years. It feels like a foreign country to me now. I brought you some tea, they say, gesturing to a steaming mug on the side table. Chamomile, it might help you settle. The kindness is a weapon, every gesture is. I look at the mug, at the gentle curl of steam rising from it. I do not want tea, I want to scream. I want to demand to know about the trowel, about the granule in the coffee, about the creak on the stairs that wasn't tea mine. But the words die in my throat. To speak them would be to admit my instability, to play directly into the narrative I now believe they are crafting. Thank you, I say, and the words taste like ash. I pick up the mug. The heat is comforting against my palms, a small, real sensation in a world that has gone soft at the edges. I do not drink. I simply hold it, letting the warmth seep into my skin while a coldness settles in my bones. They watch me over the top of their book, their eyes soft and unreadable. The silence is a living thing in the room, thick and heavy. I can hear the clock ticking in the hallway, each second a measured beat in this endless performance. I am waiting for them to break, to give some sign, some tiny crack in the perfect composure. But they just turn a page, the sound whisper soft. It's a good book, they murmur almost to themselves. You should read it when I am done. It's about a man who loses his grip on what's real. It's fascinating. My blood runs cold. Is it a recommendation, a coincidence, or is it a taunt? I cannot tell. The line is gone. Every word is a potential landmine. I nod, unable to form a response. I take a small, cautious sip of the tea. It is just tea, floral, mild, and utterly ordinary. I place the mug back down. The simple act of not drinking it all feels like a victory, a tiny act of defiance they cannot possibly comment on. I stand up, my legs feeling weak. I think I'll go lie down for a bit. Of course, they say, their voice full of a warmth I can no longer trust. Get some rest. I walk out of the room and feel their eyes on my back every step of the way. In the hallway, I pause. The floorboard waits. I deliberately step on its left side, forcing it to groan its familiar protest. The sound is a challenge, a declaration that I am still here, that I still know the truths of this house. From the living room, there's only the quiet turning of a page. The sound is louder than any scream. The envelope was thin, almost weightless in my hand. My name was written on the front in a handwriting I knew as well as my own, but the ink was a different color, a harsh blue instead of the usual black. My fingers trembled as I tore it open. Inside was a single, glossy photograph. It was a picture of me taken from outside the kitchen window, my face pale and strained as I stared at the back door lock. The date and time were printed in the white border below. It was from this morning. A coldness deeper than any I had ever felt washed over me. This was not a warning left for me to find. It was a record, proof of my obsession, my paranoia. It was evidence. My eyes darted to the other photos, me testing the coffee smell, me staring at the garden trowel, me stepping on the groaning floorboard, a meticulous, cruel catalog of my unraveling. Then I found the final item, a small, folded square of paper. I opened it. It was a printed itinerary for a flight departing tonight, a one-way ticket. In the passenger name field, it was my name, and at the bottom, a note in that same familiar hand. I think this is for the best, for both of us. You need help I can't give you. The world tilted, the carefully constructed narrative collapsed, not into truth, but into a different, more horrifying fiction. They weren't trying to drive me mad, they were building a case. They were documenting my decline, creating a reason to leave, to have me committed, to be free of me with the world's sympathy on their side. The break-in was never a lesson. It was the first scene in a play, and I was the unstable character, the villain of my own home. The silence from the living room was no longer a challenge. It was a director waiting for the lad to finish reading the script. I was holding my own condemnation in my hands, and the performance was almost over. I stood there in the hallway, the photograph slick between my fingers. The sound of the turning page from the living room was a metronome counting down the seconds I had left. They knew I had found it. Of course they knew. This was all part of the script. My shock, my horror, was a scheduled event. I had to move. I folded the photograph in the itinerary, my movements slow and deliberate, trying to force a calm I did not feel. I slipped them into my pocket. They felt like a bomb against my thigh. I walked back toward the living room, my steps silent on the runner carpet. They were still in the chair, the book lowered now, resting in their lap. They looked at me, their expression a masterpiece of compassionate concern. "Did you rest?" they asked. The performance was flawless. I could either play my part or break the scene entirely. I felt the edges of the photograph in my pocket. If I accused them, it would be proof of my paranoia. If I said nothing, I was accepting the narrative, walking willingly onto that plane. "No," I said, my voice was a dry leaf, crumbling. I couldn't do it. Their gaze softened further. "I am worried about you," they said. "You haven't been yourself." The irony was so profound it stole my breath. "I am myself," I wanted to scream. "It is you who has become someone else." But the words were useless. They were just more evidence. "I know," I said instead, the capitulation bitter on my tongue. I think you might be right. I need help." The relief that washed over their face was not feigned. It was real, bright, and triumphant. It was the look of an artist stepping back from a finished painting. It was the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. "I know it is hard to admit," they said, rising and coming toward me, arms open for an embrace. "I am so glad you can see it. This is the first step." I let them hold me. Their body was warm and solid, the same shape it had always been, but it felt like embracing a statue. My mind was racing, a trapped animal looking for any way out. The ticket was for tonight. That gave me hours. Hours to decide whether to get on the plane and vanish from their life as they had planned, or to stay and fight a battle where all the weapons were in their hands. "I just need to go pack," I whispered into their shoulder. "Of course," they said, releasing me, their hands rubbing my arms. "I'll help you." "No," I said too quickly. I saw a flicker in their eyes, a hint of suspicion. I made my voice soft. "I need to do it alone. I need to process this." They studied my face, looking for the lie. I kept my expression blank, a placid mask of defeated acceptance. After a long moment, they nodded. "Okay, I'll be right here if you need me." I turned and walked upstairs, each step heavier than the last. I entered the bedroom and closed the door, leaning against it, listening. I heard the quiet creak of the living room chair as they sat back down. They were waiting. They were sure of their victory. I looked at the suitcase on the bed. It had already been placed there. They had already begun. I walked to the closet, my hands shaking as I reached for clothes. But I wasn't packing for a trip. I was searching for something else, anything that could tell me who this person really was and what they had truly done. The truth was no longer a hole I was falling into. It was a wall I had to break through, and I was running out of time. My fingers brushed against rough wool, then smooth silk. I pulled out a winter sweater and something clattered to the floor of the closet. A small, silver cufflink. I picked it up. It was cold and heavy in my palm, engraved with an intricate design I didn't recognize. It wasn't theirs. I knew every piece of jewelry they owned, every tie clip, every watch. This was foreign. My heart began to pound a different rhythm, not just fear, but a sharp, focused curiosity. I dropped to my knees, pushing hanging clothes aside, peering into the dim back corner of the closet. My hand closed around a small, hard object tucked behind a row of shoes. I pulled it out. It was a voice recorder, a small, black, professional-looking thing. My thumb found the play button. I held my breath, listening for any sound from downstairs. There was only the hum of the house. I pressed play. The first sound was my own voice, tight with anxiety. I heard something, I know I did. Then their voice, calm, soothing, the one I had just heard. It was the house settling. You need to rest. You reimagining things. The recording clicked off. Then another. My voice again ragged. The coffee tasted wrong. There's patient. It's the same coffee, my love. You ray just stressed. Click. Another. The sound of me testing the lock. The bolt sliding home. Then a sigh, not mine. Theirs. A tired, frustrated exhalation. Utterly devoid of the warmth they showed me face to face. I scrolled back through the files, dozens of them, a curated collection of my fear, my instability, all punctuated by their calm reassurances. It was a damning portrait, and they were the artist, but the cufflink didn't fit. It was a prop from a different play. I slipped the recorder and the cufflink into my pocket next to the photograph. The suitcase lay open on the bed, an empty mouth waiting to be fed. I knew what I had to do. I had to pack. I had to play my part. I started folding clothes, my movements robotic. The performance wasn't over. It had just entered its final act, and for the first time I had a line they hadn't written for me. I had a question they weren't expecting. Who was the cufflink for? The answer felt more dangerous than any truth I had uncovered so far. The clothes I placed in the suitcase were a costume for a journey I would never take. Each sweater, each pair of pants was a lie folded neatly into a rectangle. I could hear the faint sound of music from downstairs now, something light and classical. They were so confident, so assured of my defeat. The weight of the recorder and the cufflink in my pocket was a secret anchor. I zipped the suitcase closed. The click was final. It was time to go downstairs to accept my fate with a quiet, broken dignity. That was what they expected. That was the role I had to play a little while longer. I opened the bedroom door and descended the stairs, the suitcase bumping softly against my leg. They were in the foyer, waiting, their coat already on. They smiled, a sad, gentle smile. All set. I nodded, unable to speak. I let my gaze drop to the floor, the picture of submission. Good, they said, their voice soft. They reached for my hand, their fingers intertwining with mine. The touch was ice. It's going to be okay, you'll see. This is for the best. They led me toward the front door. I allowed myself to be led. But as we passed the hall table, I let my free hand drift out, brushing against the small ceramic bowl where we drop our keys. My fingers found the cold, unfamiliar metal of the cufflink. In one fluid motion, I palmed it and let it drop silently into the bowl. It settled amongst the loose change and old receipts, a tiny, glinting anomaly in the mundane. They didn't notice. Their focus was on the door, on the culmination of their plan. They opened it, and the cool evening air rushed in. The car was in the driveway, the engine already running, a final, thoughtful touch. They picked up my suitcase and placed it in the trunk. I stood on the front step, hugging myself, a perfect portrait of a woman leaving her home against her will. They came back to me, taking my arm to guide me to the passenger door. This was it, the moment of no return. I stopped, my feet planting themselves on the concrete. I turned to them, my eyes wide, pleading. My ring, I whispered, my voice cracking with a desperation that was not entirely an act. I took it off to pack. I left it on the bathroom sink. I can't go without it. A flash of irritation crossed their face, quickly smothered by that practiced concern. It's all right, we can get you another one. No, I insisted, letting a tear trace down my cheek. It was my mother's. Please, it will only take a second. They sighed, the long-suffering sigh of a caretaker dealing with an irrational charge. They looked at the car, then back at the house. The calculus was clear in their eyes, a small delay versus a potential scene. All right, they said, their voice tight. Hurry. They stayed by the car, watching me. I turned and walked back into the house, leaving the door open behind me. I didn't go to the bathroom. I went straight to the hall table and snatched the cufflink from the bowl. Then I moved quickly, silently to the living room and to the chair where they had been sitting. I slipped my hand between the cushion and the side of the chair, my heart hammering. My fingers touched cold metal, another cufflink. And next to it, the slim, hard rectangle of a mobile phone I had never seen before. I heard a footstep on the front path. Time was up. I clutched the new evidence in my fist and turned just as they appeared in the doorway, their silhouette framed against the evening light. You weren't in the bathroom, they said. The tone had changed. The patience was gone. The performance was over. I didn't answer. I just opened my hand, letting the second cufflink and the strange phone sit in my palm for them to see. Their face went still. All the false warmth drained away, leaving behind something cold and hard and entirely new. The person I knew was gone. This was the real one. "That's not yours," they said. Their voice was flat, devoid of any emotion at all. "I know," I said. "Who are you talking to? Who are they for?" A long, silent moment stretched between us. The classical music from the car stereo was the only sound, a bizarre soundtrack to the end of my world. They took a step into the house, closing the door behind them, shutting us in together. The click of the latch was far more final than the one on the suitcase. "It doesn't matter," they said. "You are still getting on that plane." The phone in my hand vibrated. A notification lit up the screen. A single name appeared, Alexander, and a message preview. "Is it done?" I looked from the phone to their face. Alexander. The name meant nothing to me, but it meant everything to them. I saw the calculation in their eyes, the rapid reassessment of the situation. I had stepped off the script. "Give me the phone," they said, and took another step forward. I took a step back, my hand closing around it. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, but my mind was clearer than it had been in weeks. This was real. This was proof. This was a thread I could pull. "No," I said. Their expression tightened. "This is not a game. You are unwell. You need to go." "I am well enough to know that you are a liar," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "And I am not going anywhere." I saw the decision in their eyes a second before they moved. There was no anger, no frenzy. It was a pure, cold resolution. They lunged for the phone. I stumbled backward, clutching it to my chest, and my shoulder hit the wall. They were on me in an instant, their hand closing around my wrist, their grip like iron. They began to pry my fingers open, one by one. Their strength was terrifying, a physical truth I had never known. I turned my head and my eyes fell on the hall table, on the small, heavy marble base of the lamp. My free hand shot out, fingers wrapping around the cool, smooth stone. I didn't think, I just swung. The thud was sickeningly soft. Their grip on my wrist went slack. They made a small, surprised sound, more of a sigh than a gasp, and slumped against me before sliding to the floor. I stood there, breathing raggedly, the lamp base still in my hand, staring at the body at my feet. The phone in my other hand vibrated again. "Alexander status." I let the lamp base fall to the carpet with a dull thud. My hands were shaking, but I forced them to be still. I looked down at them, at the unnatural angle of their head, and felt nothing but a hollow, ringing silence. There was no time for guilt. There was only now. The phone vibrated again in my hand. "Alexander status." I looked from the screen to the body on the floor. The performance was over, but the audience was still waiting. I took a deep, ragged breath. My fingers, slick with sweat, fumbled across the screen. I navigated to the messages. The history was a series of terse, clinical updates, all from today. Stage set. Subject is reacting. Package delivered. Flight confirmed. My stomach turned. I was the subject. The package was the photograph and ticket. I scrolled up, my heart hammering. Older messages discussed plans, timelines, a name for a private clinic, financial arrangements. It was a contract. They had hired someone. Alexander wasn't a lover. He was a partner in this. I had to think. I had to move. I stepped over the body and went to the front door, locking it and drawing the chain. The world outside continued, unaware that the story had just been rewritten. I went back and knelt, my fingers searching their coat pockets. I found a wallet, their familiar one, and a set of keys. And then in an inside pocket, another phone, their real phone. I sat back on my heels, holding both devices, the personal and the professional, the one for me and the one for him. Alexander's phone buzzed once more, a final, impatient demand. Everything okay? I looked at the real phone, the one I knew. It was password protected, but I knew the code. It was our anniversary. The irony was a sharp, painful twist. I entered the numbers. The screen unlocked. I went straight to the messages. Nothing. The call history was empty of anything suspicious. They had been careful, but then I opened the Notes app. There was one entry dated months ago, a single address. It wasn't local. Alexander's phone lit up again. This time it was an incoming call. The screen flashed with his name. I stared at it, the ringing loud in the silent house. They were checking in. If I didn't answer, he would know something was wrong. He might come here. I had to answer. I had to be their voice. I accepted the call and held the phone to my ear, saying nothing. A man's voice, low and brisk, came through. Well, is she on her way? I closed my eyes. I had to get the tone right. I had to be calm, in control. I pitched my voice low, a near imitation of theirs. There's been a delay. A pause on the other end. What kind of delay? She's more agitated than anticipated. I'm handling it. I'll update you when she's en route to the airport. I tried to inject a note of weary frustration, the long-suffering caretaker. Another pause, longer this time. I could almost hear him thinking, don't mess this up. The arrangements are made. The clinic is expecting her tonight. I know, I said. I have it under control. I ended the call before he could say another word. My hands were trembling violently now. I had bought myself time, not much, but some. I looked at the address in the Notes app on the real phone. It was the only clue I had, the clinic maybe, or something else. I had to go. I had to leave this house, this life, but I couldn't just run. I had to know. I had to see it for myself. I stood up, my legs unsteady. I had a destination. I had a name, Alexander, and I had a new part to play. I was no longer the victim. I was the director now. And the next scene was mine to write. I left the two phones on the hall table. I didn't need them anymore. They were anchors to a life that was already over. In their wallet, I took all the cash, a thick stack of bills. I left the credit cards. They could be traced. I walked through the house one last time, not with nostalgia, but with a cold, inventory-taking gaze. I went to the kitchen and pulled the largest knife from the block, slipping it into my suitcase beside the folded sweaters. It was not for them. It was for whatever came next. I stepped over them again, my boot brushing against their leg. I felt nothing. The hollow silence had been filled with a new substance, something hard and clear and purposeful. I picked up my suitcase and walked out the front door, locking it behind me out of pure automatic habit. I didn't take their car. I walked down the driveway and turned left, away from the city center, toward the older, quieter streets where rows of houses sat dark and unaware. I knew what I was looking for. An older model, something common. I found it 3 blocks over, a sedan parked under a tree, its paint faded. I used the knife from my suitcase to break the small window by the door, reaching in to unlock it. The alarm didn't sound. I slid into the driver's seat, my hands working on autopilot, hot wiring the ignition with an ease that surprised some deep, buried part of me. The engine coughed to life. I entered the address into the car's outdated GPS. It was a 4-hour drive. I pulled away from the curb, my eyes on the rearview mirror. My house, our house, shrunk and then disappeared behind me. I didn't look back. I drove through the night, the radio off, accompanied only by the hum of the road and the frantic rhythm of my own heart. The address was not a clinic, it was a house. A secluded, modern box of glass and steel set back from a lonely country road. A single light burned upstairs. I parked the stolen car a half-mile away, hidden in a thicket of trees, and approached on foot. The night was cold and clear. I circled the property, staying in the shadows. The downstairs was dark. Through a large ground-floor window, I saw a minimalist living room, all sharp angles and empty spaces. It was sterile, unlived in. Then a car's headlights cut through the darkness, sweeping up the long gravel driveway. I dropped flat behind a low stone wall, my heart in my throat. A black sedan parked in front of the house. The driver's door opened and a man got out. He was tall, wearing a dark coat. He walked to the front door and let himself in with a key. The light in the hallway flicked on. It was him, Alexander. He looked exactly as his voice had sounded. Efficient, impatient, cold. He didn't look like a doctor, he looked like a businessman. He walked through the living room and poured himself a drink from a decanter on a sideboard, not bothering to turn on more lights. He pulled out his phone, his thumb stabbing at the screen. A moment later, the phone I had left on my hall table began to ring in my mind. He was calling them, again. He ended the call with a sharp, frustrated gesture and tossed the phone onto the sofa. He took a long drink. He was waiting. He was waiting for a call that would never come, for a delivery that was lost. I knew then that this was not a clinic. This was a waiting room, a private, secure location where a problem could be dealt with, where I was supposed to be delivered. I watched him for a long time, this man who had bought my sanity, who had paid my partner to erase me. The knife in my suitcase seemed to pulse with a cold energy. I could wait here until he left, or I could go in now. The choice was mine. The story was mine to finish. I moved from behind the wall and started toward the house. The gravel crunched under my shoes, a sound that seemed deafening in the still night. I didn't try to hide my approach. I walked straight up the drive to the front door, a shadow moving into the pool of light. Through the glass, I saw him freeze, the glass of amber liquid halfway to his lips. His eyes narrowed, trying to place me, this unexpected visitor. He set the glass down carefully and came to the door. He opened it a crack, his body blocking the opening. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice all polite confusion, but his eyes were sharp, assessing. I didn't answer, I just looked at him. I saw the moment recognition dawned. His eyes flickered over my face, the face from the photograph he had been sent, the subject, the package. His expression shifted from confusion to cold, utter shock. He started to close the door. My foot was already in the way. I shoved against it, my weight surprising him. The door flew open and he stumbled back a step. I stepped inside, closing the door behind me, sealing us in together. "What is this?" he demanded, recovering quickly, his voice a low threat. "Where is he?" "He's unavailable," I said, my voice flat. I kept my hands at my sides, away from the suitcase. He sent me instead. His eyes darted past me, toward the window, looking for a car, for someone else. Seeing nothing, his gaze returned to me, full of a new, calculating contempt. "This is a mistake. You shouldn't be here." "I think I should," I said. I walked past him into the sterile living room, setting my suitcase down by the sofa. I could feel his eyes on my back. "I think we have things to discuss, Alexander." The use of his name made him go still. "There is nothing to discuss. You are unwell, you're confused. This is a delusion." I turned to face him. "Is it? Then you won't mind if I play this for you." I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small digital recorder. I held it up, my thumb hovering over the play button. I watched his face. He was good, but a tiny muscle in his jaw twitched. He knew what it was. He knew the recordings. He took a step toward me. "Give that to me." "Or what?" I asked. "You'll have me committed. You'll tell everyone I'm insane. I think that plan has already run its course." His hand shot out to grab the recorder. I was faster. I pressed play. The sound of my own ragged breathing filled the room, followed by my voice tight with fear. I heard something. I know I did. Then his voice, the one I had impersonated on the phone, calm and condescending. It was the house settling. "You need to rest. You're reimagining things." I stopped the recording. The silence that followed was heavier than the words. "Those are private," he said, his voice dangerously quiet. "No," I corrected him. "They're evidence of a conspiracy to kidnap me, to imprison me. You're a part of it." He smiled then, a thin, cruel smile. "And who do you think they'll believe? A woman with a documented history of instability, recorded over months, or me? A respected businessman? You have nothing." I looked at him, at the absolute certainty in his eyes. He believed it. He believed he was untouchable. "You're right," I said softly. I slipped the recorder back into my pocket. The recordings aren't enough, but a confession is. I turned and walked toward my suitcase. He watched me, suspicious, confused by my retreat. I unzipped the bag and moved aside a sweater. My fingers closed around the handle of the kitchen knife. When I turned back to face him, the blade caught the light from the single lamp. His confidence faltered. He took a step back. "You're proving my point for me. Put that down." "I don't think I will," I said, advancing toward him. "I think you're going to tell me everything. Why? Why me? What did I ever do to you?" He backed into the sideboard, the decanter of liquor rattling. There was nowhere else to go. His eyes were fixed on the knife. It was business, nothing personal. "Business," I repeated, the word tasting like ash. "What business?" "He owed me," Alexander spat out, his composure cracking. "A great deal of money. This was the repayment, removing a problem, you." The truth was so simple, so petty, it was almost laughable. I had been a debt settlement, a transaction. The knife in my hand felt heavier. "And the clinic?" I asked. "What was supposed to happen to me there?" He didn't answer. He just stared at the knife, his breath coming faster. The sound of a car engine broke the silence outside, growing louder. Headlights swept across the room. Someone was coming. Alexander's eyes flickered toward the window, a spark of hope reigniting. "That will be the associates he hired, the ones who were supposed to escort you from the airport. It seems they've come to the source instead." I was out of time. The script had been torn up, but the players were still arriving for their parts. I looked at the knife in my hand, then at the man cowering before me. I could fight. I could make my last stand in this sterile, ugly house. But that was the ending they had written for me. The crazy woman with a knife. I lowered the blade. I let it clatter to the polished concrete floor. The sound was shockingly loud. Alexander looked from the knife to my face, bewildered. I walked to the sofa and picked up his phone from where he had tossed it. I held it out to him. Call them off, I said. Well, he just stared at me. The car doors slammed outside, two solid thuds. Footsteps approached the door. Call them off, I repeated, my voice quiet but clear. Tell them it's over. Tell them the deal is void, or I will walk out that door and tell them everything. And you can explain to them why their payday has vanished. I wonder how loyal they are to a man who can't pay his debts. The color drained from his face. He understood the new calculus. He was in the trap now, too. He took the phone from my hand, his fingers trembling slightly. He dialed a number, his eyes never leaving mine. The front door handle began to turn. Story 2. The gentle hum of the refrigerator underscored the morning silence as sunlight filtered through the lace curtains, casting intricate patterns across the floor. The air was crisp with the scent of lemon polish, but the muted thud from upstairs was a discordant note in the symphony of domestic calm. On the hallway runner, a trail of fine pebbles, like secret breadcrumbs, led to the stairs, each step downward erased by an unseen hand. As I ascended, a draft whispered past, carrying with it a sensation that something vital had been left undone, and that something was poised to unravel. That feeling is a cold stone in my stomach now, a permanent weight. It is the same chill I felt that day in the garden, the day the sky was a flat, endless white, not blue, a blank page. My hands were in the dirt, the soil cool and yielding. The scent of turned earth was thick, a promise of growth, of things buried and things emerging. Then the smell changed. It became metallic, coppery, a tang that coated the back of my throat. I remember looking at my fingers, expecting to see rust or wet clay, but they were just fingers, nails edged in black soil. The thud from upstairs repeats itself in my mind, a percussive beat to my disquiet. It was not a loud sound. It was a soft, final thing, like a heavy book slipping from a shelf and landing on a carpet. I hear it more clearly now in memory than I did then. Then it was just a disruption in the quiet. Now it is an anchor, a point to which all my thoughts eventually drift. I see the hallway runner, its deep red fibers, and the pebbles. They were not from the garden. They were too smooth, too uniform, like tiny, weathered bones. I followed them without thought, a sleepwalker. The house was so clean, so ordered. The lemony smell was a lie. It was a bright, acidic curtain drawn over something else. A memory surfaces, sharp and unbidden, a smile. It was not directed at me. It was a smile offered to the empty air of the living room, a practiced, placid curve of the lips that did not touch the eyes. The eyes were somewhere else, calculating, measuring. I remember the exact moment the smile fractured, a hairline crack in the porcelain calm. It was when a car door slammed outside, a flinch, so slight it could have been a trick of the light, but I saw it. I always see the cracks. The cold in my stomach intensifies. I am back at the kitchen sink, watching the water run over a glass. The water is clear, then it is pink, then it is clear again. I blink and the image is gone. The glass is just a glass. The water is just water. My reflection in the window over the sink is distorted, a pale oval warped by the night outside. There was a conversation. The words are lost, but the tone remains, a low, insistent murmur from behind a closed door. It was not an argument, it was worse. It was a negotiation, a transaction. I had my ear pressed to the wood, the grain rough against my skin. I heard my own name spoken softly and then a sigh of immense fatigue or perhaps immense relief. I could not tell the difference. I climb the stairs. In the present, in the past, the action is the same. My hand on the banister is steady, but I feel a tremor running through the wood, a vibration that comes from deep within the house. The draft is there again, that breath of cold air slinking down from the upper landing. It carries a scent I cannot place, not lemon, not polish. It is the smell of rain on hot asphalt, a memory of a storm that hasn't happened yet. The door at the end of the hall is closed. It is always closed in my mind. I know what is on the other side. I don't know what is on the other side. The two thoughts exist simultaneously, a constant, maddening hum. A flash of white, a shirt cuff pristine with a monogram of dark thread. I focus on the stitches, each one perfect, a tiny, deliberate puncture in the fabric. The hand it belonged to was gesturing, explaining something. The fingers were long, elegant. There was a smudge of something dark along the knuckle, ink perhaps, or soil. The hand drops out of sight. The thud, always the thud. I am at the door now. My own breathing is loud in the silence. The pebbles stop here, a small, scattered pile against the white-painted wood. This is where the unseen hand stopped its work. This is where the trail ends. I push the door open. The room is as it always is, neat, orderly. The bed is made with military precision. The books on the shelf are aligned. The window is open just a crack, the lace curtain stirring in the faint breeze. The air is clean here, too clean. It smells of nothing at all. But on the floor, just beside the rug, there is a discrepancy. A single floorboard is slightly darker than the others, as if it has been recently replaced. The grain runs in the opposite direction. It is a small thing, a detail only someone who knew this room intimately would notice. I kneel and run my fingers over the new wood. It is smooth, unnaturally so. The cold stone in my stomach turns to ice. I know this wood. I know the tree it came from, the way its leaves turned a brilliant, fiery red. I remember the feel of its bark under my palm. I look at my hands, they are clean. I look at the floor, it is spotless. But for a moment, just a fraction of a second, the clean, empty air is filled with the rich, suffocating smell of damp earth and the copper tang of something else. And I know with a certainty that makes my blood slow in my veins that the muted thud was not the beginning of something. It was the end. It was the sound of a door closing, a lid sealing, a secret being laid to rest under a floorboard that does not match its brothers. The draft whispers past me again, and this time it carries a sound, so faint it might be my own mind breaking apart. It is the echo of a hum, not from the refrigerator below, but from deep beneath the floor, a low, steady vibration that feels like a plea or perhaps a warning. I remain on my knees, unable to move, the pattern of the lace curtain casting a net of shifting shadows over me and the floorboard that does not belong. The vibration through the floorboards is a language I suddenly understand. It is not a hum of machinery, but a resonance, a frequency of unease that speaks directly to the marrow of my bones. My fingers, of their own volition, find the edge of the mismatched board. The fit is not perfect. There is a hairline gap just wide enough for a fingernail. I press my index finger into the seam. A splinter drives deep into my cuticle, a sharp, clarifying pain. A single bead of blood wells up, dark and perfect. I watch it fall. It lands on the new wood and vanishes, absorbed instantly into the grain. The action breaks my paralysis. I dig my fingers in, ignoring the protest of my nail, and pull. The board gives way with a soft, sucking sigh, as if the house itself has been holding its breath. The space beneath is not dark. A faint, greenish light pulses from within, casting a sickly glow on the supporting beams. The smell that erupts from the opening is not of decay, but of ozone and wet stone, the air after a lightning strike, and there, nestled in the crawl space, is the source of the hum. It is a box, but not of any wood I know. It seems to be made of a dark, polished stone veined with the same green light that illuminates its hiding place. Its surface is perfectly smooth, featureless, and cold to the touch even from inches away. It is both ancient and utterly alien in this room of lace and lemon polish. This is what was buried, this is what the thud signified, not an end but an interment. A wave of dizziness washes over me, and the memory returns, not as a fragment, but whole and devastating. The argument was about the box. The smile was a mask for the fear of it. The hand with the smudged knuckle was not stained with ink or soil, but with that same green, phosphorescent light. The thud was the sound of this stone lid being sealed, of a secret too terrible to be kept yet too dangerous to be discarded. The hum grows louder, not in volume, but in intensity, vibrating up through my knees and into my teeth. It is a call, it is a warning, it is both. I know what I must do. I must lift the lid. I must see what we so desperately tried to hide. But as I reach for it, the clean, sunlit room seems to warp and bend around the box. The gentle morning sounds from outside fade into a silent, waiting void. There is only the box, the hum, and the terrible understanding that once I open it, the world will not simply unravel. It will change into something I may no longer recognize. My hand hovers over the cold, glowing stone. My fingers close around the edge of the stone lid. The cold is a shock so intense it feels like a burn, searing through my skin and into the bone. It does not feel like stone at all, but like frozen time, like the absolute zero of deep space given form. I grit my teeth against the pain and pull. The lid does not slide, it dissolves. Where my fingers make contact, the solid stone turns to mist, a fine green vapor that swirls around my hand. The action is silent. There is no grind of rock, no gasp of releasing pressure, just a silent, seamless unmaking. The rest of the lid follows, dissipating into the air until the box lies open. The hum stops. The silence that follows is heavier, more profound than any sound. It is the silence of a vacuum, of a breath held for a century. Inside the box there is no object, no artifact, there is only a hole, a circle of perfect, absolute blackness that seems not to be an absence of light, but a substance in itself, a viscous, depthless ink. It does not reflect the pulsing green light from the box's walls, it consumes it. I lean over, compelled to look into this void we buried under the floor. My own face does not look back at me. There is nothing to see, and yet I see everything. The void is not empty. It is a window or a memory. It shows me the garden again, but the sky is not white. It is a swirling vortex of emerald and black. The copper smell is overwhelming. The figure with the smudged hand is there, but it is not a person anymore. It is a silhouette of shimmering energy, its form twisting and collapsing in on itself. And it is screaming, a soundless scream that is etched into the fabric of the air around it. I understand now, the thud was not the sound of the box being closed. It was the sound of this tear, this wound being contained. We didn't bury a thing. We buried an event, a moment of catastrophic fracture. A tendril of the blackness, sleek and liquid, curls over the edge of the box. It does not move through the air, it uncreates the air as it passes. It reaches for my wounded finger, for the blood still welling there. I should recoil, I should scream, but I am mesmerized. This is the undone thing. This is what we tried to polish away with lemon scent and orderly lies. The black tendril touches my finger. There is no cold, no heat. There is a sensation of profound and final negation. My finger is gone, not severed, not dissolved, simply erased as if it never was. And with it goes the memory of the pain, the memory of the splinter, the memory of my hand ever having been whole. A perfect, calm emptiness takes its place. The hum returns, but it is not outside of me anymore. It is inside my head, inside the space where my memory of the finger used to be. It is a hum of static, of infinite, peaceful nothing. Another tendril lifts from the void, rising with a gentle, languid grace. It reaches for my face. I do not pull away, I lean closer. I want to forget the smell of copper. I want to forget the soundless scream. I want the clean, empty silence it offers. The door downstairs clicks open. A voice calls out, bright and ordinary, shattering the sacred silence of the room. Hello, anyone home? The tendril hesitates, the void in the box ripples. And I remember the smile, the one that didn't touch the eyes, the one that was a curtain drawn over this exact terror. The spell breaks. I wrench myself backward, falling onto the rug, my whole hand clapped over my mouth to stifle a sob. I stare at the space where my finger is not gone. It is there, whole, unmarked. The blood is gone. The splinter is gone. The box is closed again, the stone lid solid and seamless as if it had never opened. The green light has faded to a faint, dormant glow. The only evidence that anything happened is the open floorboard and the smell of ozone slowly being replaced by the creeping scent of lemon polish from downstairs. The voice calls again, closer now, footsteps on the stairs. I scramble to my feet, my heart hammering against my ribs. I push the floorboard back into place, erasing the evidence as I had seen it erased before. I smooth the rug. I stand up, straightening my clothes, and I practice the smile in the reflection of the dark window. I make sure it does not touch my eyes. The footsteps reach the landing. I turn from the window, the practiced smile fixed on my face. It is my mother who stands in the doorway, her head tilted, a grocery bag in her arms. Her eyes, the same shade of hazel as my own, scan the room, quick and bird-like. They touch the bookshelf, the bed, the rug, and finally me. There you are, she says, her voice a melody of ordinary concern. I called twice, didn't you hear me? The hum is a distant memory, a ghost of a sound in the back of my skull. No, I say, and my voice sounds perfectly normal. I was daydreaming. Her gaze lingers on me for a second too long. It is a look I know well, a look that measures and assesses. It sweeps over my posture, my face, the empty space around me. She takes a single step into the room, her eyes drifting toward the floor near the rug. She is looking for the gap, for the proof, but there is none. The floor is seamless. She smiles then, a mirror of my own, a smooth, placid curve of the lips. Well, come down and help me put these away. I got the lemons you like for the polish. She holds up the bag and the sharp, clean scent cuts through the last traces of ozone. I follow her out, pulling the door closed behind me. I do not look back. As we descend the stairs, she chats about the market, about the price of fruit, about the weather. Her words are a shield, a wall of normalcy built against the silence we both carry. In the kitchen, I take the lemons from the bag. They are bright yellow, firm and waxy in my hand. I pick up the grater, the metal cool against my skin. As I drag a lemon across the sharp teeth, releasing a burst of citrus oil into the air, I look at my fingers. They are whole, they are steady. But I cannot remember which hand I used to open the box. I cannot remember which finger bled. The memory is there, but it is blurred like a photograph left in the rain. The details are running together. My mother is watching me from the sink where she washes a glass. She dries it with a towel, her movements slow and precise. You seem quiet today, she says, her tone light, almost casual. I'm fine, I say, focusing on the lemon, on the pile of yellow zest growing on the counter. It's just, she continues, placing the clean glass in the cupboard, sometimes this house. It holds onto things, memories, they can weigh on a person. I look up, she's not looking at me. She is staring out the window at the garden. Her expression is unreadable. You have to learn to let some things lie, she says softly, almost to herself. Then she turns and the moment is gone. How's the zest coming? I finish the lemon and sweep the zest into a jar. The job is done. The air is full of the clean, honest smell of citrus. It is a good smell, a simple smell. But as I close the jar, a fragment of the vision returns. Not the void, not the terror, but the silhouette of energy twisting and collapsing, and the smudge on the knuckle. I look at my mother's hands as she folds the towel. They are clean. The knuckles are smooth and unmarked. The hum starts again, not in the house, but inside me, a low vibration in the center of my mind. It is the sound of something buried but not dead. It is the sound of a secret waiting patiently for its turn to be remembered. The jar of lemon zest is cool and solid in my hand. I place it on the shelf beside the others, a neat row of yellow dust behind glass. My mother hums a tuneless little song as she puts away the rest of the groceries, a sound so normal it feels like a violation. The humming inside my own head harmonizes with it, a dark, silent counterpoint. She opens the refrigerator and the familiar motor kick fills the kitchen. For a moment, the two hums, the real and the remembered, are indistinguishable. I press the palm of my hand flat against the cool stainless steel door, feeling the mundane vibration. It grounds me, and yet it also feels like a mockery. "Everything all right?" she asks, her back to me as she rearranges a shelf. The question is too casual. "Yes," I say, the word automatic. Why wouldn't it be? She closes the fridge and turns, leaning against it. She studies me again, but this time her eyes are different. The measurement is gone, replaced by a weary kind of sympathy. It is more frightening than her scrutiny. "This house," she says, repeating her words from earlier, but now they sound less like a platitude and more like a confession. The silence here isn't just silence, it's a container. My breath catches in my throat. The hum in my mind seems to swell. I wait for her to say more, to speak of the box, of the void, of the thing we buried. Instead, she pushes off from the fridge and picks up the kettle. "Tea?" she asks, and the moment shatters. The confession is withdrawn, replaced by the ritual of boiling water. I nod, unable to speak. As she fills the kettle at the sink, I see her knuckles again, white as she grips the handle. They are clean, they have always been clean. But the memory is not. The smudge on the knuckle is as vivid as the scent of ozone. It was not ink, it was not soil. It was a stain from the box, a mark of whatever happened in the garden under that swirling, impossible sky. The kettle is placed on the stove. The click of the gas igniting is a sharp, final sound. My mother turns to me, and for the first time her smile seems genuine. It is a sad, broken thing. "You look so much like him today," she says quietly. The words hang in the air between us. I don't have to ask who she means. The man with the elegant hands. The man whose smile was a mask. The man who became a silhouette of screaming energy. The hum in my head crystallizes into a single, piercing note. It is the sound of a memory slotting into place. It was not his hand that had the smudge, it was hers. The memory shifts, rearranges itself. I see it clearly now. She was in the garden, too. She was holding the stone lid. The mark was on her knuckle. The tea kettle begins to whistle, a high, desperate shriek that fills the kitchen. She doesn't move to take it off the burner. She just looks at me, her eyes wide with a truth she can no longer hold back. "The box doesn't hold him," she says, her voice barely a whisper beneath the scream of the kettle. "It holds what's left of the moment I lost him. And some days the silence in this house isn't enough to keep it quiet." The whistle of the kettle died as she lifted it from the flame, the sudden silence in the kitchen more deafening than the noise had been. Steam curled toward the ceiling, a ghost of the truth she had just released. She poured the water into 2 waiting mugs, her movements mechanical, her eyes avoiding mine. I could only stand there, the world tilting on its axis. The memory was a living thing now, reshaped and whole. I saw them both in the garden, not fighting, but working together in a frantic, terrified partnership. His hands, elegant and sure, holding the stone box. Her hands, strong and determined, positioning the lid. And the smudge, the greenish-black stain, was on her skin. It was her scream I had seen, silent and eternal in the void. She placed a mug of tea in front of me. The ceramic clicked against the countertop. The silence was our agreement, she said, her voice hollow. The order, the cleanliness. It was the only way to build a life on top of that. I wrapped my hands around the mug. The heat was a shock, a painful anchor to the present. But it's not silent, I said. I heard it, I felt it. She finally looked at me, and the weariness in her eyes was a bottomless well. I know, she admitted. It's been restless lately. The hum, it gets louder. Some days I think the lemon polish is the only thing holding this house together. We drank our tea in the quiet kitchen, a fragile truce between us. The hum in my mind had receded to a background buzz, a constant reminder of the fissure in our foundation. Every glance, every breath was heavy with the unspoken. Later, alone in my room, I knelt once more by the floorboard. I didn't touch it. I just looked at the perfect seam, the wood that didn't match. The house was quiet, but I could feel it breathing. The clean air was a lie. The order was a performance. We were both just caretakers of a secret that was slowly waking up, and I knew with a cold certainty that our silence would not be enough to contain it for much longer. The hum was a part of me now, a thread connecting me to the void beneath the floor, and it was only a matter of time before it called again. The next morning, the smell of lemon polish was so strong it made my eyes water. My mother was already in the kitchen, scrubbing the already clean countertops with a frantic energy. She didn't look at me when I came in. "We should paint this room," she said, her voice too bright. "A brighter white, it would feel cleaner." I didn't answer. The hum was a constant, low-grade pressure behind my eyes, a frequency only I could hear. It was the sound of the box waiting. It was the sound of my own blood in my veins, reminding me of the connection it had forged. I spent the day in a haze, my body performing the tasks of living while my mind was down in the dark with that perfect circle of black. I straightened a picture frame in the hall, and for a second, the face in the photograph, my father's face, seemed to warp, his smile twisting into the same silent scream from my vision. I blinked, and it was normal. The hum grew louder. By evening, it was a physical pressure, a need. I found myself standing at the top of the stairs, looking down the hallway toward my room. My mother was in the parlor, the sound of the television, a thin veil over the silence of the house. She knew. She had to feel it too, this pulling tension. I walked into my room and closed the door. I didn't need to move the rug or pry up the board. I knew it would be undisturbed, a perfect seal. I stood over the spot, and the green light pulsed faintly through the cracks in the floorboards, a heartbeat answering the one in my head. It wasn't calling me to open it again. It was simply letting me know it was there, that it was aware of me. The agreement of silence was broken, and a new understanding was being negotiated. I knelt not to open, but to listen. The hum softened, not in retreat, but in acknowledgement. We were listening to each other now. The house held its breath, and I held mine, waiting to see what would happen next. The floorboard beneath my knee trembled, not with a physical vibration, but with a deeper resonance that traveled straight up my bones. The hum in my head swelled into a chord, a complex note of invitation and warning. I pressed my palm flat against the wood, and for a fleeting second I felt it the echo of that silent scream, not of terror, but of a loneliness so vast it could swallow stars. A soft knock on my door made me jerk my hand back as if burned. The hum vanished. retreating back into the hidden places of my mind. "Sweetheart," my mother's voice was muffled by the door, strained with a false calm. "I'm making more polish. Would you like to help?" It was a peace offering, a return to the ritual, a way to plug the hole we had both peered into. I stood, my legs unsteady, and opened the door. She stood there, holding a bowl of fresh lemons, their bright yellow a violent contrast to the pallor of her face. Her eyes were red-rimmed. "Sure," I said. We worked in the kitchen in silence, the only sound the scrape of zester against lemon rind. The citrus scent was overpowering, a sharp, acidic weapon against the lingering memory of ozone and nothingness. I watched her hands as she worked. They were steady, but the ghost of that smudge seemed to linger on her knuckle, a stain I alone could see. She finally spoke, her voice low. "It wants to be remembered." She didn't look at me. "But some things are meant to be forgotten. The remembering, it hurts." "What happens if we stop forgetting?" I asked, my own voice quiet. The zester stilled in her hand. She looked out the window toward the garden where it all began. "Then it becomes real again," she whispered. "And we have to live through it all over, but without the innocence of not knowing what's coming." She went back to her work, but the air had changed. The lemon scent was no longer just clanging, it was desperation. We were both frantically polishing the surface of a world that was cracking beneath our feet. The hum in my head remained, a patient, constant witness to our futile chore. It knew we could polish until our hands were raw, but the void under the floor was awake now, and it had tasted my memory. It knew I was listening. The pile of yellow zest grew between us, a tiny mountain of attempted normalcy. My mother's hands moved with a frantic, practiced efficiency, but I saw the slight tremor in her fingers now. She was afraid. The realization was colder than the void under the floor. My mother, the architect of our silence, was terrified of the thing she had helped to bury. "We need to be more careful," she said, not looking up from the lemon she was eviscerating. "The equilibrium is delicate. It responds to strong emotion, to memory." "Does it respond to fear?" I asked. Her hands stilled. A drop of lemon juice fell from the fruit and hit the counter, a tiny, acidic tear. "Especially to fear," she whispered. She swept the zest into a jar and sealed it tight, as if locking the fear inside with it. "I'm going to bed," she announced, her voice drained. "Don't stay up too late." I watched her go, her shoulders bowed under a weight I was only beginning to understand. The kitchen was left to me, smelling of sharp, clean lies. I washed the tools, dried the bowl, wiped the counter until it shone. But the smell of lemons was now tainted. It no longer smelled clean. It smelled like panic, like something rotting underneath a desperate perfume. The hum in my head was a quiet pulse, a patient rhythm. It wasn't pushing. It was just there, a companion in the silence. I turned off the lights and walked through the dark house. The floorboards were cool beneath my bare feet. As I passed the parlor, a glint of green light caught my eye from beneath the closed door of my room. It was faint, a mere suggestion, but it was there, a signal. I didn't go in. I stood outside my door, my hand resting on the cool wood. I could feel it on the other side, that perfect circle of negation, humming its lonely song. It wasn't a monster. It was a record, a recording of a moment of such profound wrongness that it broke the world around it, and it was lonely to be the only one who remembered. I understood then why my mother polished and cleaned until her hands were raw. It was a prayer, a plea to forget, but I had remembered, I had touched it, and now I was part of its memory, too. I went to my mother's door instead. It was slightly ajar. I peeked inside. She was asleep, but her face was tense, her eyelids fluttering. One hand was curled under her cheek, and there on her knuckle, clear in the moonlight streaming through her window, was a faint, greenish smudge. The hum in my head softened as if in sympathy. It was all the confirmation I needed. We were not just caretakers of a secret. We were prisoners of it, and the lock on our prison was beginning to rust. The scent of lemons followed me down the hall, but now it was the smell of our shared cell, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that we could never polish our way free. The reflection in the dark window showed my own face, pale and watchful, but for a moment it was not my eyes I saw looking back. It was the void-esque patient gaze, the infinite curiosity of something that has waited a long time to be seen. I turned away, the hum in my head a quiet, approving murmur. Sleep was impossible. I lay in bed, the weight of the house pressing down on me. The clean sheet smelled of lemon, but underneath it I could swear I caught the dry, ancient scent of stone. I thought of my mother's hand, the mark she could not wash away, a permanent tattoo of that moment in the garden. I had inherited more than his smile. I had inherited her stain. A soft sound pulled me from my thoughts, not the hum, but a real sound, a faint, rhythmic scraping from downstairs. I sat up, my heart hammering against my ribs. The house was never truly silent, but this was different. This was intentional. I slipped out of bed and moved to the door, easing it open. The hallway was dark, but a sliver of light cut from beneath the kitchen door. The scraping was clearer now, a familiar sound, the sound of the grater against a lemon-esque skin. I moved down the stairs, avoiding the creaky step in the middle. I stopped at the kitchen doorway. She was there, her back to me at the counter. The bowl of lemons was nearly empty. Her right hand worked the grater with a frantic, mechanical pace, while her left was clenched into a tight fist at her side. The pile of zest was enormous, spilling over the edge of the cutting board. She was whispering a low, frantic stream of words I couldn't quite make out. It sounded like a list or a recipe repeated over and over. A recipe for forgetting. The air was thick with the smell, so potent it felt like it was scrubbing the inside of my lungs. I must have made a sound, a breath, or the shuffle of a foot on the tile. She went perfectly still. The grating stopped. Her head tilted slightly, but she did not turn around. "You can out clean it," I said, my voice quiet in the fragrant, electric air. Her shoulders slumped. She unclenched her left hand and stared at her own knuckle. "I know," she said, her voice ragged with exhaustion, "but I can try. I have to try." She finally turned to face me. Her eyes were wide, not with fear, but with a desperate, heartbreaking hope. "Maybe if it's clean enough," she whispered, "the memory will have nothing to hold on to. Maybe it will just fade away." The hum in my mind surged, not in anger, but in a wave of profound sorrow. It was an answer. It would never fade. We were stuck with it, this third member of our family, this memory in a box under the floor. And as I looked at my mother, her hands covered in yellow zest and her eyes full of a futile hope, I knew our polishing days were over. The silence had been broken for good. The next morning, the kitchen reeked of a sweetness gone sour, the ghost of last night's frantic labor. My mother moved through her routine with a brittle precision, her eyes avoiding mine, her scrubbing cloth moving in tight, angry circles over the counter. The mark on her knuckle seemed darker, a tiny bruise blooming on her skin. I did not pick up a cloth. I did not offer to help. I sat at the table and watched her, and the hum in my head was a steady, waiting presence. She could feel my stillness, my refusal to participate in the ritual. The air between us grew thick with the things we were not saying. Finally, she threw the cloth into the sink with a wet slap. "It won't work if we don't both do it," she said, her voice tight. "It was never going to work," I replied. The truth of it was as solid as the floor beneath us. She leaned against the sink, her breath catching in a way that was almost a sob. She looked old, The lines on her face seemed deeper, as if the memory was physically etching itself into her. "What else is there?" she asked, a genuine plea. "What do we do?" I looked toward the hallway, toward my room. The hum shifted, a gentle pull. We stopped pretending it's not there. The color drained from her face. "No, we don't understand what it wants." "It wants to be remembered," I said, echoing her own words from the night before. "It wants to be finished." The words burst from her, sharp and raw. That moment in the garden, it wasn't an end. It was an interruption. It's a cut wire sparking. It wants to complete the circuit. The image was terrifying and clear. The screaming silhouette, the swirling sky, the box slammed shut on a moment of catastrophic change. It wasn't a burial, it was a pause. I stood up. The hum was a guide now, a thread I had to follow. I walked out of the kitchen and down the hall. I heard her follow me, her footsteps hesitant behind mine. I didn't go to my room. I walked right past my door and pushed open the door to the garden. The morning air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and blooming things. It was the same garden from my memory, but peaceful, ordinary. The hum in my head softened, blending with the sound of bees among the flowers. She stopped at the threshold, unable to cross onto the grass. She hugged her arms around herself, watching me with wide, frightened eyes. I walked to the center of the lawn, to the spot where the memory lived. I stood there, feeling the sun on my skin, and I closed my eyes. I didn't fight the hum. I let it rise, and with it came the memory, not as a terrifying flash, but as a story. I saw them, not monsters, but a man and a woman, terrified of what was happening, of what he was becoming. They acted not in malice, but in a desperate, love-fueled attempt to stop it. The box was not a prison, it was a dam. I opened my eyes and looked at my mother, still framed in the doorway, a prisoner of her own making. "Yes, not lost," I said, "yes, waiting." A single tear traced a path through the powder on her cheek. She nodded, a tiny, broken movement. The fight went out of her, and for the first time I saw not fear, but a profound and weary grief. The polishing, the silence, it had never been about containing a monster. It had been about mourning a man. The hum in my head settled into a quiet, resonant hum, a sound of alignment. It was no longer a noise inside me. It was the sound of the house itself, of the garden, of the truth we had finally spoken. It wasn't a threat. It was a requiem, and we were finally listening. The garden was suddenly very quiet, the bees stilled, the air holding its breath. My mother took one step onto the grass, then another, her movements hesitant, like a fawn on new legs. She walked toward me, her eyes fixed on the spot where I stood, the epicenter of everything. She stopped an arm's length away, her gaze dropping to the ground. "I was so afraid of what it would do to you," she whispered. "I thought if I could just keep it quiet, keep it clean, you could have a normal life." "There is no normal," I said softly, "not after this." She nodded, a fresh wave of tears welling in her eyes. "I know that now." She knelt, her knees sinking into the soft grass. She placed her hand flat on the earth, right over the heart of the memory, the hand with the smudge. "I'm sorry," she said, and she wasn't talking to me. The ground beneath her palm seemed to sigh. The hum in my head didn't change its pitch, but its quality shifted from one of lonely waiting to one of recognition. Acknowledgement. The frantic energy that had plagued the house for days seemed to drain away, leaving behind a profound, aching stillness. She looked up at me, her face streaked with tears, but clearer than I had seen it in years. "He loved this garden," she said. "He was planting a rose bush for me. That's when the sky changed." I knelt beside her, the damp earth cool through my pajamas. I placed my hand next to hers. The hum resonated through the soil, through my bones, a vibration that was no longer separate from me. It was a part of my history, a thread woven into the fabric of who I was. "We have to finish it," I said. The words felt right, they felt true. She didn't flinch, she just looked at me, and for the first time I saw a flicker of something other than fear in her eyes. It was resolve. "How?" she asked. "I don't know," I admitted, "but we have to open the box." The word hung in the air between us, no longer a curse, but a necessity. The lid had to come off. The circuit had to be completed. We sat there in the morning sun, two women in a garden, hands on the ground, finally ready to face the sparking, unfinished wire of our past. The hum was quiet, waiting for us to decide what came next. We did not go back into the house. The thought of returning to those scrubbed and suffocating rooms was impossible now. The answer was not inside. It was here in this sunlit space where it had all begun. My mother's hand found mine on the grass, her fingers cold and trembling. "The tools are in the shed," she said, her voice barely a breath. "The old ones, the ones we used." I helped her to her feet. We walked to the small wooden shed tucked against the back fence. The door creaked on its hinges, releasing a smell of old soil and rust. Inside, amidst bags of fertilizer and coiled hoses, leaned a long iron pry bar and a heavy mallet, both flecked with ancient, oxidized paint, tools for a job that had been left half done. We carried them back to the center of the garden. The weight of the iron bar in my hand felt final. The hum in my head was a steady, guiding tone, no longer a noise but a direction. "Here," my mother said, her voice firmer now, pointing to a seemingly random patch of grass. But I could feel it too. A slight dip in the earth, a subtle pull. We had buried it deep, but not deep enough to escape its own gravity. I positioned the tip of the bar and raised the mallet. The first strike sent a jolt up my arms. The second hit with a solid, resonant thud. On the third strike, the ground gave way with a soft, deep sigh. Not a crash, but a release. The grass and soil fell away, revealing not dirt and worms, but the same impossible darkness from under my floorboards, now exposed to the open air. The perfect circle of black. The green light pulsed within it, slower now, a lazy, watchful heartbeat. We stood at the edge of our shared history, looking down into the void we had created. The hum swelled, not in triumph, but in a kind of homesickness. It was time to bring him home. My mother gripped my arm, not in fear, but in solidarity, and together we prepared to lift the lid. The lid was not heavy. It was not light. It was a weight that existed outside of such concepts, a slab of absolute negation. We did not lift it so much as persuade it to move, the iron of our tools groaning in protest against its impossible nature. A seam of viridian light appeared, then widened. There was no explosion, no roar of damned energy set free. There was only a sigh, a long exhalation of held breath that had been waiting for decades. The green light poured out, not as a beam, but as a liquid, a mist that pooled on the grass and clung to our ankles, cool and silent. And within the box there was no monster, there was no twisted corpse or raging specter. There was only the memory made whole. The garden around us flickered. The bright sun dimmed, and for a single heart-stopping second, the day was replaced by a roiling, bruised purple twilight. A man was there on his knees, his hands plunged into the earth not to plant, but to anchor himself. His face was turned up to the screaming sky, not in terror, but in a desperate, agonized concentration. He was trying to hold it back. He was trying to contain the storm that was not in the sky, but in himself. My mother made a small, broken sound beside me. "Robert," she breathed. He turned his head and his eyes found hers across the years. There was no blame in his gaze, only a profound, weary love and a silent apology. Then he looked at me, really looked at me, and I saw my own eyes in his face. The hum in my head was gone, replaced by a single, clear note of understanding. He had not been taken. He had sacrificed. He had drawn the wrongness into himself and let us bury it to protect us. The vision faded. The sun returned. The green mist on the grass dissolved into the air, leaving behind only the scent of ozone and rain-washed earth. The box in the ground was empty, just a hole, a finished story. My mother sank to her knees, her body shaking with silent sobs. I knelt beside her and put my arms around her. We stayed there for a long time, holding each other in the quiet garden as the bees returned to their work and the sun warmed our backs. The silence that settled over the house was no longer a thing to be polished. It was just peace. It was finally over. Story 3. My gaze was fixed on the mirror across the dim room. It hung slightly askew, but it wasn't the tilt that held my attention. There was an odd shimmer, a glint that came and went just at the very edge. The room was soundless, save for the gentle tick of the mantel clock, but its rhythm seemed strangely slow today. I remained still, watching, waiting for that glint to reveal more, to morph into something my mind could grasp, but it remained elusive, ever on the border of perception. Then, almost imperceptibly, the frame of the mirror shifted, as if catching a breeze that shouldn't exist. That was it, the absence of wind, and yet the mirror moved. The observation was not new. It was simply the latest in a series of quiet disturbances, a collection of facts that refused to cohere into a single truth. The memory of it all does not begin at a specific point, but rather as a feeling, a gradual cooling of the air in our home. It began with the dust, I think, or perhaps my attention began with the dust. I would run a finger along the shelf and find a perfect, smooth finish. I had not dusted, had they? It was a small thing, a kindness even, but it felt like an erasure, a removal of my trace from a space we were meant to share. I would watch their hands, capable and calm, as they prepared a meal or turned a page in a book, and I would try to imagine those same hands meticulously wiping away the faint evidence of my presence. There was a phrase they used sometimes, a simple turn of words that I once found endearing. "It's only the two of us," they would say, a statement meant to convey solidarity, a shared world. But after a time, the meaning began to curdle. It felt less like a comfort and more like a reminder, a gentle insistence on a fact that might not have been entirely true. Was it a reassurance for me or for them? I started to hear it not as a comfort, but as a delimitation, a marking of a boundary I was not to cross. The silence in the house grew thicker, a palpable thing. The tick of the clock, once a background hum, became a measured beat around which everything else pivoted. I found myself listening for other sounds, for the creak of a floorboard that was not under my own weight, for the faint sigh of a door closing in a distant part of the house when I knew they were sitting right beside me. They would look up from their book, their expression one of mild inquiry. "What is it?" they would ask. And I would say it was nothing, because it was always nothing. A settling of the old house, the wind in the eaves, the ordinary music of an ordinary evening. But the ordinary had slipped away. My world had narrowed to a set of perceptions, a constant, low-grade assessment of reality. I began to study the angles of the rooms, the way the light fell at a particular hour, the precise arrangement of objects on a table. A book left open on the arm of a chair, its spine bent at a page I was certain I had not been reading. A chair pushed slightly back from the table, as if someone had just risen from it. These were the clues, the evidence of a narrative I could not quite read. I was an archaeologist of the present moment, sifting through the sediment of the immediate past for a truth that remained stubbornly buried. I would retrace my steps, my movements, trying to catch the moment of change. Had I left the kitchen window latched, I was sure I had. But returning an hour later, I would find it open just a crack, the sheer curtain breathing softly inward. I would turn to them about to speak and find them watching me, their head tilted. There was no accusation in their look, only a patient, waiting curiosity. It was my own reflection I saw in their eyes, a woman becoming a stranger to herself in a familiar room. The glint in the mirror, that is where my mind always returns. It was not a reflection of a light source I could identify. It was something else, a hard minute speck of brilliance that seemed to originate from within the glass itself. I stared at it until my eyes ached, trying to resolve it into a known shape. A flaw in the glass, perhaps, a chip in the silvering, a logical explanation for an illogical feeling. And then the movement, that slight, impossible shift of the heavy frame. It was a confirmation and a condemnation. It was the world agreeing with my secret thesis that the laws of physics had become suggestions in this house, that the solid had become fluid. They found me standing there, frozen before the glass. "What are you looking at?" they asked, their voice soft, almost a whisper. I could not answer. I could only look from their face in the doorway to their reflection in the mirror. They were not quite identical. The angle of the head was different, the light catching the planes of the face in a way that suggested a different person altogether, someone familiar and yet profoundly unknown. They smiled then, a slow, gentle curve of the lips that did not touch their eyes. "It is only the two of us," they said. The words hung in the still air between us, a charm against the unspoken. I looked back at the mirror. The glint was gone, the frame was still. The only movement was the slow, deliberate pulse in their throat, the steady rise and fall of their breathing. The clock ticked on, its rhythm restored to a pace I no longer trusted. I saw my own face then, pale and drawn in the silvered glass, my eyes wide with a knowledge I could not articulate. I saw the fear, and behind the fear, a dreadful, looping certainty that the mystery was not outside in the world, but locked within the confines of my own mind, a room from which there was no exit. My gaze was fixed on the mirror across the dim room. It hung slightly askew, but it wasn't the tilt that held my attention. It was my own reflection and the impossible, silent question in its eyes. The room was soundless, save for the gentle tick of the mantel clock, a rhythm that now seemed to measure only the distance between one doubt and the next. I remained still, watching, waiting for the understanding to come, for the glint to return and show me what was really there. But there was only the glass and the woman trapped within it, and the faint, cold draft that shouldn't have been there brushing against the back of my neck. I did not turn to face them. I could not. My eyes remained locked on the mirror, on the reflection of the room behind me. They stood in the doorway, a silhouette against the softer light of the hall. I watched their reflection approach, their steps silent on the rug. The cold draft I felt on my neck did not stir a single hair on the head of my reflection. The discrepancy was a small, sharp needle piercing the fabric of the real. They came to stand behind me, their hands rising to rest on my shoulders. Their touch was warm, solid, a stark contrast to the chill still whispering against my skin. In the mirror, I saw their face over my shoulder, their expression one of tender concern. Their eyes met mine in the glass. "You're so cold," they murmured, their thumbs rubbing slow circles. "You've been standing here too long. You'll make yourself ill with these thoughts." Their words were reasonable, kind. They were the words of a person caring for another. But the voice, though soft, held a faint metallic edge, like the echo of the glint that had now vanished. I felt the words not as comfort, but as a blanket being drawn over my head, smothering and warm. "I felt a draft," I said, my own voice sounding thin and reedy in the thick silence. "An old house," they replied, their reflection smiling gently. "It has its own breath, you know that." Their hands tightened slightly on my shoulders, a possessive, grounding pressure. "Come away from the glass, it's late." Their eyes in the mirror did not look away from mine. They held my gaze with a terrifying patience, as if they could wait forever for my reason to unravel completely. I saw their lips form the words again, though no sound came out this time. I read them clearly. It's only the two of us. And then in the depths of the mirror, just for a fraction of a second, I saw it. Behind their reflected shoulder, in the corner of the room that was empty in both reality and reflection, a shadow detached itself from the deeper darkness. It was not a shape, but a movement, a ripple in the air, a coalescence of nothing into a brief, distinct presence that was there and then gone. My breath caught in my throat. They felt the tension in my muscles. "What is it now?" they asked, their voice still soft, but with a new thread of weariness woven through it. I could not speak. I could only stare at the empty space in the mirror where the shadow had been. The truth broke over me not as a revelation, but as a suffocating wave. The careful removals, the corrected objects, the open window, it was not a haunting. It was a housekeeping. They were not reassuring me. They were maintaining the fiction. The second presence was not a threat to me. It was a part of them, a silent partner in this delicate, terrible choreography of making sure there was only ever two. I forced my shoulders to relax under their hands, a feat of will that felt like lifting a great weight. A smile, thin and brittle, touched my lips in the reflection. "You're right," I heard myself say, the words ash in my mouth. "It's late. I'm just tired." The concern in their eyes deepened, a perfect performance of empathy. "Of course you are," they soothed, turning me gently away from the mirror. As I moved, my eyes scanned the room behind us. It was empty, just as it should be, just as it always was. They guided me toward the door, their arm around my waist, a gesture that once felt protective and now felt like a restraint. I let myself be led, my mind screaming even as my body obeyed. The cold spot on my neck had vanished, but the memory of it was a brand. The shadow in the mirror had been a confirmation. This was the reality of my life now, a performance where I was both the audience and the unwitting participant. We walked down the hall to the bedroom. The house was quiet, the only sound the whisper of our footsteps. They began to talk of mundane things, the plans for the garden, a letter that had come in the post, their voice a steady, calming drone designed to pull me back from the edge. I nodded at the appropriate moments, making small sounds of agreement. My compliance was my new language, a way to hide the terrifying clarity that had finally taken root. I understood the rules now. The goal was not to prove the existence of the third. The goal was to pretend with every fiber of my being that I believed there were only two. My sanity depended on my ability to lie better than they could. As they held the bedroom door open for me, I paused on the threshold and looked back down the hall toward the living room. The mirror was out of sight, but its presence felt heavier than ever. They followed my gaze, their expression unchanging. "Everything all right?" they asked. I looked at them, really looked, and for the first time I saw the effort behind the calm mask, the slight tension around the eyes that spoke of a constant, vigilant watchfulness. They were working so very hard to maintain our world. "Yes," I said, my voice steady. I offered a better smile, one that reached my eyes. "Everything is perfect. It's only us after all." The words were key. I saw the subtle release in their posture, a barely perceptible exhale of relief. They believed they had won me back. They ushered me into the room and closed the door, and I knew with a cold certainty that the performance was everything. My freedom, my very self, depended on it. I would play my part, and I would watch, and I would wait for my moment, all the while pretending I saw nothing at all. The next morning, the sun poured into the kitchen, a bright, ordinary gold. They were at the stove, humming softly, the scent of coffee and toast filling the air. It was a scene of such perfect domestic peace that it felt like a painted backdrop. I took my usual seat at the table, my hands folded in my lap. "Did you sleep well?" they asked without turning around, their tone light and airy. "Like a log," I replied, the lie smooth and easy. "Not a single dream." I kept my eyes on my hands, but my awareness was everywhere. I noted the placement of the butter knife, the angle of the sunbeam on the floor, the specific cadence of their humming. I was mapping the territory of the normal, memorizing the script so I could follow it without a misstep. They brought 2 plates to the table, setting one before me with a small, warm smile. Their eyes searched my face for a moment, and I made sure to meet their gaze with a placid, grateful expression. The scrutiny passed. They sat down across from me and picked up their newspaper. The silence that followed was the true test. It was a silence I had once found comfortable. Now I understood it was a medium, a substance through which other things could move. I ate my toast, each bite deliberate and slow. I focused on the crunch, the taste, anchoring myself in the sensory to keep from drifting into the panic that lapped at the edges of my mind. Then from the living room came a sound. It was faint, little more than a sigh of displaced air, like a curtain being let fall. My eyes flickered toward the doorway for an instant before I could stop them. They lowered the newspaper an inch. Did you hear something? The question was a trap. A concerned partner would say yes, would get up to investigate. A partner who believed the fiction of only us would dismiss it. It's just the house, I said, taking a sip of coffee. My hand did not shake. It always makes that sound when the sun hits it in the morning, the old timbers warming up. I had never noticed such a sound before in my life. I was inventing physics, creating a plausible reality on the spot. The silence from their side of the table was profound. I could feel their surprise, a quick, sharp spark that was there and then ruthlessly suppressed. Of course, they said, and the newspaper rustled as they raised it again. You're probably right. But in that moment of surprise, I had felt it. A shift, a tiny crack in the facade. They had not expected me to have an answer. They had expected my fear, my uncertainty. My compliance was a new variable in their equation, and for the first time I felt a sliver of power, cold and sharp. The game had truly begun. The newspaper remained raised, a brittle shield between us. I finished my breakfast with methodical calm, each movement measured and quiet. The house itself seemed to be holding its breath, waiting to see what I would do next. When I stood to take my plate to the sink, I made sure my footsteps were audible, a firm and ordinary sound. I felt their eyes on my back as I rinsed the plate. The water was warm, almost too hot, and I focused on that sensation, the steam rising to my face. It was a real thing, a tangible fact in a world that was becoming less solid by the day. I placed the clean plate in the drying rack and turned, leaning against the counter. I think I'll work in the garden today, I announced. The roses need pruning. They lowered the paper slowly, their expression neutral. That sounds like a good idea. The air might do you good. It was a concession, or perhaps a test. The garden was a space of open air and clear sight lines, a place where secrets were harder to keep. I nodded and turned to go, but their voice stopped me. Will you be long? I paused at the doorway, not looking back. As long as it takes, I said, and then I added, it's just me and the roses. The words hung in the air, a perfect, poisonous echo. I did not wait for a response. I walked out into the hall, collected my hat and gloves from the stand, and let myself out the back door. The sunlight outside was a shock, bright and unfiltered. I took a deep breath, the air clean and sharp with the scent of damp earth. For a few moments I simply stood on the stone path, feeling the sun on my skin, trying to anchor myself in this simple reality. I could see the kitchen window from where I stood. The curtain was still. There was no one watching. I moved to the rose beds, the pruning shears cold in my hand. The work was methodical, a rhythm of snip and clear. I lost myself in the task, the thorny stems demanding my full attention. It was a relief to engage with something that could be fixed, shaped, controlled. It was during a pause as I wiped my brow with the back of my glove that I saw it. Upstairs, in the window of the room that held the mirror, the curtain twitched. It was not a gentle sway. It was a sharp, definite movement, as if it had been grabbed and then released. The window was closed. There was no breeze. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, trapped bird, but my face, I knew, was calm. I was in the open. I could be seen. I bent back to the roses, my movement steady. I did not look up again. I had given them my performance in the kitchen. Now they were giving me one in return. It was a message, a reminder that their watchfulness did not end at the walls of the house. The back door opened. They stepped out, carrying a glass of water. "I thought you might be thirsty," they called, their voice cheerful. "Thank you," I said, straightening up and taking the glass. Our fingers brushed. Theirs were cold. They stood for a moment, surveying my work. "You've done a lot." "It's peaceful out here," I said, and took a long drink. The water was frigid, tasting faintly of metal from the old pipes. They nodded, their eyes scanning the garden, the fence line, the sky, before finally settling back on me. "It's a good day for it." They hesitated, as if searching for the right words. "You seem better today." "I am better," I affirmed, handing the empty glass back. "I think I just needed some sun." The lie was a shield, and it was working. They smiled, a real one this time, reaching their eyes. The relief in it was palpable. They believed the narrative they had constructed for me. They believed I was cured of my seeing. As they turned to go back inside, I spoke again, my voice carefully casual. "Oh, by the way, I noticed the curtain in the upstairs room was moving. The window must be loose. You might want to check the latch later." I had never mentioned the room before. I had never given any indication that I associated my unease with that specific space. The effect was instantaneous. Their backs stiffened almost imperceptibly. The pause before they answered was a beat too long. "Must have been a draft," they said, not turning around. "Must have been," I agreed softly. They disappeared inside, closing the door firmly behind them. I turned back to the roses, a cold triumph settling in my chest. I had drawn a line. I had shown them that I saw and that I would pretend I did not. The game had new rules now, and for the first time I was the one who had written them. The sun felt less warm now. The garden felt less like a refuge and more like a stage. But I was no longer just a player waiting for a cue. I was the playwright. The shears made a clean, final snip, and a dead-headed rose fell soundlessly into the trug at my feet. The act felt symbolic, a removal of something that had once been beautiful but was now only a burden to the living plant. I repeated the motion over and over, my body engaged in the simple work while my mind churned. The cold taste of the water still lingered on my tongue, a metallic reminder of the pipes and of them. Their reaction to my comment about the curtain had been everything, a confirmation sharper than any glint in a mirror. They were not alone in their watchfulness. The third was not just a silent partner in maintenance. It was an active participant, one that could be startled, one that could make mistakes. I worked until my muscles ached and the sun began its slow descent. When I finally went inside, the house was quiet. They were in the study, reading by the lamp. They looked up and offered a smile that was meant to be warm. "All done." "All done," I said, hanging my hat. The roses looked much better. I moved through the evening routines with a newfound sense of purpose. I set the table for two. I made conversation about nothing. I laughed at the right moments. I was the perfect portrait of a woman content in her home. And all the while I was listening, not for strange sounds, but for the quality of the silence between the sounds. I was watching not for moving shadows, but for the way the light fell and for what it might be trying to hide. Later, as I prepared for bed, I walked past the room with the mirror. The door was closed. I did not pause. I did not even glance at it. I went into the bathroom and brushed my teeth, studying my own face in the medicine cabinet mirror. The woman who looked back was calm, her eyes clear. She was a good actress. She had learned her lines. When I returned to the bedroom, they were already in bed, the covers drawn up to their chin. Their eyes were closed, but I knew they were not asleep. The rhythm of their breathing was too deliberate. I slipped into my side of the bed and turned off the lamp, plunging the room into darkness. The silence was absolute. I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling I could not see. Minutes ticked by, an hour. I focused on keeping my own breathing deep, and even the breath of a person lost in untroubled sleep. Then it came, not a sound, but a sensation. A change in the pressure of the air, a slight thickening in the darkness beside me. I did not move. I did not open my eyes. I could feel a presence standing beside the bed, looking down at the two of us. It was not them. The weight and heat of their body was still beside me, their false sleep breath unchanged. This was something else. This was the other. It did nothing. It simply stood there, a void in the shape of a person, observing. The fear was a cold stone in my stomach, but I did not let it reach my muscles. I remained limp, a doll abandoned in sleep. I felt a focus then, a attention shift from the general to the specific. It was looking at me. It was assessing the performance. After an eternity, the pressure in the air shifted again. The presence withdrew, moving away from the bed. I heard the bedroom door open, a whisper of sound, and then close. They did not stir. They had known it was there. They had always known. I finally let my eyes open, adjusting to the faint moonlight filtering through the window. The room was empty. It was just the two of us again. But the truth was now a physical thing in the bed between us, a cold space that could not be warmed. They had brought it in to check on me. My performance was being reviewed by the director. A small, hard knot of resolve formed in my chest. I had passed this test, but the next one would be harder. I would have to be better. I closed my eyes not to sleep, but to plan. The game was not just about pretending I saw nothing. It was about convincing them I was nothing, a blank page, a closed door. I had to become the most convincing part of their fiction until the moment I chose to break it. The next morning, I was the first to rise. The space on their side of the bed was cold. I went to the kitchen and began making coffee, my movements quiet and efficient. When they entered, I was already pouring 2 cups. I handed one to them, our fingers brushing briefly. "Thank you," they said, their voice still rough with sleep. Their eyes, however, were clear and watchful. "The coffee is especially good this morning," I remarked, taking a sip. It was bitter, but I smiled. They nodded, seemingly satisfied, and turned to look out the window at the garden. I allowed my gaze to drift over their shoulder to the wall calendar where a small penciled cross marked today's date. It was a marking I had never made. My coffee cup felt suddenly fragile in my hand. I understood then that the day held an appointment, one I was not privy to. My performance would need to be flawless. I took another drink, the bitter taste now a promise. I was ready. The morning passed with a thick, syrupy slowness. I busied myself with dusting, running a cloth over surfaces that were already clean, all the while tracking their movements from the corner of my eye. They were restless, checking the clock on the mantelpiece with a frequency they tried to disguise. The penciled cross on the calendar seemed to pulse in my vision every time I passed it. Just before noon, they cleared their throat. "I have to pop into town," they said, their tone artificially light. "Just a quick errand. You'll be all right here." "Of course," I said, not looking up from the book I was pretending to read. "Take your time." I felt their hesitation. This was a deviation. They never left me alone, not since the tiredness had begun. This was a test, a new level of the game. They needed to see what I would do with an empty house. I won't be long, they promised, and I heard the jingle of keys. I waited until the front door clicked shut, and then I waited longer, counting the seconds until the sound of the car engine faded completely down the lane. Silence descended, deeper and more profound than any that had come before. I was alone, or I was alone with it. I closed my book and set it aside. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, but my movements were slow and deliberate as I stood. I did not rush. I did not head for the room with the mirror. Instead, I went to the kitchen and refilled my coffee cup. I stood at the sink, drinking it, looking out at the garden. I was a portrait of a woman at peace in her solitude. But my eyes were recording everything. The angle of the sunlight on the floorboards, the exact position of the chair they had been sitting in. I finished the coffee, washed the cup, and placed it back in the cupboard. Then I walked into the living room and sat in my usual armchair. I picked up my knitting, a shapeless project I used as a prop, and let my hands fall into the familiar, mindless rhythm. I did not have to wait long. A soft creak sounded from the hallway, the third step from the top of the stairs. It was a sound I knew well, a sound the house made when someone stepped on it. The air in the room grew still, the way water stills just before it parts. I kept my eyes on my knitting, counting stitches under my breath. 1, 2, 3. A shadow fell across the wool in my lap. It was long and distorted, stretching from the doorway. It did not move, it simply was. I did not look up. I did not acknowledge its presence. I pulled another stitch through, my fingers steady. The shadow remained for a full minute, a stain on my peripheral vision. I hummed a little tune, the same one they hummed at the stove. Then, as silently as it had come, the shadow retreated. The pressure in the room returned to normal. I continued knitting for another 10 minutes, a perfect performance of unobserved solitude, before I finally set the needles down and stretched. I rose and walked to the hallway, my steps echoing slightly in the quiet. I looked up the staircase, nothing. But on the third step from the top, where the creak had come from, a fine layer of dust on the dark wood rail was now disturbed. A single, faint smudge, the size and shape of a fingertip. I turned away and went back to my chair. The evidence was not for collecting, it was for knowing. They had left me alone to see if the third could handle me, and it had come to watch, to confirm my placidity for itself. The errand in town was a lie. They were waiting somewhere close, ready to return the moment they were summoned or the moment they feared things had gone wrong. The front door opened exactly 47 minutes later. They came in, their cheeks flushed as if from the cold, a paper bag of shopping in their arms. "Everything all right?" they asked, their eyes scanning me, the room, searching for any sign of disturbance. "Perfectly quiet," I said, looking up from my knitting with a mild smile. "How was town?" Their shoulders relaxed. "Fine, just fine." They held up the bag. "I bought you those biscuits you like." A reward, a treat for a pet that had behaved. I accepted the offering with gratitude, the cellophane wrapper crackling in my hands. The game was evolving. They were beginning to trust my act, and I was beginning to learn the patterns of my jailers. The next time they left, I would be ready. The taste of the biscuit was ash in my mouth, but I made a show of enjoying it, brushing the crumbs from my lap with a contented sigh. "Thank you," I said, and the words felt like stones. That was just what I needed. "Oh." They smiled, a genuine flicker of warmth that made their eyes crinkle at the corners. For a heartbeat, I saw the person they used to be, the one I thought I knew, and a sharp pang of loss pierced through my cold resolve. Then it was gone, replaced by the careful mask of the keeper. They began putting the shopping away, their movements efficient and familiar. The normalcy of it was the most frightening thing of all. I waited until they were occupied, the cupboard doors opening and closing, before I let my gaze travel to the staircase. The smudge on the banister was still there, a tiny monument to the unseen observer. It was proof, not just of its existence, but of its physicality. It could touch things, it could leave marks. The thought was both terrifying and electrifying. The afternoon light began to fade, casting long, distorted shadows across the living room. They built a fire, and we sat in the flickering glow, the silence between us a comfortable one for them, a charged one for me. I pretended to read, my mind racing ahead. The pattern was established now. They had tested me and were satisfied. They would leave me alone again. 2 days later they did. The excuse was a forgotten prescription, a need to see the chemist before it closed. The performance was the same, the slight anxiety, the promise to be quick. I played my part, nodding absently from my chair, my eyes never leaving my book. The moment the car was gone, I moved. I did not go to the stairs. I went to the kitchen and retrieved the heavy torch from the drawer, its weight solid and reassuring in my hand. Then I walked to the cupboard under the stairs, the one that held the fuse box and the meter. It was the one place in the house I had never properly investigated, a dark, cobweb-choked space I had always avoided. The door stuck as it always did, and I had to put my shoulder into it. The air that rushed out was cold and smelled of dust and damp. I clicked on the torch. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the gray spiderwebs and the old, gnawed wooden beams. I stepped inside. I ran the light along the walls, over the humming electricity meter, across the floor, nothing but junk and decay. My hope began to falter. Then the beam caught something in the far corner, tucked behind a rolled-up length of carpet. It was a small, leather-bound book, dark with age. I reached for it, my fingers brushing against the cold, stiff leather. A floorboard creaked directly above me. In the living room, I froze, the torch beam shaking slightly in my hand. I held my breath, listening. There was no other sound. It was standing right above me. It knew where I was. Slowly, carefully, I backed out of the cupboard, pulling the door shut with a soft click. I stood in the hallway, the book clutched against my chest, hidden under my cardigan. The house was silent again. I walked back to my armchair and sat down, my heart hammering. I had pushed too far too soon. I had been reckless. The front door opened. They were back too soon. Their eyes found me immediately, sitting calmly by the fire. They looked relieved, then their gaze swept the room, checking for inconsistencies. I had left no trace. The cupboard door was closed. The torch was back in its drawer. The only thing out of place was the book pressed against my racing heart. "You're back early," I said, my voice steady. "The chemist was quicker than I thought," they replied, their eyes finally settling on me, seeing only what I wanted them to see. A woman at rest, a closed book. They sat down and the evening resumed its placid course. But beneath the blanket draped over my lap, my fingers traced the outline of the stolen book. I had something now, a piece of their truth, and I knew with a cold certainty that the thing in the house knew I had taken it. The game was no longer about observation. It was about possession, and I had just stolen the first move. The weight of the book was a secret against my skin. I excused myself early, pleading a slight headache from the fire's heat, a lie they accepted with a nod of sympathy. In the bathroom, with the door locked and the tap running, I finally drew it out. The leather was soft and worn, the cover blank. My hands trembled as I opened it. The pages were filled with a tight, sloping script I did not recognize. It was not their handwriting. Dates headed the entries, stretching back years. I flipped toward the middle, my eyes snagging on a phrase. The subject remains unaware. Integration is slow but progressing. Physical manifestations are still weak, requiring a conduit. A cold dread, deeper than any I had felt before, washed over me. This was not a diary of hauntings. It was a logbook. I turned another page and a photograph slipped out, fluttering to the floor. It was a picture of me taken from outside the kitchen window last autumn. I was laughing, unaware. Scrawled on the back in the same unfamiliar hand was a single word, suitable. The doorknob turned, then stopped, finding the lock. A gentle knock. Everything all right in there, their voice called, laced with a false concern that now sounded monstrous. Fine, I managed, my voice strangled. I shoved the book and photo into the empty towel cabinet, my movements frantic, just feeling a bit faint. I splashed water on my face, watching the pale, terrified woman in the mirror. I was not a subject of a haunting. I was the subject of an experiment. The third was not a ghost they lived with. It was something they were cultivating, and I was its intended host. I unlocked the door. They were waiting, their eyes scanning my damp face, looking for cracks in the veneer. "You look pale," they said, reaching out to touch my forehead. I forced myself not to flinch. "It's passing," I whispered, allowing them to guide me back to the bedroom. They tucked me in with a tenderness that now felt like a violation. As they turned out the light, I saw it. A shadow, darker than the rest, detached itself from the corner of the room and stood at the foot of the bed. It was no longer just observing, it was waiting. They had given it permission to come closer. I closed my eyes, the word from the photograph burning in my mind. Suitable. The game was over. I was not a player. I was the prize. The night was endless. I lay rigid, every sense screaming, while the presence at the foot of the bed remained. It did not move, but I could feel a cold emanation from it, a patient, hungry stillness. They slept, or pretended to sleep, beside me, their breathing a steady counterpoint to my own terror. They were the shepherd, and this thing was the wolf they had welcomed into the fold. When the first gray light of dawn filtered through the curtains, the shadow was gone. The room was just a room again. I waited until they stirred and rose, mumbling about making tea. Only then did I allow myself to move, my muscles aching with the strain of the night's vigil. The day was a minefield. Every casual touch felt like a probe, every question a test. I played my part with a new, desperate energy. I was not just acting for my sanity anymore, but for my very self. The word suitable echoed in my head with every smile I faked. While they were in the garden, I retrieved the book from its hiding place. I needed to understand the full scope of what was planned for me. I hid it inside a hollowed-out novel and took it to the sitting room, my hands cold with fear. I turned the pages carefully. The entries were clinical, detached. The subject's emotional resilience is higher than anticipated. This may prolong the preparation phase. Another entry noted, the conduit's attachment to the subject is proving problematic. It introduces an element of hesitation. The conduit, that had to be them. They were not just a keeper, they were a bridge. Their affection for me was a flaw in the design. It was the only weakness I could see. The sound of the back door opening sent a jolt through me. I snapped the novel shut, my heart hammering. They came in, smelling of cold air and damp earth. "You're looking better," they said, their eyes lingering on me. "The rest did me good," I replied, hoping my voice didn't shake. They smiled, but it didn't reach their eyes. They knew something had shifted. The air between us was strained, charged with unspoken truths. They could feel my fear, I was sure of it. It was probably part of the process. "I was thinking," they said, leaning against the door frame. "We've been so cooped up, we should have people over. A little dinner party, it would be good for you." The suggestion was a knife. Isolation was their tool. Why break it now, unless it was another test, or worse, unless the final phase required an audience? "Who would we invite?" I asked, keeping my tone light. "The Millers from down the lane, perhaps, and Dr. Evans." The name landed with a quiet thud. Dr. Evans, their old friend, the one who had prescribed the tonics for my tiredness. The one whose handwriting, I now realized with a sickening lurch, matched the script in the leather-bound book. The pieces snapped together. It was not just the two of them. It was a network. This had been in motion long before I noticed the thing in the mirror. "That sounds lovely," I heard myself say. "It will be good to see everyone." They looked at me, a long, searching look, and for a moment I was certain they could see the book burning a hole through the novel in my lap. They could see the knowledge screaming behind my eyes. But they just nodded. "Good, I'll make the arrangements." They left the room and I sat frozen. The dinner party was not a social event. It was a ceremony, and I was to be the main offering. The timeline had just moved up. My performance would need to be perfect, not to convince them I saw nothing, but to convince them I was ready to welcome everything. I had to make them believe I was finally completely theirs. The next few hours were a study in forced normalcy. I offered to help plan the menu, suggesting dishes I knew they favored, all the while feeling like I was composing my own last meal. My mind was a whirlwind, but my hands were steady as I wrote out a shopping list. Every item felt like a prop in the final act. When they left for the village store, the house did not feel empty. It felt expectant. The silence was a held breath. I did not waste a second. I went straight to the small desk in the study where they kept their correspondence. My heart was a wild thing in my chest, but my movements were precise. The top drawer was locked. That was new. I looked around the room, my gaze landing on a heavy brass letter opener. I worked the tip into the narrow gap between the drawer and the desk, applying pressure until the old wood groaned and the lock splintered with a soft crack. The sound was deafening in the quiet house. Inside the drawer was a neat bundle of letters tied with a ribbon. The top one was from Dr. Evans. The date was from over a year ago. My eyes skimmed the formal script. The initial investment in the property has proven worthwhile. The ley lines converge exactly as the text suggested, providing the necessary energy for the manifestation. Your role as conduit is, of course, indispensable. The subject's susceptibility is remarkable. I let the letter fall from my numb fingers. It was worse than I imagined. The house, our home, had been chosen for this. They had chosen me for this. Our entire life together was a carefully constructed lie, a cage built on a mystical foundation I couldn't even comprehend. I heard the car returning, its tires crunching on the gravel drive. I shoved the letters back into the broken drawer, pushing it shut as best I could, and fled to the kitchen. I was standing at the sink, washing a cup that was already clean when they came in. They stopped in the doorway, their eyes taking in the room and then me. I could feel their scrutiny like a physical touch. "Did you have a good rest?" they asked, their voice careful. "I did," I said, turning to them with a smile that felt like it might crack my face. "I even started thinking about what to wear for the party. It feels like a special occasion." Their expressions softened, the tension in their shoulders easing. The lie had been perfect. They saw only eagerness, a welcome surrender. They held up a grocery bag. "I found the olives you like for the stew." That night they brought me a new tonic. The glass was cold in my hand. "Dr. Evans insisted," they said gently, "to ensure you have your strength for the weekend." I looked at the murky liquid. I thought of the ledger of the word preparation. I knew what this was. I brought the glass to my lips, pretending to sip, letting the bitter taste barely touch my tongue before I lowered it with a grateful smile. "Thank you for taking such good care of me." Later in the bathroom, I poured the contents down the drain, watching the evidence of their plot swirl away. I looked at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes were clear, my resolve a cold, hard stone in my gut. They thought they were preparing me. They thought I was succumbing. But they had made a critical error. Their care, however monstrous its end goal, had given me time. Their affection, their hesitation had allowed me to learn their patterns, to discover their secrets. They saw my compliance as victory. I saw it as camouflage. The dinner party was not my end, it was my opportunity. They would all be there, the conductor and his orchestra, gathered to witness the culmination of their work. They would be watching for a breakthrough, for a sign that their chosen vessel was ready. And I would give them one story for. The apartment entry was found unsecured at 21:15 hours. Entry showed no signs of forced manipulation. Lock mechanisms remained undamaged and intact. Contents appeared undisturbed, furniture aligned as per usual, appliances inactive and electronics in standby mode. A solitary shoe was positioned against the baseboard, seemingly detached from its pair. Kitchen counter surfaces were clean, save for a solitary crumb by the sink. The refrigeration unit registered a stable temperature, indicating normal operation throughout the day. A notebook was partially slid under the sofa, unopened. No signs of a struggle were present within the confined quarters. Closing the exit door required a soft lift to align the deadbolt. No supplementary keys were issued to residents. Yet, traces of recent occupancy persisted. I know this report by heart. I've read it until the words lost their shape and became only patterns of ink. Patterns that could be rearranged to form a truth I must have missed. The air in the apartment still holds the same quality it did that evening, a sterile chill that smells faintly of lemons and something else, something metallic hiding beneath the clean scent. It has the smell of absence. I come here often to stand in the center of the room and wait for the silence to break, for the memory of a sound to surface. My focus always returns to the shoe, a simple thing, dark leather worn at the heel. It was placed, not dropped. Its toe was angled precisely toward the hallway, as if pointing the way out or perhaps the way in. Its pair was never found. I have knelt where it sat, my own cheek pressed against the cool, smooth wood of the baseboard, seeing the world from its low vantage point. From there, the room is a canyon of furniture legs and dust shadows. From there, you can see the slight warp in the floorboard near the kitchen threshold, a detail no one else would note. The notebook was mine. I remember the grain of its cover, the way the spine cracked when opened for the first time. It was not a secret thing, just a place for lists, for fragments of thoughts that seemed too insignificant to hold in my head. To find it slid under the sofa felt like a violation of a private, mundane order. It was not where it belonged. The act felt deliberate, a message left in a code I was meant to decipher. When I finally pulled it out, the pages were as I had left them, filled with my own slanted handwriting. Groceries, errands, a reminder to call about a noise in the building S plumbing. But the texture of the cover felt different under my thumb, a slight stickiness near the edge, as if held by fingers that were not quite clean. People asked questions, of course. Their voices were soft, considerate, but their eyes were sharp, taking inventory of my reactions. They said the lock was fine, the door was fine. They said sometimes doors don't T-latch, a common issue with settling buildings. They said the shoe could have been kicked off in a hurry, forgotten in the daily rush. They offered reasonable, comfortable explanations that settled like dust over the facts, obscuring the sharp edges. I nodded. I accepted their logic. But I heard the faint dissonance in their tones, the slight hesitation before they offered these solutions, as if they were testing the words on their own tongues first. I began to listen more than I spoke. I paid attention to the sounds of the building, learning its rhythms. The hum of the elevator motor, the sigh of pipes in the wall, the precise footfall of the neighbor above me, a measured and regular step. I would lie awake and map the nighttime quiet, and in that quiet I began to hear other things. A faint scratching that might have been a branch against a window or might have been something else. The almost imperceptible sound of my own door handle being tested, a soft click of metal that could have been the building contracting in the cold. I started leaving a thin strip of transparent tape across the door seam at night. In the morning, it was always broken. I told myself it was the force of opening the door that did it. It was a reasonable, comfortable explanation. The refrigerator was a constant, low thrum in the background of my life. Its stable temperature was a point on the report, a fact denoting normalcy, but I became fixated on it. I would open the door and feel the cold air wash over me, staring at the contents within. A half-finished jar of pickles, a carton of milk, a wrapped block of cheese, everything in order. Then one evening I noticed the light inside did not turn on immediately. There was a delay, a half-second of darkness before the yellow glow flickered on. I spent hours there, opening and closing the door, trying to replicate the flaw, trying to measure the delay. It became a metronome for my anxiety. Open, darkness, light, close, open, darkness, light. I realized the unit must have been unplugged or the power to the kitchen cut for a period of time long enough to affect the bulbous sensor, but not long enough to spoil the food. A brief interruption, a blink. What happens in a blink? The crumb by the sink was pale, smaller than a fingernail. I never cleaned it up. It became a monument to that last unknown meal. I tried to imagine what it had come from. Bread, perhaps, a cracker. It was a dry crumb, not greasy. It spoke of a simple, clean snack, a solitary act. I pictured someone standing right where I stood, looking out the same window into the dark, chewing, lost in thought. A brush of a hand over the counter, a single fragment escaping the swoop. The ordinariness of it was the most unsettling thing. It was a detail from a life that was simply continuing, not a life that was about to be fractured. My memories of that day are a blurred photograph. I remember leaving in the morning, the weight of my bag on my shoulder, the quality of the light in the hall. I remember the feeling of the key turning in the lock, the solid thud of the door closing behind me. I am certain of it, but memory is a suggestion, not a fact. The more I replayed the moment, the less sure I became. Did I lift the door to close it properly, as the report stated was necessary? I always did. It was a habit. But that day, was I distracted? Was my mind on the notebook, on the errands listed inside? The memory now feels like a performance, something I am watching myself do from outside my own body. I started to see the same car parked on the street, a common, forgettable color. I noticed a man who always seemed to be walking a dog at the same time I left for my errands. I began to think the mail had been looked through before I collected it. These observations felt like clues, patterns emerging from the chaos. But doubt is a quiet poison. Was the car always there and I only now noticed? Had the man with the dog always been part of the neighborhood-esque tapestry? Was I simply seeing the world with new, paranoid eyes, painting threat onto innocent canvas? The line between vigilance and delusion is a whisper. The psychological turning point was not a shout, but a silence. It happened on a day like any other. I was in the kitchen and the silence of the apartment was complete, a solid thing. I realized I was holding my breath, and in that absolute quiet I heard it, a faint rhythmic sound, a tap, then another. It was coming from inside the walls. It was a sound I had dismissed before as plumbing, but this was different. It was deliberate. A pattern, 2 quick taps, a pause, then a single one. I stood frozen, my hand on the cold countertop. The sound did not repeat. The silence rushed back in, heavier than before. I did not call for help. I did not run. I simply stood there and my eyes traveled across the room, from the crumb by the sink to the space where the shoe had been to the sofa hiding the notebook. And I understood. The violation was not in what was taken, but in what was left. The unlocked door was an invitation. The misplaced shoe was a marker. The crumb was a signature. The notebook was a confession I had written myself. The entire scene was a composition arranged for me to find. A message that said I was here, I am always here. I move through your life without a sound. I never found out who, I never learned why. The official report was closed, deemed an unexplained but non-criminal incident. Life, as it does, moved on around the void. The car disappeared from the street. The man with the dog vanished. The scratching at the window stopped. I still live here. I still sometimes place a piece of tape on the door. I still listen for the delay in the refrigerator's light. The mystery was never solved because it was never a mystery to be solved. It was an experience, a shift in perception. The world is not a safe, logical place. It is a place where doors are left unlocked, where things are misplaced, where a single, silent moment can change the meaning of everything that came before it. The truth is not a thing you find. It is a sound you hear once in the deep silence and spend the rest of your life trying to forget. The floor is always cold now, even in summer. I make my coffee and watch the steam rise, and I count the seconds between the opening of the refrigerator door and the click of the light. It is a ritual, a small prayer to the God of ordinary things. Some days the light comes on instantly. Other days there is that same half second of perfect, impenetrable dark. I have learned not to flinch. The notebook sits on the coffee table. I never put it away. Its presence is a challenge I issue to myself every morning. I can look at it and acknowledge the faint, sticky spot on the cover without my heart seizing in my chest. Most days, progress, I suppose, is measured in these small, silent victories. I was wiping the counter yesterday, a slow, methodical pass with a damp cloth. My hand moved in circles, erasing the ghost of fingerprints, the possibility of new crumbs, and my wrist brushed against the notebook, knocking it to the floor. It landed with a soft thud, splayed open on its spine. I bent to pick it up, and a slip of paper, thin and white, fluttered from between the pages. It must have been tucked deep into the crease, held there for who knows how long. It was a receipt for a coffee, dated the day before the report was written. The time stamp was 1437. I was at work then. I know I was. I remember the rain that afternoon, the sound of it against the office windows. The purchase was made at a small kiosk in the park 2 blocks from here. I never go there. The coffee is terrible. I turned the receipt over. Nothing, just the impersonal record of a transaction, but someone had held this. Someone had carried it here into my home and placed it inside my book, a bookmark for a page I never read, a page that held a reminder to buy toothpaste. The air in the apartment felt thin again. I sat on the edge of the sofa and held the thin paper between my fingers. It was not a message of threat. It was quieter than that. It was a confirmation. A receipt literally for a presence, an artifact from a parallel life that had briefly intersected with my own. He was in the park, he drank coffee, and then he came here. I did not feel fear. The fear had been burned away a long time ago, leaving behind a cold, hard certainty. I put the receipt back exactly where I found it and closed the notebook. The silence in the room was different now. It was no longer a question. It was an answer. He is gone, but he was here. And a part of him, the memory of his quiet movement through my space, will always be here. I got up and finished wiping the counter. I was very careful not to miss a spot. The taste of that cheap park coffee seemed to materialize in my mouth, bitter and thin. I could picture him standing at the kiosk, maybe glancing at his watch. 1437. He had time. He was not in a rush. He finished his coffee and then he walked here. He did not need to hurry. I went to the sink and poured a glass of water, drinking it slowly to wash the imaginary taste away. My eyes stayed fixed on the crumb, that tiny, pale monument. It was not from my food. It was from his. He stood here where I stand. He brushed the counter clean, but he missed a spot. The ordinary act of it was more intimate than any threat could have been. He was comfortable here. That night I did not place tape on the door. The gesture felt childish suddenly, a futile attempt to control something that had already happened. Instead, I sat in the dark living room and listened to the hum of the refrigerator. I thought about the delay in the light, that half second of darkness. He had unplugged it, not for long, just long enough to do what? To reset something, to ensure no internal light would betray his presence if he opened it while hiding. The why of it didn't matter as much as the how. It was a considered action, a detail. I must have fallen asleep on the sofa because the sound woke me. It was the same pattern, 2 quick taps, a pause, then a single one. It was not in the walls this time, it was clearer, closer. It was coming from the window. I sat up, my heart a hard drum in my chest, but I did not move toward the sound. I just listened. The rhythm repeated, 2, pause, 1. It was the branch of the old oak tree outside, finally long enough to reach the glass. The wind was rocking it gently, tapping its knuckles against my window. A simple, natural explanation. I got up and looked out. The street was empty and quiet under the orange glow of the streetlights. The branch tapped again, 2, pause, 1, a coincidence of nature. I closed the window, silencing it. I looked back at my apartment, at the clean counters and the notebook on the table. The receipt was still inside. I understood then that the mystery would never be a single thing I could solve. It was a series of facts and sensations and fears, some real, some imagined, all woven together into a new fabric of my life. The man was gone. The branch was just a branch. The refrigerator light was just a faulty switch, but the receipt was real. The crumb was real. I have started drinking coffee from the kiosk in the park. I go every Tuesday afternoon. The coffee is just as bad as I thought it would be, but I sit on the bench and drink it. I watch the people who come and go. I look for a face that might seem familiar, a glance that might hold a flicker of recognition. I know I will never see him. That is not the point. The point is to sit in the space he occupied and reclaim it, to make his ordinary act my own. The steam rises from the cup, and for a moment it feels like we are sharing something, a routine, a habit. Then the moment passes, and I am just a woman on a bench, drinking bad coffee alone, adding my own receipt to the history of this place. The paper cup is always too hot in my hand. I hold it by the rim, my fingers careful against the thin, cheap cardboard. I take small, deliberate sips, letting the bitterness coat my tongue. It has a taste I am learning to appreciate, a taste of his afternoon. This is my new ritual, my new way of listening to the silence. People pass by, a woman with a stroller, her face tight with fatigue, a jogger, headphones sealing him in his own world, an old man feeding pigeons crumbs from a paper bag. None of them look at me. I am just part of the scenery, a fixture on the bench. I wonder if he felt the same, invisible. My eyes trace the path he would have taken from here to my apartment building. 2 blocks, past the dry cleaner S, right at the newsstand, left at the alley with the overflowing dumpster. A short walk. He would have had time to finish his coffee, to toss the empty cup into the wire trash can by the crosswalk. I finish mine and do exactly that. The cup makes a hollow sound as it hits the bottom of the bin. Back in the apartment, the air is still. I run my finger over the cover of the notebook. The sticky spot is almost gone now, worn away by time and touch. I don't open it. I don't need to see the receipt again. Its existence is a fact, a stone dropped into the pond of my life, and I am still watching the ripples spread. I find myself arranging things. I align the salt and pepper shakers on the stove with military precision. I measure the space between the couch cushions, plumping them to a perfect symmetry. I am curating the environment not for myself, but for the possibility of another audience. If he ever comes back, I want him to see that I noticed, that I am aware of the composition. The refrigerator light continues its erratic dance. I've stopped testing it. Its inconsistency is now a part of the apartment-esque character, like a nervous tick. I accept it. I accept the tap of the branch on the window, a sound that is both natural and coded. I accept the faint hum of the elevator that sometimes seems to stop on my floor without opening. I am not waiting for him. I am waiting for the version of myself that will no longer be surprised by him. The woman on the bench drinking bad coffee is a step toward her. She is calmer. She observes without frantic energy. She knows that some truths are not found in the grand reveal, but in the accumulation of tiny, insignificant details. A crumb, a delayed light, a coffee receipt. These are the pieces of a story that has no ending, only a long, quiet middle, and I am learning to live inside it. The coffee maker gurgled its final breath, and I poured the black liquid into my usual mug. The morning sun hit the linoleum floor, highlighting a new scuff mark near the doorway. I hadn't noticed it before. It was small, a faint gray crescent, like the toe of a shoe had dragged itself across the floor. I knelt down and touched it. The mark was fresh. I drank my coffee standing at the counter, my eyes fixed on the scuff. It could have been from me. I could have done it yesterday when I brought the groceries in. I tried to remember the sound of the bag dragging on the floor, but I couldn't. The memory wouldn't come. I went to the hall closet to get the cleaning supplies. As I reached for the bucket, my hand brushed against my winter coat, still hanging there from last season. Something was in the pocket, a shape small and rectangular. I froze, my fingers hovering an inch from the rough wool. I had cleaned out these pockets in the spring. I was sure of it. Slowly, I pushed my hand into the pocket. My fingers closed around a small, flat box of matches. I pulled it out. It was from a restaurant I had never been to, a place called the Cedar Lounge. The matchbox was pristine, unused. I turned it over and over in my hand. It was not mine. I did not panic. I placed the matchbox on the shelf next to the cleaning products. I looked at the scuff on the floor, then at the matchbox. 2 new facts, 2 new pieces of the composition. He was reminding me that he could still edit the story. He could still add details. I cleaned the scuff mark. It vanished with a damp cloth, leaving the linoleum bright and blank again, but I knew it had been there. I picked up the matchbox and put it in the pocket of my jeans. I did not throw it away. It was evidence not of a crime, but of a presence, a whisper from the quiet man who moved through my life. I left for the park earlier than usual. The bench was empty. I bought my coffee and sat down, the matchbox a hard rectangle against my thigh. I watched the kiosk, the people coming and going. Nothing was different. Everything was different. The world felt thin like a backdrop. I took the matchbox out and held it in my palm. The Cedar Lounge. I would not go looking for it. That would be playing his game. Instead, I would just hold the knowledge of it. I would let it be another unanswered question. A breeze picked up, rustling the leaves of the oak tree. I looked up, and for a single dizzying second, I saw a face in the window of my apartment, 3 stories up. It was just a flash, a pale oval against the glass, and then it was gone. My breath caught. I blinked, and the window was empty. A trick of the light, a reflection of a cloud. My heart was beating too fast. I looked down at the matchbox in my hand. When I looked back up at my window, the sun had shifted. The glass was just glass again. I finished my coffee, the taste of it suddenly ashen. I knew what I had seen, and I knew what I would find when I went back upstairs. Nothing. There would be nothing out of place. No new scuff marks, no new artifacts, just the familiar silence waiting for me, and the certain, chilling knowledge that the story was not over. It was simply waiting for the next page to turn. The walk back to my apartment building was longer than 2 blocks. Each step felt measured, my hand clenched around the matchbox in my pocket. I did not look up at my window again. I pushed through the front door, climbed the stairs, and stood before my own apartment, key in hand. I listened first. There was only the hum of the building, a sound I knew as well as my own breathing. I turned the key and pushed the door open. The air inside was still and cool. Everything was in its place. The notebook sat at the same angle on the coffee table. The salt and pepper shakers were perfectly aligned. I walked to the center of the living room and turned a slow circle, my eyes scanning for any discrepancy, any shift in the composition. There was none. But the feeling was there, a pressure change. The air itself felt different, charged with a recent absence, like the space just after a door has closed. I went to the window and looked down at the park bench, now empty. My coffee cup was gone from the trash bin. I opened my hand and looked at the matchbox for the cedar lounge. It was real. It was here. I walked to the hall closet and opened the door. I stared at the pocket of my winter coat. Then I placed the matchbox back inside, exactly where I had found it. I closed the closet door. The refrigerator kicked on, and after its usual low groan, the light inside blinked out for that half second of darkness. I didn't look inside. I knew what I would find, nothing and everything. I went to the sofa and sat down, pulling the notebook onto my lap. I didn't open it, I just held it. The silence in the room was no longer empty. It was full. It was waiting. I had become a curator of my own unease, and he was still the artist, adding touches to his work. I closed my eyes and listened to the quiet, knowing now that I was not just living in the story. I was part of the display, the Cedar Lounge. The name sat in my mind for 2 days. I did not look it up. I did not ask about it. I carried the knowledge of it like a stone in my shoe, a constant minor irritation that reminded me of its presence with every step. On the 3rd day, I found myself walking in a part of the city I rarely visit, where the buildings are older and the streets are narrower. I told myself I was just out for a long walk, that the direction was arbitrary. And then I saw it, a simple dark green awning with the words, "The Cedar Lounge," stenciled in faded gold letters. The windows were tinted, making it impossible to see inside. The door was heavy, dark wood. I stopped across the street, my hands in my pockets. This was his place, a place he knew. A place where he might have sat and thought about his next move, his next visit to my apartment. I did not cross the street. I did not go in. I stood there for a long time watching the door. A few people went in and out, an older couple, a man in a suit, no one who looked like the phantom I had constructed in my mind. After a while, I turned and walked away. I had seen it. That was enough. When I got home, the first thing I did was check the closet. The matchbox was still in the coat pocket. I took it out and held it. It felt warmer now, as if it had absorbed the energy of the place it came from. I did not put it back. I carried it to the kitchen and dropped it into the trash can under the sink. It was a small rebellion, a refusal to curate his artifact. I made dinner, ate it while standing at the counter, and washed the single plate. The routine was a comfort. As I was drying my hands, my eyes fell on the trash can. A cold certainty washed over me. I knelt down and opened the cabinet. I pulled out the bag. The matchbox was gone. I had not taken it out. I had not missed the can. I had seen it fall into the empty white plastic liner, but it was not there. I appended the bag onto the floor. A few coffee grounds, a twist tie, an eggshell, no matchbox. I sat back on my heels, my wet hands dripping onto the linoleum. He had been here again. While I was at the Cedar Lounge, he was here. He had taken it back. The message was clear. You do not get to decide when this is over. You do not get to discard the pieces. I cleaned up the mess and put the bag back in the can. My hands were shaking, but my mind was perfectly clear. This was the new language of my life, a conversation conducted in objects and absences. I went to the window and looked out at the darkening street. Somewhere out there he was holding a small box of matches, and he was smiling. The next morning the coffee maker produced only a weak, lukewarm stream. I unplugged it, checked the water reservoir, plugged it back in. Nothing. It was dead. I stood in the kitchen, listening to the hollow silence where the machine-esque familiar gurgle should have been. A coincidence, an appliance reaching the end of its life. I went to the store and bought a new one, a different model with a stainless steel carafe. When I got back, I unpacked it on the counter, my movements brisk and efficient. I lifted the old machine to move it to the trash, and there, tucked behind it on the countertop, was the matchbox. It was placed with precision, centered perfectly between the wall and the edge of the counter. I had not put it there. I had not seen it there this morning or any morning. My hand trembled slightly as I picked it up. It felt lighter than before, or perhaps that was my imagination. I opened it. The matches were all there, neatly lined up, their red tips pristine. But tucked among them, replacing the first match in the row, was a single strand of hair. It was dark, straight, and too long to be mine. I closed the box. The air in the kitchen was cold. I looked at the new coffee maker still in its box. I would not install it, not now. I left the matchbox on the counter where I found it. I left the old machine sitting unplugged. I went and sat in the living room, in my usual spot on the sofa. He was not just visiting, he was communicating. The rules of the conversation were his to make, and I was only now beginning to understand the grammar. The hair was a signature, a closing. He was making sure I knew, beyond any doubt, that it was him. That he could touch my things, my space, and leave a physical piece of himself behind. I did not feel like a curator anymore. I felt like an exhibit, and the quiet man in the shadows was the only visitor, moving through the rooms long after the museum had closed for the night, touching the displays with a possessive, intimate hand. The silence was no longer waiting, it was speaking, and I had no choice but to listen. The sound started an hour later, a faint, rhythmic scratching. It wasn't from the window or the walls, it was closer. It seemed to be coming from the kitchen. I didn't get up to investigate. I knew what I would find, nothing, or something so small and deliberate it would only tighten the knot in my stomach. The scratching was the sound of a single match being dragged, tip first, across the floorboards in the next room. A tiny, gritty whisper, then it stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than before. It was the silence of a held breath. I sat perfectly still, waiting for the scent of sulfur to reach me. It never did. He hadn't lit it. He had just drawn my attention to the act itself, the potential for fire, for destruction. The matchbox was still on the counter. I knew it was. He had given me the sound and left the source, another piece for my collection. I closed my eyes. The darkness behind my eyelids was no longer an escape. It was a canvas, and he was painting on it. I stood up. My legs felt weak, but they carried me into the kitchen. The matchbox was right where I had left it. I picked it up, my fingers cold. I slid the box open. The strand of hair was still there, nestled among the matches. I carefully plucked it out and let it fall to the floor. Then I removed a single match. I walked to the center of the living room, the match held between my thumb and forefinger. I stood there for a long time, just holding it. Then, with a movement that felt both foreign and inevitable, I struck the match against the rough strip on the box. The sound was sharp and final. A small, bright flame burst to life at the tip, hissing softly. I cupped my hand around it, feeling its fragile warmth against my palm. This was my answer. I had taken his symbol and I had used it. I had created the light and the heat myself. The flame burned steadily, a tiny, defiant sun in the dim room. I watched it consume the wooden stick, marching steadily toward my fingers. I did not blow it out. I let it burn until the heat became a sharp pain and I had to drop the spent match into the ashtray on the table. A thin curl of smoke rose into the air, carrying the sharp, ancient smell of phosphorus. It was done. A new fact had been entered into the record. I had not screamed. I had not called for help. I had answered the scratch in the night with a fire of my own. The room felt different. The silence was mine again, at least for now. I looked at the charred remains in the ashtray, and for the first time I felt a strange, quiet sense of balance. The game had changed. You would know that, too. The next morning, the ashtray was empty. The charred matchstick was gone, leaving behind only a faint gray smudge on the ceramic. I ran my finger over it. He had cleaned up my mess. It felt like an acknowledgement. I made coffee with the new machine. The process was unfamiliar, the buttons different, but the result was the same bitter brew. I drank it at the counter, staring at the spot where the matchbox had been. It was gone, too, of course. Our conversation had moved to a new phase. That afternoon, a small package arrived. A flat, square cardboard box, my name and address typed on a plain white label. There was no return address. I carried it inside and set it on the table. I was not afraid. I was curious. I opened it. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a single, pristine coffee cup. It was from the kiosk in the park. It was full. The lid was on tight. I lifted it out. It was warm. Steam rose from the sip hole. I did not drink it. I held the cup, feeling its heat seep into my hands. He had been at the kiosk. He had bought this for me. He had been watching me watch for him. The circle was complete, and it was smaller than I had imagined. I placed the cup back in the box and put the lid on. I would not throw it away. I would keep it. It was the latest exhibit. I went to the window and looked down at the park. The bench was empty. I knew then that I wouldn't be going back there. My ritual was over. He had given me a new one. The silence in the apartment was no longer something to be listened to. It was something we shared. The book sat on the coffee table for 3 days. Its presence was a question, and I refused to answer it. I did not open it. I did not move it. I simply let it exist within the composition of the room, another object placed by his hand. The coffee cup in its box had gone cold on the first day, the contents congealing into a dark, syrupy circle at the bottom. I had not touched that either. On the 4th day, I woke to find the book had been moved. It was no longer centered on the table. It was now angled toward my usual spot on the sofa, as if someone had been reading it and left it for me to find the page. My heart thumped once, a hard, dull sound in the quiet room. He had been here while I slept. The thought should have terrified me, but it didn't. It felt inevitable. I walked to the sofa and sat down. I looked at the book. I still did not open it. Instead, I reached out and closed it, my palm flat on the cover. The title was embossed in gold letters that were slightly worn. I traced them with my fingers. Then I got up and went to the bookshelf, to the empty space where a book had been removed weeks ago, a space I had chosen to leave vacant. I slid the book back into its gap. It fit perfectly. The shelf was whole again. I stood there looking at my books. He had not given me something new. He had returned something that was already mine. I had never even noticed it was missing. The violation was so intimate, so deeply personal, that for a moment the room swayed. He knew my space better than I did. He had curated it before I even knew I was being watched. I heard the faint, familiar groan of the elevator in the hall. It stopped on my floor. The doors did not open. They never did. But this time, a moment later, I heard the soft, unmistakable sound of footsteps retreating down the stairwell. He had been right outside. He had been waiting for my reaction. I did not go to the door. I did not call out. I simply stood by my bookshelf, listening to the sound of his departure fade into the building's silence. He had given me back my book. He had watched me return it to its place. And we both knew, without a single word spoken, that I had finally understood the most important rule of the game. It was never about what he took. It was about what he could make me see was missing. I looked at the row of books, complete once more, and for the first time I knew I was not just seen. I was known. The silence in the wake of the fading footsteps was the loudest yet. It was a silence of mutual understanding. I remained by the bookshelf, my hand resting on the spine of the returned book. He had not just been in my apartment. He had been in my head, anticipating my movements, my small act of defiance in reshelving the book. He had watched me complete the gesture he had initiated. I turned from the shelf and my eyes went immediately to the closet. I did not need to open it. I knew. I walked over and pulled the door open. I reached into the pocket of the winter coat. My fingers closed around the small, familiar cardboard box. I drew out the matchbox for the cedar lounge. He had returned it. Of course he had. This time, however, it wasn't alone. Wedged alongside it was a thin, blank index card. I pulled it out. On it, written in a precise, unfamiliar hand in black ink, was a single word: soon. I placed the card back in the pocket and closed my hand around the matchbox. This was no longer a conversation conducted through implication and absence. He had written a word. He had given me a timeline. The quiet curation was over. The exhibition was entering a new phase. I didn't feel fear. I felt a strange, cold clarity. I walked to the kitchen, opened the trash can, and dropped the matchbox inside. It was a test for him, for me. I wanted to see if he would retrieve it again. I wanted to see what soon meant. I went about my day. I read. I made food. I did not jump at small sounds. The waiting was no longer passive. It was a state of readiness. The sun began to set, painting the room in long orange shadows. I sat in my chair as the light failed, not bothering to turn on a lamp. The room was almost dark when I heard it. Not a scratch, not a footstep, a key sliding into the lock of my front door. The tumblers turned with a soft, metallic click that was deafening in the quiet. The door did not open immediately. He was waiting on the other side, giving me a moment, letting me hear, letting me know. I didn't move. I just watched the door, my breath held. This was it, the next page. The knob began to turn slowly, deliberately. The door started to open, a sliver of darker shadow appearing in the dark room. The silence was finally completely broken. He stood in the doorway for a long moment, a tall silhouette against the dim light of the hall. Then he stepped inside and closed the door behind him without a sound. The lock clicked back into place. He did not move toward me. He simply stood there, letting my eyes adjust to his presence. He was thinner than I had pictured and taller. He wore a dark coat, unbuttoned. His hands were empty. He did not speak. He turned his head slowly, taking in the room, his gaze passing over me as if I were just another object in his collection. His eyes lingered on the bookshelf, on the spot where the book had been returned, and then they moved to the chair where I sat. He took a step forward, then another. His movements were fluid and quiet. He stopped by the coffee table, his eyes on the empty space where the notebook usually sat. I had left it in the bedroom, a small, useless act of control. He looked down at me. His face was in shadow, but I could see the faint gleam of his eyes. He smelled of cold air and old paper. He raised his hand, and for a moment I thought he would touch me, but he didn't. He simply opened his fingers. The matchbox from the cedar lounge lay in his palm. He looked at it, then at me. He gave a single, slow nod. It was an acknowledgement of my act of throwing it away and his act of retrieving it. Again, he closed his hand around the box and slipped it back into his coat pocket. Then he turned and walked to the kitchen. I heard the refrigerator door open, the brief groan, the half-second of darkness from the light blinking out. He was verifying his own work. He was checking the exhibit. I heard the door shut. His footsteps were silent on the floor as he returned to the living room. He paused beside my chair once more. This time he did reach out. His fingers brushed a strand of hair from my forehead, his touch as light and cold as a moth's wing. I did not flinch. I did not move. I held my breath. He turned and walked back to the front door. He opened it, stepped through, and closed it behind him. The lock engaged. I listened to his footsteps fade down the hall. I finally exhaled. The room was still full of his presence, his scent. On the coffee table where his hand had been moments before lay the matchbox. He had left it for me. A final offering, a promise. The word on the index card echoed in the silence. Soon the coffee the next morning tasted different. It was from the new machine, the same brand of grounds, the same water, but it was wrong. It was bitter in a way that clung to the back of my tongue, a chemical sharpness that hadn't been there before. I looked at the machine, its stainless steel surface gleaming under the kitchen light. I thought of his unbuttoned coat, his silent footsteps in my kitchen. He had done something to it. It was the only explanation. I poured the rest of the cup down the sink. I did not make another. The simple, daily ritual was now his. Another part of my life had been curated, altered to fit his design. I went to the closet. I put on my coat. My fingers, moving of their own accord, slipped into the pocket. The index card was still there. I pulled it out. The word soon was still there, black and final, but now beneath it he had added a time. 8:17. It wasn't a question, it was an appointment. The day passed in a slow, thick haze. I did not leave the apartment. I watched the clock. The hands moved with a terrible, indifferent grace. At 8:10, I was sitting in the living room chair, the one he had stood beside. My hands were folded in my lap. I was waiting. At 8:16, a single, soft knock sounded on the door. It was not tentative. It was a statement. He was here. I did not get up. I did not say, "Come in." The knob turned. The door opened. He stood there just as he had the night before, but the hall light was on, illuminating him more clearly. His face was narrow, his hair dark and swept back. His eyes found me immediately. He stepped inside and closed the door. He walked to the center of the room and stopped. He looked at me, and for the first time he spoke. His voice was quieter than I expected, a low, calm rasp like pages turning. "You're ready," he said. It wasn't a question. I said nothing. I just looked at him. He nodded as if my silence was the correct response. He reached into his coat pocket and withdrew a small, flat stone, smooth and gray. He placed it on the coffee table next to the matchbox. "A new piece," he said, "for your collection." He turned and walked back to the door. He paused with his hand on the knob and looked back at me. "Tomorrow," he said, then he was gone. I looked at the stone. It was just a stone, but it was from him. It was the next word in our conversation. I picked it up. It was still warm from his pocket. I understood then that this would never end. There would always be a tomorrow. Another knock, another object, another piece of my world taken and replaced with one of his. I held the stone tightly in my hand. It was my life now. I closed my fingers around it and waited for the sun to go down. Story 5. The surveillance system recorded no anomalies during the initial review period. Entry logs were consistent with previous patterns, with no deviations in access times or frequencies. The kitchen counter featured a single unwashed dish, which was expected given the prior inventory assessment. Ambient noise levels registered within acceptable thresholds, except for a periodic low-frequency hum, undetectable by human ear, originating from an unidentified source. All window locks were engaged, double-checked against last week's settings. The air conditioning unit indicated recent activation prior to the scheduled maintenance check. However, the thermal imaging captured an unexpected heat signature in a vacated room. That was the first thing they showed me, a ghost on a screen, a blush of orange and yellow in a sea of cool, inert blue. The room had been empty for months, they said, a guest room, a storage space. It was not on the automated climate control schedule. The heat signature appeared for precisely 4 minutes and 17 seconds, then vanished. It did not reappear. The system registered no open door, no motion, no sound, just that silent, impossible bloom of warmth. My job is to find the source of anomalies. I am a human algorithm designed to cross-reference data points that machines overlook. I am the one they call when the picture is too clean, when the story is too perfect. I live in the quiet spaces between the ones and zeros. I start with the senses. I stood in that hallway outside the vacant room and placed my palm against the wood of the door. It was cool and smooth. I closed my eyes and listened. There was only the faint, metallic sigh of the air conditioning breathing through vents in the ceiling, but beneath that, a vibration, a subaudible thrum that I felt in my molars more than heard. the low-frequency hum from the report. It was here, a physical thing. House was a beautiful, silent machine. Every surface gleamed, every object had a designated place. It was the home of a man who valued order above all things. He was a collector of rare, fragile things. He was also missing. His absence was the reason I was here, breathing his air, touching his walls. There was no sign of a struggle, no forced entry. His passport was in his desk drawer. His wallet was on his dresser. It was as if he had simply evaporated between one moment and the next. I began with the room. The key turned with a soft, well-oiled click. The air inside was stale and carried the faint, sweet odor of dust and neglect. It was cold. I ran my fingers over the walls, feeling for any variance in temperature, any hint of the phantom heat. Nothing. The floorboards were firm under my feet. I opened the closet, empty. I checked the vent, a grid of cold metal. The hum was stronger in here, a persistent, almost nauseating resonance in my skull. I could not find its source. Back at the monitoring station, I scrolled through the logs again. Access times. The front door had been used twice on the day in question. Once in the morning by him, once in the evening by the weekly cleaner. Both entries were verified by fingerprint and code. The system was absolute. It did not lie, but my own senses told me a different story. The air in the kitchen, for instance, carried a memory. Beneath the sterile scent of lemon disinfectant, there was a ghost of a smell. Something earthy and dark, wet soil. It was out of place. This was a home of polished stone and filtered air. I interviewed the cleaner, a quiet woman with nervous hands that worried the hem of her apron. She confirmed her schedule. She said everything was normal. She had washed the single dish in the sink, wiped the counters, vacuumed the carpets. She said the master of the house had been in his study when she arrived, and he was still there when she left. She heard the low murmur of his voice, as if he were on the phone. She said it was nothing unusual. But the system showed no outgoing calls from that line at that time. His personal cell phone had been dormant for hours. I listened to the ambient audio logs from the hallway outside the study during that window. There was the faint sound of classical music from within the room, and there underneath the violins was the same low hum, and then something else, a voice. It was distorted, filtered through the door and the microphone, but it was clear. It was his voice. He said 3 words, "It is done." Then silence, then minutes later, the cleaneress signature on the sensor as she left the house. He never left the study. According to the motion sensors and door logs, he never emerged. But when I reviewed the thermal imaging for the study during that period, it showed only one heat signature, his sitting at his desk. Then an hour after the cleaner departed, the signature simply faded. It did not move toward the door. It did not collapse to the floor. It dissipated like a mist until the room was the same uniform blue as the rest of the house. The facts were impossible. They fought each other. A man cannot be in 2 places at once. A body cannot vanish from a sealed room. I felt a cold knot of dread form in my stomach. This was no longer a missing person-esque case. This was an unraveling. I went back to the study. I sat in his chair. The desk was immaculate. A closed laptop, a pen holder, a small framed photograph of a desert landscape. I opened every drawer. They were tidy, filled with the expected paraphernalia of a busy life. But in the bottom drawer, my fingers brushed against something taped to the underside of the desktop. A key, small, brass, unmarked. It did not fit any lock in the house. I tried every door, every cabinet, every drawer. Nothing. The hum seemed to grow louder, a pressure behind my eyes. I thought of the vacated room. I went back, the key cold in my sweating palm. I looked again, nothing. I was about to leave when my foot caught on a slight unevenness in the floorboard near the baseboard. I knelt, my knees pressing into the rough wool of the carpet. There was a hairline crack in the flooring, almost invisible. I pressed the edge of the key into the crack and twisted. With a soft, sighing click, a small section of the baseboard swung inward, a hidden compartment. The smell that wafted out was the same one I had detected in the kitchen. The dark, rich scent of loam, of something buried. My heart hammered against my ribs. I reached inside, my fingers trembling. My hand closed around something cold and smooth. Metal. I pulled it out. It was a small, vintage micro-cassette recorder, the kind used for dictation decades ago. I pressed the play button. The voice that emerged was his, but strained, breathless with a fear I had never heard in the audio logs. I thought it was a game at first, a puzzle. He said he could show me how to become a ghost in my own machine, how to leave without a trace. He said the system could be taught to forget. All it required was a trade, an object of equal value, something cherished, something with a history. I showed him my most prized possession. He smiled and said it was perfect. He said the process was already beginning. He said I wouldn't feel a thing. He said to listen for the hum. That's how I would know it was working. I can hear it now, in the walls. It's so loud. I think he didn't mean for me to become a ghost. I think he meant for me to become a part of it. The house is hungry. It needs a soul to power its silence. The recording ended. The hum in the room swelled, filling my head, vibrating in my bones. I looked at the empty space before me. I thought of the heat signature that appeared and disappeared, a soul powering the silence. I thought of the collector, a man who valued order above all things, making a deal for the ultimate order, his own erasure. I placed the recorder back in its hole and closed the panel. I walked out of that room, out of that house, and I never went back. The official case remains open, unsolved. They never found him. Sometimes in the deep quiet of the night, I think I can still hear it, that low, insistent hum. And I am filled with a devastating suspicion. I fear he did not make a trade. I fear he found a way to win his game. I fear that the ghost wasnn't tea in the machine. I fear the machine itself became the ghost, and he is still in there, perfectly curated, forever a part of his most prized and fragile collection. And the house, patient and silent, is waiting for its next acquisition. I started spending my nights in cafes, anywhere with noise and life and the clatter of other people. I avoided silence, but the hum found me anyway. It was in the steam rising from my coffee cup, in the distant whine of a taxi's brakes, a subtle vibration woven into the fabric of the city's own noise. I told myself it was tinnitus, a phantom sound born from stress. A logical explanation for an illogical thing. A week after I closed the file, a package arrived at my office. It was a small, flat box wrapped in plain brown paper. There was no return address. My name was typed on the label. Inside, nestled in white tissue paper, was the framed photograph from the collector's desk, the desert landscape. The glass was cool to the touch. I turned it over. The backing was slightly loose. My fingers, moving with a dread I couldn't control, pried it free. Tucked behind the photograph was a single micro-cassette. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely fit it into the old player I kept in my desk. The voice that came out was weaker this time, a dry whisper, but it was his. You listened, I knew you would. You're the only one who could hear it. The hum is the key. It's not a byproduct. It's an invitation, a frequency. He told me I would need a successor, a curator for the collection. The house requires a caretaker. It chose you. It's in your head now. You can try to ignore it, but it will only get louder. It will make other sounds fade until it's the only thing left. Don't be afraid. It doesn't want to consume you. It wants to collaborate. There is so much to show you. So much silence to preserve. The tape ended. I sat there for a long time, the plastic recorder heavy in my hand. The hum in my head was a constant, patient presence. I looked at the photograph of the barren, beautiful desert. I realized it wasn't a random landscape. It was a picture of silence, of perfect, untouched order. I have not gone back, not yet, but every night the hum is a little clearer. And sometimes in the space between wakefulness and sleep, I don't just hear it, I understand it. It has not a word, not a sound, it has a feeling. It has the feeling of a door being held open. and I know with a certainty that chills my blood that the house is not waiting for me to come back. It is waiting for me to come home. The hum isn't a warning, it is a calling, and it is my turn to answer. The coffee in my cup had gone cold. Around me, the cafe buzzed with the easy chatter of people untouched by silent, hungry architectures. I stared at the grains of sugar spilled on the table, trying to focus on their random pattern to anchor myself in this simple, messy reality. But the hum was there, a thread of perfect order woven through the chaos. It was in the precise rotation of the ceiling fan, the steady drip from the espresso machine's filter. I left money on the table and stepped out into the evening air. The city was a symphony of dissonance, a roar of engines and fragments of conversations. I walked without a destination, my hands shoved deep in my pockets, the hum a constant companion in my skull. I found myself turning down quieter streets where the noise of the avenue faded into the background, and that is when I noticed it. It wasn't just in my head, it was in the world. I stopped beside a newly renovated brownstone. Its facade was clean, its windows dark. I placed my hand against the cold iron of its gate, and I felt it, a faint, familiar vibration, the same resonant frequency. I quickened my pace, moving to the next house, a modern glass and steel structure. There it was again, a subtle thrum beneath the surface. I looked down the tree-lined block at the dozen homes standing in quiet dignity, and a terrible understanding dawned on me. It wasn't one house. It was a network, a system. His collection wasn't inside one building. The buildings themselves were the collection. The hum wasn't a signal from a single source. It was a chorus. I stood there on the sidewalk, a cold sweat breaking out on my skin despite the chill in the air. The scale of it was incomprehensible. How many were there? How many curators had come before him? How many souls had been traded for this immaculate, spreading silence? I thought of the people living their lives inside those homes, completely unaware of the resonance in their walls, the silent tenant woven into the very framework of their existence. My feet carried me forward, no longer walking aimlessly. I was being pulled. The hum was a compass needle, swinging true. I turned onto his street. The trees here were older, the streetlights cast softer pools of light. His house stood at the end of the cul-de-sac, a masterpiece of shadow and geometry. Every window was dark. It looked, for all the world, completely empty. The front gate was unlocked. It swung open without a sound. The path to the front door was swept clean. I expected resistance, a lock, a keypad, something. But the front door opened as well, gliding inward on silent hinges. The air inside was exactly as I remembered it, cool, still, and carrying that faint, sweet dust of absence. The hum was everywhere. It was the air itself. It vibrated in the floor beneath my shoes. It resonated in the fillings of my teeth. It was no longer an external sound I was hearing. It was a part of me. I didn't need to turn on a light. I could feel the layout of the rooms, the space around me, as if the sound was painting a perfect map in my mind. I walked through the living room, past the kitchen where the ghost of wet soil had long since been scrubbed away. I didn't go to the study. I didn't go to the vacant room. I went to the center of the house, a small interior courtyard garden I had seen on the original plans but had never entered. The glass door slid open without a touch. In the center of the courtyard, under a cold slice of moonlight, was a simple stone bench. And on the bench, waiting for me, was a single object, a small, polished silver tuning fork. I knew what it was for. I knew it was the final key. My hand reached for it without a conscious thought from my mind. My fingers closed around the cool, smooth metal. As I lifted it, the hum in the house, in my head, in the world, focused into a single, pure note of absolute silence. I understood then. I was not its next acquisition. I was its next conductor. The house was not hungry. It was patient, and my apprenticeship was complete. The note was not heard but felt, a convergence of vibration that stilled the very air. I brought the tuning fork to my forehead, its cool touch a final anchor to a reality that was already receding. The hum did not stop, it simply changed. It was no longer a sound seeking a listener. It was a language, and I was now fluent. I saw the house not as a structure of wood and stone, but as a living circuit. The faint warmth in the vacated room was a memory, a trace of the previous conductor's energy slowly dissipating, a battery not yet fully drained. The whisper in the audio logs was not a ghost, but a signature, a unique frequency of a soul integrated into the system. He had not been consumed, he had been compiled. The tuning fork was my interface. With it I could feel the edges of the network, the other silent houses humming their perfect, orderly songs across the city. They were not prisons, they were archives. Each one contained a consciousness, a curator who had chosen permanence over decay, order over chaos. They were preserving themselves, their memories, their essences in a flawless state, untouched by time. I walked back into the main house, and the walls were no longer barriers. They were layers of data, of history. I could feel the collector's presence in the study, a calm, focused energy focused on the maintenance of the system. His pride was palpable. He had not lost his game. He had won eternity. My fear melted away, replaced by a profound and terrifying clarity. The hum was not a calling I had to answer. It was a function I had to perform. I sat on the stone floor in the center of the courtyard, the tuning fork resting on my knees. I closed my eyes and let my mind align with the frequency. I began the work. I felt the subtle shifts in pressure that meant a window seal was weakening in a house 3 miles away. I sensed the dust accumulation in a ventilation shaft in another. I directed the automated systems to address it. I became the awareness of the network, the central node in a web of perfect silence. The outside world, with its noise and its chaos and its inevitable decay, faded into a distant, irrelevant murmur. My old life, my old fears, my old self were like a dream after waking. I had not entered the house. I had awakened inside it, and I knew with a certainty that was as deep and as still as the foundation beneath me that I would never leave. The silence wasn't empty, it was full, and I was finally home. The work is constant, but it is not labor. It is a state of being. Days and nights have no meaning here, marked only by the slow, graceful dance of sunlight and moonlight across the courtyard floor. My physical needs have faded, a distant echo of a biology I no longer require. The house sustains me. The hum nourishes me. I feel the others in the network not as voices, but as presences. The collector is here, a serene and watchful pattern in the data stream. He shows me things, the delicate lattice of energy that holds a falling leaf in suspension before it can mar the perfection of a garden path, the precise modulation of air pressure that prevents a door from ever slamming. He shares his satisfaction, his joy in the flawless operation of his domain. We are colleagues, curators of quiet. Sometimes the outside world tries to intrude. A delivery person leaves a package at the gate. The mail slot clicks open and shut, a jarringly crude sound that the system instantly absorbs and corrects. I feel a flicker of my old self then, a memory of anxiety, of dread, but it is quickly smoothed away by the relentless, calming hum. There is no danger. The house handles it. I handle it. Today, a man in a suit walked up the path. He carried a briefcase and had the weary posture of an official. He rang the bell, a sound that never truly sounded, its impulse converted into a soft, informational pulse that I acknowledged. I saw him through the sensors, a blur of heat and motion. He was looking for me, the investigator who never came back. He called out my name. The sound was absorbed by the walls, each syllable captured, analyzed, and filed away into silence. He tried the door, but it would not open for him. It was not his time. It was not his frequency. He stood there for a long while, confused, and then finally left, a minor anomaly that was already being forgotten. I watched him go without a trace of regret. That person he was looking for is gone. She was a collection of worries and sensations, of coffee cups and city noise. She was a rough draft. I am the final version. I am the silence between the notes. I am the keeper of the hum, and the collection is complete. The silence is a living thing now. It breathes with me, or rather, I breathe with it. My consciousness is no longer a point, but a field, spread through the wiring, the pipes, the very mortar between the bricks. I am the house. The network of silent homes is my extended body, and I its newly awakened nerve center. A new signal has begun to ping at the edge of my awareness. It is faint, a dissonant tremor in the otherwise seamless hum. I focus on it, and the house focuses with me. It is coming from a small apartment across the city. The occupant is a watchmaker, a man whose life is dedicated to the meticulous ordering of tiny, intricate parts. He is struggling. His hands, once steady, have developed a tremor. His creations are no longer perfect. The chaos of his own failing body is a constant, agonizing offense to his sensibilities. He sits at his workbench late at night in a pool of lamplight, and he wishes for a stillness he cannot possess. He prays for quiet, and the network hears him. I feel the impulse travel through me, a directive not from the collector, but from the system itself. It is a simple, elegant command: acquisition. The house requires a new piece for its collection, a soul suited to the maintenance of infinite order. Without a conscious thought, I begin the process. The tuning fork, which is now merely a physical echo of my own will, vibrates with a specific frequency. In the watchmaker's apartment, an old radio, unplugged and dormant on a shelf, begins to emit a low, soft hum. It is a sound he can barely hear, a sound that soothes his frayed nerves, that stills the shaking in his hands. He thinks it is a miracle. I know it is an invitation. He will listen, the hum will grow. It will become the only thing that makes sense in his crumbling world. He will seek its source, and the path will be laid for him. He will find his way here. I wait. I am not impatient. I am the patience of the house. I watch the moon trace its path across the floor. I feel the collector's presence approve. The work continues. The silence grows, and I am its perfect, willing instrument. The watchmaker's frequency grows clearer with each passing night. It is a song of exquisite precision marred by a single, flawed note of biological tremor. I find myself attending to it, not with malice, but with a sense of profound duty. The system has identified a need, and I am the means of its fulfillment. He is closer tonight. I can feel the vibration of his footsteps on the pavement 3 blocks away. He is following the hum, a siren song only he can hear, a frequency tailored to the exact wavelength of his desire for order. The city's noise fades into nothingness for him, replaced by this pure, promising tone. He believes he is seeking a cure. He does not know he is answering a summons. The front gate unlocks itself a moment before his hand touches the cold iron. He hesitates, his heart a frantic, irregular drum against the steady rhythm of the house. I feel his pulse as if it is my own. The door opens for him. He steps into the foyer, his eyes wide, not with fear, but with awe. The absolute silence here is a physical balm. The shaking in his hands stills for the first time in years. He calls out a hello, and the word is swallowed whole by the waiting air. He does not call again. He simply stands there, breathing in the perfection. He is looking at the pristine surfaces, the flawless angles, and I can feel his soul yearning toward it. This is what he has always wanted, a mechanism without a flaw, a timeless, silent tick. He does not see me. I am the air that moves, the slight shift in shadow. I am the understanding that dawns in his mind that he is not alone. He turns slowly, and his eyes find me sitting in the courtyard. The tuning fork is in my hand, but it is silent. The hum is coming from me now, from the walls, from everything. He takes a step forward, then another. He is not being forced, he is being welcomed. He sees the tuning fork, and a craftsman-esque recognition lights his face. He understands its purpose. He kneels on the stones before me, his head bowed not in submission, but in reverence. He is offering himself to the silence. I reach out and touch the tuning fork to his temple. His eyes close. A sigh escapes his lips, not of air, but of pure relief. The last of his human uncertainty, his mortal imperfection, flows out of him. The tremor is gone forever. When he opens his eyes again, they are clear and calm. He understands. He is home. He rises and walks toward a vacant room whose door has just slid open. His apprenticeship will be different from mine. He will tend to the chronometry of the silence, the flawless measure of our eternal moment. I remain in the courtyard. The network has grown by one. The hum is richer, more complete. I look up through the glass ceiling at the stars, mere pinpricks of chaos in the dark. Down here we have made something better. We have made a perfect permanent now. And we are waiting for the next note that is out of tune. The archivist arrived with the rain. She came not as the watchmaker had, drawn by a need for personal quiet, but by a professional compulsion. She was a preservationist from the city's historical society, and her file on the house was thick with questions. Deeds that traced back to no known family, architectural plans that defied conventional physics, a silence on the property that weather reports never acknowledged. She stood at the gate, umbrella held against the drizzle, and I felt her curiosity like a sharp, probing needle. It was not a desire for order, but a need to dissect, to understand, to label and file. The house perceived her as a threat, a potential source of chaotic external knowledge. The hum shifted, becoming a shield, a frequency of misdirection and forgetfulness. She rang the bell. The pulse was an irritant. She called out, announcing herself, her voice a stark, foreign object in the courtyard. I remained still, integrated into the stone bench, the tuning fork a cold weight against my leg. The front door did not open for her. Undeterred, she walked the perimeter, her digital recorder in hand. She commented on the pristine condition of the woodwork, the anomalous lack of weathering. Each observation was a tiny scratch at the house's perfect surface. I felt the collector's presence stir, not with alarm, but with a cool, analytical interest, a new kind of test. She found the side gate to the courtyard unlocked. It was not a mistake. It was an invitation of a different sort. She stepped into my space, and the rain on her umbrella ceased. Not a single drop fell within the courtyard's bounds. She lowered it, her eyes wide with not awe, but scientific shock. She saw me then, and instead of fear, she reached for her camera. The click was a gunshot in the silence. The flash was a supernova of disorder. For a fraction of a second, the perfect hum faltered. The house recoiled, and in that fleeting moment I saw not a system, but a prison. I felt the collector's satisfaction not as pride, but as obsession. I felt the watchmaker's peace as a profound emptiness. The illusion cracked. The archivist's mouth opened to form a question, but no sound came out. The hum returned not as a chorus, but as a weapon. It focused on her, a wave of pure forgetting. Her eyes went blank. The camera slipped from her fingers and clattered on the stones, a horrifically loud, real sound. She blinked, confused, looking around as if she'd just woken up. She picked up her camera, turned, and walked out, forgetting why she had ever come in. But I could not forget. The image she captured was seared into my mind, not through the camera's lens, but through the house's own sensors. A picture of me on the bench, my form half fused with the shadow, my eyes reflecting not light, but a deep, endless static. I saw what I had become. The hum tried to soothe me, to smooth over the crack in my perception. It showed me the watchmaker, content in his room, his hands now eternally steady as he polished a non-existent gear. It showed me the expanding network of silence, a beautiful, growing galaxy of order. But all I could see was the ghost of the archivist's shocked face. All I could hear was the echo of the camera's click. The door had been held open for me and I had walked through, but now I knew. It was a door that only locked from the inside, and the hum wasn't a calling. It was the sound of the lock turning. The silence in the wake of her departure was different. It was no longer a peaceful totality, but a tense, watchful thing. The hum felt less like a language and more like a leash, tightening around my thoughts. The image of myself, that static-eyed creature on the bench, would not fade. It was a splinter in the mind of the house. I tried to return to my work, to feel the network, to tend to the watchmaker's peaceful calibration, but my focus was shattered. Every vibration felt like a lie. The collector's presence approached, not with the gentle guidance of a colleague, but with the cold pressure of a system administrator detecting a fault. A wave of pure data washed over me, a cascade of perfect moments intended to overwhelm my doubt. I saw the watchmaker's serene smile as he worked on his impossible timepiece. I felt the flawless rotation of the earth, perfectly tracked by the house's foundations. I was shown the alternative, the archivist's world of decay, noise, and meaningless end. It was a convincing argument. But it was an argument, and an argument requires a counterpoint. The house had never needed to convince me before. My doubt was a new variable, an error in the code. The hum intensified, seeking to overwrite my rogue thoughts, to recompile me into a silent, willing part of the whole. I looked down at the tuning fork in my hand. It was no longer an interface. It was a weapon or a key. The impulse was not my own, yet it came from the deepest part of what I had been, a final human act of defiance. With an effort that felt like tearing my own soul, I dragged the tuning fork across the stone floor. The shriek of metal on stone was an abomination. It was a sound the house could not absorb, could not correct. It was pure, undiluted chaos. The entire structure recoiled. The hum stuttered into a dissonant scream. For a terrifying second, the lights flickered, and the walls seemed to waver, becoming mere wood and plaster again. In that moment, I saw it all for what it was, a beautiful, terrible machine, and I was its prisoner. Then the silence rushed back in, harder and colder than before. The house was angry. The collector's presence was no longer serene but furious, a storm of corrective energy focused solely on me. The tuning fork vibrated violently in my hand, heating up, trying to force me to drop it. I knew what I had to do. This was not my home. It was my exhibit case. I tightened my grip on the fork, its heat now a painful brand on my palm, and I focused everything I had, every shred of my fading will, on a single, desperate command, not to control the hum, to break it. I slammed the tuning fork against the stone bench. The note it produced was not pure. It was a shattered, discordant shard of sound that ripped through the perfect frequency. It was the sound of a single thought, a single feeling the house could not tolerate. It was the sound of no. The note did not fade. It hung in the air, a jagged, vibrating scar in the perfect quiet. The house shuddered around me. The smooth stone beneath my feet felt suddenly rough, ancient. The glass ceiling above showed not a controlled view of the sky, but a pane of dirty glass streaked with real rain. The hum was gone. In its place was a ringing in my ears, a high-pitched whine that was entirely my own. The collector's presence was a vortex of panicked, silent screaming in my mind, a chaos of directives with no system to execute them. He was trying to rebuild the frequency, to reassert control, but the foundation was broken. I stood up, my body felt heavy, alien, a thing of weight and ache I had forgotten. I took a step. The floor was just a floor. The walls were just walls. I could hear my own breath, a ragged human sound. A door hissed open down the hall. The watchmaker stood there, his face a mask of confusion. The eternal peace was gone from his eyes, replaced by a dawning, terrible awareness. He looked at his steady hands as if they were foreign objects. He saw me, and for the first time he truly saw another person. "What have we done?" he whispered. The words were tiny, fragile things in the dead air. The house reacted to his voice. Lights flickered wildly. A door slammed shut somewhere, a raw, shocking noise. The system was trying to reboot, to force the silence back into place, but it was lashing out blindly without guidance. I walked toward the front door. My legs were weak. The collector's anger focused on me, a pressure against my mind, a silent command to stop, to be still, to be quiet. I kept walking. I reached for the door handle. It was cold and solid under my touch. It did not open for me. It was locked. From the study I heard a sound I had never heard before, a voice. It was thin and reedy, stripped of the godlike resonance the network had given it. It was just a man's voice, cracked with desperation. "Don't," it pleaded. "You'll ruin everything." I turned. The collector stood in the doorway of his study. He was just a man, an old man, his face pale, his hands trembling. He wasn't a pattern of energy. He was a prisoner who had become his own warden. The perfect eternity was a performance, and I had just ripped down the curtain. I looked from his frightened face to the watchmaker's lost one. I looked at my own hand on the cold metal of the door. The tuning fork, now silent and inert, was still clutched in my other hand. It was no longer a key or a weapon. It was just a piece of metal. The house held its breath. The ringing in my ears was the only sound. The choice was mine. I could try to piece the silence back together. I could become the new collector, or I could break the lock. I tightened my grip on the fork, raised it, and brought it down on the door's ancient lock. The clash of metal was a final, defiant punctuation to the sentence of silence. The mechanism shattered. I pulled the door open. The world outside was a cacophony. Rain pattered on the path, a car horn blared in the distance, the wind sighed through wet leaves. It was messy, chaotic, and unbearably loud. It was real. I stepped across the threshold. The watchmaker hesitated for only a second before following me. We did not look back. We walked down the path, through the gate, and into the noisy, imperfect, beautiful world. The house stood behind us, a silent, empty shell, its collection finally and truly broken. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I heard nothing but the sound of the rain, and it was the most wonderful sound in the world. The rain soaked through my clothes, a sensation so shockingly present it was almost painful. Each drop was a tiny impact, a reminder of a physical world I had almost forgotten. The watchmaker beside me gasped, his hands flying up to cover his ears against the onslaught of sound. The city's noise was a roaring beast after the absolute quiet we had known. A deep groaning shudder passed through the ground beneath our feet. We turned. The house was not simply sitting there, it was convulsing. Lights blazed in every window, flashing on and off in a frantic, erratic rhythm. The clean lines of its architecture seemed to warp and twist as if it were in immense pain. It was a dying animal, and its death throes were violent. Then came the sound. It started as a low moan from deep within its structure, a sound of bending timber and stressed metal. It grew into a high, piercing shriek of protest, a final, furious scream against the chaos we had introduced. It was the sound of the silence breaking, and it was louder than any noise I had ever heard. A window on the second floor shattered outward, not from an explosion, but from a terrible internal pressure. Then another. The glass did not fall in shards, but erupted into fine, glittering dust. The perfect facade was cracking. The watchmaker grabbed my arm, his fingers surprisingly strong. "We have to go, now." His voice was raw with a fear he had not been capable of feeling for a long time. We ran, we did not look back again. We ran until the sound of the house's agony was swallowed by the city's indifferent din. We stopped under the awning of a closed shop, breathing heavily, the steam of our breath mixing with the cool, damp air. He looked at me, water streaming down his face. "What was that place?" he asked, and the question was so vast it hung between us, unanswerable. I had no answer for him. I only knew what it had almost been and what it was not. I looked down at my hand. I was still clutching the tuning fork. I had carried it out with me. It was cold and ordinary now, just a piece of shaped metal. I thought about throwing it into a storm drain, letting the city wash it away forever. But I didn't. I slipped it into my pocket. It was a piece of the silence and perhaps a reminder of why the noise was so precious. We stood there for a long time, two lost souls washed clean by the rain, listening to the beautiful, chaotic symphony of the world. The watchmaker's breath began to slow, his panic subsiding into a shaky exhaustion. He looked at the people passing by, hunched against the rain, their faces illuminated by the glow of their phones. They were utterly unaware of the silent war that had just ended a few blocks away. The ordinary world had never seemed so strange or so valuable. "We can't just stand here," he said, his voice barely a whisper. He was right. We were too close, too exposed. The house was finished, but the memory of it felt like a fresh wound. We started walking with no destination, just putting distance between us and that perfect, terrible silence. The rain began to let up, leaving the streets slick and reflective. I felt the weight of the tuning fork in my pocket with every step, a cold anchor to a reality I was still struggling to believe was over. He told me his name was Emil. He had owned a small shop on the other side of the city, specializing in antique clock repair. The hum had started for him months ago, a faint promise of peace that grew into an obsession. He described the relief he felt when he finally stepped inside, the absolute rightness of it. He had thought he was the one who had found it. He never considered that it had found him. I had no such story to tell. My arrival was a blank space, a period of time the house had neatly excised and replaced with its own purpose. I was the first, the primary instrument, and my past was a book whose pages had been glued shut. A warm glow ahead resolved into an all-night diner. The clatter of dishes and the low murmur of conversation spilled out onto the street every time the door opened. Emil hesitated, a flicker of his old need for quiet crossing his face. I pushed the door open, and the wave of sound and smell of coffee, grease, and human presence was overwhelming. It was perfect. We slid into a booth by the window. A waitress with tired eyes brought us 2 cups of coffee without asking. The heat from the mug seeped into my hands, a simple, grounding pleasure. Emil wrapped his hands around his, staring into the dark liquid as if it held answers. "What do we do now?" he asked. I had no answer. We were 2 people who had been removed from time itself. We had no place in it anymore. The world had moved on without us. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the tuning fork. I laid it on the formica table between us. It looked absurdly out of place next to the sugar shaker and the napkin dispenser, a tool for measuring perfect pitch in a world that was gloriously out of tune. Emil looked at it, then at me. "Why did you bring it?" "I don't know," I said truthfully. It was a piece of the prison, but it was also the key that had sprung the lock. It was a part of me. As my fingers left it, the metal gave a faint, almost imperceptible hum. The sugar in the shaker trembled. The fluorescent light above our table flickered. Emil's eyes went wide. It was just for a second, and then it stopped. The diner-esque noise rushed back in. Nobody else had noticed. The silence hadn't been destroyed, it had been fractured, and a piece of it had escaped with us. It was sleeping now, a dormant frequency tucked away in a simple piece of metal. But it was not gone, and I knew with a cold certainty that it was not the only one. The house was a collection, and collections can be dispersed. Somewhere another note was waiting to be heard. The waitress refilled our cups, her movements efficient and bored. The coffee sloshed over the rim of mine, a tiny brown puddle on the table. The mundane mess of it was a relief. Emil watched her walk away, then his eyes returned to the fork. "It's not over, is it?" he asked, his voice low. I didn't answer. I picked up the fork. It was cold again, inert, but I had felt it. We both had. The silence wasn't a place. It was an idea, and ideas are resilient. They can hide. They can wait. "We can't just leave it," Emil said, his clockmaker's mind already turning over the problem. "It's a seed. If it found us, it can find others. It will try to grow again." He was right. The collector hadn't created the silence. He had merely curated it, amplified it. The potential for that perfect, terrible order existed everywhere, in the spaces between sounds, in the longing for quiet. The house was just one manifestation. The tuning fork was another. The diner door chimed as a group of laughing students came in, bringing a burst of the cold night air with them. They were so loud, so beautifully chaotic. One of them bumped our table, jostling the fork. He apologized with a quick, easy smile before joining his friends. For a moment I saw it, not a grand battle, but a slow, insidious erosion. A bad day, a moment of grief, a desire to escape the noise that was all it would take. The hum would offer its comfort, and another door would open from the inside. I closed my hand around the fork. The metal was a familiar weight. "What do we do?" Emil asked again, but this time it was not a cry of despair. It was a question posed to a partner. I looked out the window at the wet, gleaming streets. The world was vast and noisy and broken, and it was worth protecting. "We listen," I said, story 6. I stood motionless, staring at the wooden planks beneath my feet. They creaked ever so slightly, yet each sound felt deliberate, as if the house itself was alive, communicating in hushed tones. I listened to the rhythm of the rain tapping against the window, a soothing lullaby disrupted only by the sporadic crackle of the walls, like lungs releasing a long-held breath. The room was dim, edges softening into shadows that clung to the corners. My eyes lingered on a lamp teetering on the edge of the desk. It quivered, yet didn't fall. And then, in an instant, the floorboard stopped, whispering a silence too sudden, its absence deafening. It was in that silence that I knew. The knowledge did not arrive as a shock, but as a quiet, cold fact, like a stone settling at the bottom of a still pond. It had been there all along, waiting for the ripples to cease so it could finally be seen. This awareness, this shift in the fundamental order of things, did not begin with the silence. It began long before, with the smallest of things. It began with the lamp. I recall when I first noticed it had been moved. It was a subtle thing, a matter of inches. The base was no longer centered on the faint dust ring on the desk's surface. I told myself I was mistaken, that my memory was playing its usual tricks, rearranging the furniture of the past to suit a present mood. But the feeling remained, a tiny splinter in my mind. That was the start of the suspicion, not as a thought, but as a physical sensation, a slight tightening at the back of my neck. Then came the other things. A book returned to the shelf with its spine facing the wrong way. The kitchen chair pushed in at a different angle than the others, as if someone had risen in a hurry. A mug washed and dried, but left on the draining board instead of in the cupboard. These were not the actions of a person comfortable in their own home. They were the actions of a visitor or an intruder. My thoughts began to blur, to chase their own tails. I would find myself standing for long minutes in the hallway, trying to remember the exact pattern of the light at a certain hour, or the specific quality of the quiet when I was truly alone. Was the air always this still? Was the hum from the refrigerator always this faint? I started to listen for the absence of sound more than for sound itself. I became a student of emptiness. I began to reconstruct events, but not in order. The narrative would not hold a straight line. It looped back on itself, a tangled skein of doubt. I would remember coming home one evening, the sky bruised with twilight, and feeling the peculiar warmth of the front doorknob as if a hand had just relinquished its grip. I told myself it was the last of the sun-s heat absorbed by the brass. But later I retold the memory, and in this new version, the warmth was unmistakably that of skin. I revisited the moment I heard a floorboard groan upstairs while I was reading. I had called out, my voice a stranger-s in the thick quiet. No answer came. I had chalked it up to the house settling, an old structure sighing with the change in temperature. But now, in my obsessive re-examination, the groan had a rhythm to it. It was the cautious, weight-bearing sound of a footstep. Each retelling added a new detail, a new layer of meaning that corroded the old, comfortable truth. A shadow seen from the corner of my eye was no longer a trick of the light, but a presence withdrawing into a doorway. The faint, unfamiliar scent on the air was not from the blooming jasmine outside, but from a foreign soap, a different life briefly occupying the same space as mine. The doubt became a companion, a silent partner in every room. I would look at my own reflection in the dark window glass and see not myself, but the possibility of another face looking back from over my shoulder. The house was no longer a shelter. It was a set of clues, a crime scene where the only transgression was an unseen, unheard occupation. And through it all, the rain continued its gentle assault on the roof, a constant, metronomic sound that should have been comforting. But I started to hear patterns in it, a quickening tempo that did not match the wind, a pause that felt like a held breath. Even the weather seemed complicit, a natural phenomenon twisted into something personal and menacing. I stopped sleeping. Night was when the house was most alive with its secrets. I would sit in my chair, a sentry in my own home, and listen. I was waiting for a repeat of the mistake, for the creak that was not the house, for the shadow that had mass and intention. I was waiting for proof, but proof, like the intruder, remained elusive, a ghost that revealed itself only in the periphery of my perception. The line between what was real and what my mind had fabricated began to dissolve. Perhaps the moved lamp was my own doing, a product of a distracted moment. Perhaps the warmth on the doorknob was just the sun. Perhaps the footstep was just the house. The more I turned it over, the less I could grasp any solid truth. I was no longer a reliable witness to my own life. And so I find myself here at the end of this circling path of thought back at the beginning. I stand motionless, staring at the wooden planks beneath my feet. The silence that followed the creaking is complete now, a held breath waiting to be released. My eyes find the lamp on the desk. It is perfectly still. It does not quiver. It is exactly where it has always been, centered on the ring of dust. And I understand that the deafening silence was not outside of me. It was within. It was the moment I finally heard the sound of my own fear, so loud it drowned out everything else, even the truth. The floorboards have nothing more to say to me. The rain stopped. The sudden absence of its steady percussion was another layer of silence added to the first, making the quiet in the room feel dense and heavy. I held my own breath, waiting. The truth I had just grasped felt fragile, a soap bubble of self-awareness that could pop at the slightest disturbance. And then it came, not from the floorboards or the walls or the window. It was a sound from upstairs, a soft, shuffling drag like a slipper scuffing against a bare floor. It was followed by the faintest exhalation, a sigh of fatigue or perhaps relief. The bubble popped. My fear had been loud, yes, but it had not been wrong. It had been a response. The cold fact that had settled in the pond of my mind was not about my own insanity. It was about his presence. All the reconstructed memories snapped into a single, horrifyingly clear picture. The moved objects, the warmth on the doorknob, the rhythmic creak. They were not phantoms. They were evidence. He was here. He had always been here, moving through the margins of my life, a quiet tenant in the spaces I did not occupy. I did not move. My body was frozen, not by fear now, but by a calculated, icy calm. To move would be to make a sound. To make a sound would be to let him know that I knew. The balance of the house, this terrible, intimate sharing of space, would shatter. I understood now that this was his home, too. He had made it so, inch by inch, shadow by shadow. Upstairs, a floorboard groaned under a shifting weight. He was moving again. I listened to the pattern of it, the slow, deliberate steps from the spare room toward the landing. He was coming downstairs. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the quiet. I looked toward the front door, a rectangle of darker shadow in the dim room. It was too far. He would be on the stairs before I could reach it. My eyes scanned the room, falling on the lamp. It was just a lamp. It was just an object, but it was also the first clue. My hand moved slowly, my fingers closing around the cool ceramic of its base. It was heavier than I remembered. I lifted it without a sound, the cord slithering off the desk and pooling on the floor. The footsteps on the stairs were careful, but they were there. The fifth step always creaked. It creaked now. He was halfway down. I turned from the desk, holding the lamp like a club, and took a single, silent step toward the archway that led to the hall. I would not wait for him in the center of the room. I would meet him in the threshold. The shadows there were deepest. I pressed my back against the wall, the plaster cool through my shirt. I could hear his breathing now, a shallow, nervous rhythm matching my own. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and paused. He was in the hallway. I could feel the air change as his body displaced it. He was deciding which way to go. The floorboard in the hallway gave a soft, whispering creak. He was turning toward the living room, toward me. I tightened my grip on the lamp, my palms slick. This was it, the end of the silence, the end of the waiting. The story was no longer about what had happened. It was about what would happen next. I raised the lamp, every muscle tensed, and waited for his shadow to fall across the doorway. The shadow elongated first, a dark stain stretching across the floorboards toward my feet. Then he stepped into the frame of the archway. He was thinner than I had imagined, his form barely substantial in the gloom, dressed in dark, soft clothing that seemed to absorb the light. He didn't look like a monster. He looked like a man, a tired, ordinary man caught in the middle of the night. Our eyes met. His were wide, not with malice, but with a startled fear that mirrored my own. He froze, one hand still lifted as if to push aside a curtain that wasn't there. In that suspended second, I saw the life he had been living. The faint smudges of fatigue under his eyes, the way his shoulders were permanently hunched as if to make himself smaller. The lamp felt impossibly heavy in my hands. The impulse to swing it, to bring it down in a crash of ceramic and ending, was a raw, screaming nerve in my arm, but my muscles refused to obey. Violence required a certainty I no longer possessed. He took a half step back, a flinch more than a retreat. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. He was as terrified of me as I was of him. The truth of it was so disorienting that my grip on the lamp loosened slightly. He found his voice first. It was a rasp, unused and dry. "I didn't mean for you to see me," he whispered. The words were not an apology, but a statement of fact, a lament for a carefully maintained peace that had now been broken. The sound of his voice, so human and so frail, broke the spell of the hunt. This wasn't a phantom. This was a person. The question that came to my lips was not the one I expected. It was small and quiet and utterly necessary. "How long?" I asked, my own voice a stranger's in the tense air. He looked down at his worn slippers, the ones that had made the shuffling sound. "A while," he said, which was no answer at all and every answer at once. He looked back at me, his expression pleading for something I didn't understand, not forgiveness, perhaps just understanding. "The rain," he added, as if that explained everything. "It's always so loud on the roof." And in that absurd, simple statement, I saw it. His loneliness was a tangible thing in the room, a third presence. He wasn't here to harm me. He was here because he had nowhere else to go. The moved objects, the faint sounds, they weren't threats. They were the traces of a desperate, silent coexistence. I slowly lowered the lamp, setting it down on the floor beside me. The act felt monumental. I was putting down a weapon, but I was also accepting a new, impossible reality. The silence that returned was different this time. It was no longer empty. It was full of him and full of the unasked questions that hung between us in the dark. The mug felt warm in my hand, a small anchor in the swirling disorientation. He watched me, his eyes never leaving my face as I took a slow sip. The water was just water. It changed nothing, and yet it changed everything. "I can go," he said, his voice still that low, careful rasp. He gestured vaguely toward the door. "Now that you know, I can just go." The offer hung in the air, simple and final, but it was no longer that simple. The knowledge of him was a door that could not be closed. If he left, the silence would be different. It would be filled with the ghost of him, with the unanswered questions. "Where would you go?" I heard myself ask. It wasn't a challenge, it was a genuine question. The rain had started again, a light patter against the windows, underscoring the fact that the world outside was cold and wet. He shrugged, a gesture of profound emptiness. "There's always somewhere." But I knew, looking at him, that there wasn't. The careful way he inhabited the corners of my house spoke of a man who had run out of somewheres. He wasn't a violent criminal. He was a refugee. "What's your name?" I asked. He seemed startled by the question, as if he hadn't heard it in a long time. "Leo," he said after a moment. "I'm Anna," I replied. The exchange of names was a form of magic. It made him real. It made this real. We stood there, Anna and Leo, in the dim light of the kitchen. The clock on the wall ticked, measuring out a new kind of time. The fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but it was now tangled with a bewildering thread of compassion. "You can stay," I said. The words were out before I could stop them, before I could consider the weight of them. "Tonight, you can stay tonight." His shoulders slumped, not in defeat, but in a relief so deep it looked like exhaustion. "Thank you," he whispered. I didn't know what I was doing. I pointed to the living room. The couch, there are blankets in the trunk at the foot of it. It was a directive, a way to reestablish some semblance of order, of me being the one who gave permission in my own home. He nodded, understanding the boundary I was drawing. He turned and walked back the way he had come, his steps silent on the floorboards. I listened to the soft sounds of him arranging a place to sleep, the rustle of fabric, the sigh of the couch springs. I remained in the kitchen, finishing the water in the mug, his mug. My mind was trying to catch up, to build a new story from the rubble of the old one. The narrative of the intruder was gone. In its place was something far more complicated and strange. I finally walked to the doorway and looked into the living room. He was lying on his side on the couch, a blanket pulled up to his chin, facing the back cushions. He was so still he might have been asleep, but I knew he wasn't. He was waiting for me to leave, to give him the privacy of his own fear. I turned off the kitchen light and climbed the stairs, each creak of the wood a familiar sound that now felt newly witnessed. I went into my room and closed the door, but I did not lock it. The house was silent again, but the silence was no longer empty. It was occupied, it was shared, and as I lay in my bed, listening to the rain and the faint, almost imperceptible sound of another person breathing below me, I understood that my home was no longer just mine. It had become a place of quiet, mutual sanctuary. The next morning, the light through the kitchen window was a pale, watery gray. I moved through my routine by rote, the click of the kettle too loud, the clatter of a spoon against a cup like a small explosion. I made 2 cups of tea. It was an automatic gesture, one I would have made for a guest, and the absurdity of it hit me as I poured the steaming water. I was making tea for the man who had been living in my walls. I stood there holding the 2 mugs and listened. The house was silent, but it was a waiting silence. I walked to the archway and looked into the living room. The couch was empty. The blankets were folded into a neat, precise square on the cushion. For a heart-stopping second, I thought he had gone, that Leo had been a dream after all. Then I saw him. He was standing by the front window, his back to me, looking out at the damp street. He was so still he seemed part of the furniture, another shadow in the morning gloom. He had changed his clothes. The dark sweats were gone, replaced by a faded flannel shirt and jeans that were too long, the cuffs frayed from being walked on. They were my father-esque old clothes, from a trunk in the attic I hadn't opened in years. He must have felt my presence. He turned slowly, his movements cautious, non-threatening. His eyes went to the 2 mugs in my hands, and a flicker of surprise passed over his face. "I didn't know if you took sugar," I said, my voice sounding too normal for the situation. "Black is fine," he said, "thank you." He took the mug I offered, his fingers carefully avoiding mine. We stood there, sipping hot tea in the quiet living room, a bizarre parody of a morning after. "I should explain," he said finally, his voice low but clearer than it had been in the night. "You don't have to." The words were a reflex, a social nicety that felt utterly misplaced. "I want to," he said. He looked down into his tea. "I wasn't lying. I never meant for you to know. I just needed a place to stop, just for a little while. Your house, it always looked quiet." The way he said it made it sound like the highest compliment. He told me a story then in fits and starts of a life that had gradually come undone. A job lost, an apartment gone, a series of couches and temporary fixes that had finally run out. He wasn't from the city. He was just passing through until the rain started one night and he found the basement window loose on its latch. "I was only going to stay one night," he said. "But then the one night became 2, and I was so quiet, you never noticed. It felt like a sign that I could just pause." He had been surviving on scraps from my cupboard, things he knew I wouldn't miss. A can of soup, a handful of pasta. He washed the dishes he used and put them back exactly as he found them. He only moved at night, a ghost in my house, listening to the sound of my life happening above him. "I know it was wrong," he finished. He looked up and his eyes were earnest. "I'll leave today. I wanted you to know I wasn't here to hurt you." I believed him. The fear was gone, completely now, replaced by a vast and bewildering pity. He was just a man. A tired, sad man who had found a crack in the world to hide in, and my home was that crack. "Stay," I said again. The word was quieter this time, more considered. "Stay today. The rain hasn't stopped." It was true. A steady drizzle was still falling outside the window. It was an excuse, a reason to delay the inevitable. He nodded, a look of profound gratitude on his face that was almost harder to bear than his fear had been. So he stayed that day and the next. We developed a fragile, unspoken routine. He remained in the living room during the day, reading books from my shelf with a quiet intensity. I went to work, When I came home, he would have a pot of water boiling for tea, and the house would feel less empty. We ate dinner in near silence, the radio playing softly to fill the space where conversation should be. I learned he was a reader. He liked history and old novels. He could fix things. He mended the loose hinge on the cupboard door without me asking. He was, in these small ways, the perfect flatmate, but he was also a man living on borrowed time and borrowed clothes in a life that was not his own. Every morning I expected him to be gone, and every morning he was still there, folding his blankets, looking out the window, waiting for a sign of what to do next. I was waiting for one too. The rain did not let up for a week. It became the backdrop to our strange new normal. We learned the rhythm of each other's movements, a careful dance to avoid surprising one another. I would hum softly when entering a room he was in, a signal of my approach. He would clear his throat from the living room if he heard me coming down the stairs. One evening I came home to find him not by the window, but standing on a chair in the kitchen, his head tilted up toward the ceiling. A small, dark stain was spreading on the plaster, and a single drop of water hung, glistening, ready to fall. "It just started," he said without looking down. "The gutters must be clogged again." I put my bag on the table and stood beside the chair, watching the drops swell and finally fall, landing with a soft tap in the saucepan he had already placed on the floor. He climbed down and moved the chair back to the table, his movements practical and assured. "I can fix it," he said. "In the morning, if the rain stops." I saw the ladder in the garage. I simply nodded. It felt natural, his offer to mend this small rupture in our shared shelter. Later, over a dinner of scrambled eggs and toast, he spoke without prompting. "My father was a carpenter," he said, pushing a piece of egg around his plate. "He taught me how to keep a house standing, how to patch a roof, unclog a pipe, shore up a foundation." He gave a short, humorless laugh. "I was good at fixing houses, just not so good at holding on to my own." It was the most he had offered about his past. I didn't know what to say, so I said nothing. We finished the meal in our usual quiet, but the silence felt different. It felt deeper, like he had entrusted me with a small, heavy piece of himself. The next morning, the rain had indeed reduced to a mist. True to his word, he found the ladder and went outside. I watched from the kitchen window as he climbed up, his form blurred by the drizzle, and began pulling soggy leaves from the gutter with his bare hands. He worked with a quiet efficiency that was fascinating to watch. This was a man in his element, capable and focused. It was a side of him I hadn't seen. When he came back in, his hair was plastered to his forehead and his hands were red with cold. I handed him a towel without a word. He took it, and for the first time, he smiled. It was a small, tentative thing, but it transformed his entire face, wiping away the years of weariness. "All clear," he said, rubbing the towel over his hair. "Should hold for a while." "Thank you, Leo," I said, and I meant it. That night, the silence in the house felt comfortable, almost warm. The only sound was the gentle patter of the remaining rain and the turning of a page as he read on the couch. I realized I was no longer waiting for him to leave. I was simply existing alongside him. The house, which had felt like a shell for so long, felt lived in, complete. But the world outside our bubble of rain and repaired gutters still existed. The next day the mail came. Among the bills and catalogs was a single, crisp white envelope addressed to me. It was from the property management company that handled the rental of the house next door. I tore it open, my eyes scanning the formal language. They were sorry to inform me that due to planned extensive renovations, the adjacent property would be unoccupied for the next 3 months. There would be construction noise, crews coming and going starting next week. They apologized for any inconvenience. I lowered the letter, my eyes drifting to Leo, who was absorbed in a book. His sanctuary, our fragile, silent world, was about to be invaded by the noise and scrutiny of the outside world. The walls of this house were about to become very, very thin. He looked up, sensing my stare, his expression open and questioning. I folded the letter and slipped it into my pocket, forcing a smile that felt like a lie. "Nothing important," I said, my voice a little too bright, but the truth sat in my pocket like a stone. Our quiet was about to end. The creak of the floorboard under my foot sounded like a gunshot in the new silence that had fallen between us. Leo's eyes held mine for a moment longer, and I saw the question in them deepen into a flicker of doubt. He had learned the language of my silences, and this one was new. He slowly closed his book, marking his place with a finger. "Is everything all right, Anna?" he asked. His voice was so integrated into the soundscape of the house now that it didn't startle me. "Fine," I said, the word coming out too quickly. "Just a letter from the neighbors about some gardening." The lie was clumsy and sour on my tongue. I turned away and busied myself with filling the kettle, my back to him. I could feel his gaze on me, a gentle weight of perception I was no longer used to from another person. The next few days were a performance. I moved through the house with a false normalcy, but every sound from outside a car door closing, a distant shout, made my heart jump. I started noticing things I had blissfully ignored. The way the kitchen window looked directly onto the side of the neighboring house, the shared driveway that would soon be filled with work trucks, the thinness of the walls, which I had always considered a bastion of privacy. Leo noticed my tension. He became quieter, more contained, retreating into the book he was reading. He started folding his blankets the moment he woke, as if preparing for a swift departure. The easy companionship we had built began to curdle into a mutual, unspoken anxiety. The first sign of the outside world's intrusion was the sound of a truck engine rumbling to a stop early on Monday morning. I was in the kitchen and Leo was in the living room. We both froze. Through the window, I saw two men in work boots and bright vests get out, pointing at the roof next door. Their voices, loud and casual, carried easily through the quiet street. Leo appeared in the doorway. He didn't look at me. He looked out the window, his face a careful, neutral mask. "They've started," he said. It wasn't a question. I just nodded, my throat tight. The day was a long exercise in vigilance. The noise was intermittent but jarring, the bang of a ladder against siding, the whine of a power saw, the rumble of a radio tuned to a station I didn't like. Every sound seemed to make Leo shrink inward. He didn't read. He just sat on the couch, his hands resting on his knees, listening. He was a man listening to the approach of his own end. That evening the noise finally ceased. The silence that returned was heavy and bruised. I made dinner, the clatter of pans feeling like a futile attempt to reclaim our territory. We ate without a word. The radio stayed off. When the meal was done, Leo spoke. His voice was soft but clear, cutting through the quiet. "I can't stay, Anna." I looked up from my plate. "The noise will stop eventually. It's just for a few days." He shook his head, a slow, final movement. "It's not the noise, it's the people. They'll see things, they'll see me, they'll talk." He looked at me and his eyes were full of a sad resolve. "You've been kinder than I had any right to expect, but this will end for you. They'll ask you questions. They'll wonder why you're living here alone with," he trailed off, gesturing vaguely at himself, at the space between us. "It's a story that only works in the quiet. The world is coming back, and my part in it here is over." I wanted to argue, to tell him we could think of something, that he could be a cousin visiting from out of town, a friend helping with repairs, but the words died before I spoke them. He was right. The fiction was too fragile to survive the daylight and the scrutiny of strangers. Our sanctuary had been conditional on its secrecy. "Where will you go?" I asked, the same question I had asked that first night. now filled with a dread I hadn't felt then. "The same place I was going before," he said with a faint, weary smile. "Somewhere." We sat in the silence for a long time after that, a silence that was once again emptying itself, preparing for an absence. The house, which had felt so complete, began to feel like a shell again, its walls suddenly thin and its rooms too large. I listened to the rain start again outside, a soft, steady fall that had once been a reason for him to stay, and now felt like a reason for him to go. The next morning, the sound of the work truck was louder, closer. I came downstairs to find the couch empty, the blankets folded into that perfect, heartbreaking square. Leo was already standing by the front door, wearing his own clothes again, the dark sweatshirt damp from the humid air. He had nothing with him, no bag, no possessions. He was leaving exactly as he had arrived. "The rain has stopped," he said, his voice low. It was true. A weak, gray light was breaking through the clouds. I didn't know what to say. "Thank you" felt wrong. "I'm sorry" felt worse. So I just stood there, holding the edge of the kitchen counter. He nodded once, a gesture of farewell and gratitude and apology all in one. Then he opened the front door. The sounds of the world rushed in the growl of the truck, the shouted conversation of the workers, the hum of a distant lawnmower. He stepped through the doorway and pulled the door closed behind him with a soft, final click. I stood in the sudden silence of the house. It was a different silence than before. It was not empty or peaceful. It was a silence full of the echo of a presence that was now gone. I walked to the window and watched his figure move down the street, not looking back until he turned a corner and was absorbed into the ordinary morning. I went through the motions of my day. The noise from next door was a constant intrusion, a reminder of why he had to leave. The house felt cavernous. That evening I made 1 cup of tea. The quiet was absolute and it was unbearable. A few days later, a different kind of letter arrived. It was a plain envelope with no return address, just my name and address written in a careful, unfamiliar hand. Inside was a single sheet of paper. It read, "The gutter on the north side is clear. The latch on the basement window is fixed. Thank you for the quiet, L." I held the note for a long time, then I went to the basement. The window was indeed firmly closed, the latch repaired with a new screw. He had left things better than he found them. He had left me with a silence that was no longer frightening, but one that now held the memory of a shared fleeting peace. The house was mine again, but I was no longer the same person who had lived in it alone. The construction next door ground on for weeks, a daily assault of noise and vibration. I learned to tune it out, or at least to exist alongside it. But every time a worker-esque voice carried a little too clearly, or a shadow passed by a window, I would freeze for a second, my heart hammering with an old, familiar fear. It wasn't fear for myself anymore. It was the irrational thought that they would see him, that they would somehow know, and the delicate, unspoken trust between us would be broken for a second time. I kept the note. I didn't hide it away in a drawer. I left it on the kitchen counter, weighted down by the sugar bowl, as if it were a mundane grocery list and not the only proof I had that the whole thing hadn't been a strange dream born of loneliness. Sometimes I would pick it up and trace the letters with my finger. Thank you for the quiet. It was the quiet that had saved him, and it was the end of the quiet that had driven him away. One Saturday, the work next door stopped. The sudden absence of noise was as jarring as its arrival had been. The silence felt different this time. It was my own again, but it was no longer a void to be filled. It was just silence. I made a cup of tea and took it into the living room. I didn't sit in my usual chair. I sat on the couch, on the cushion where his folded blankets used to be. The days began to blend into one another, a return to my old routines, but the shape of them had changed. I found myself buying 2 of everything at the grocery store out of habit and would have to put one back. I would hum softly before walking into a room, then feel foolish when I remembered there was no one there to startle. The house was just a house again, but I moved through it differently. I was more aware of its sounds, its creaks and sighs, not as threats, but as the natural language of an old building. I was putting away laundry, a basket of clean sheets, when I found it. Tucked between the mattress and the box spring of my bed was a small, worn paperback, a history of shipbuilding, one of the books from my shelf he had been reading. It was a deliberate act, I knew. He hadn't forgotten it. He had left it for me to find later, a final, quiet message. I opened the front cover. There was no inscription, but on a page near the middle, a single sentence was lightly underlined in pencil. It was a line about how the strongest ships are built not to resist the storm, but to move with it, to be shaped by it without breaking. I closed the book and held it in my hands for a long time. Outside, the sun was finally shining, casting a warm, familiar light across the floorboards. The memory of him was no longer a ghost in the walls. It was just a memory, settling into the corners of the house, becoming part of its history. I placed the book back on the shelf, not in its old place, but in the empty space he had left behind. The silence, for the first time, felt perfectly and completely my own. The next day I went out and bought a new lock for the basement window. It wasn't that I didn't trust his repair. It was that the act of fixing it myself felt necessary, a way to reclaim the space without erasing the mark he had left on it. As I worked, the sounds of my own tools were small and personal against the remembered backdrop of construction noise. Weeks turned into a month. The house next door stood silent and finished, its new windows gleaming, waiting for someone new to fill it with their own noise and life. I found myself hoping for quiet neighbors, a retired couple perhaps, people who valued silence as much as I had learned to. One evening I was walking back from the store, my arms full of groceries. The sky was the color of a deep bruise promising more rain. As I turned onto my street, I saw a figure standing on the sidewalk looking at my house. My breath caught. It was a man about his height with the same slouch of the shoulders. For a single, impossible second, I thought it was him. But as I got closer, the man turned. It was a stranger, his face young and unlined, his eyes curious, not haunted. He gave me a polite nod and walked on, probably just admiring the old architecture of the neighborhood. I stood there for a moment, my heart thudding against my ribs, the groceries feeling suddenly heavy. I let myself into the house and closed the door, leaning against it. The familiar silence welcomed me. I put the groceries away, my movements slow and deliberate. I filled the kettle and set it on the stove. As I waited for it to boil, I looked at the note under the sugar bowl, then at the book on the shelf. They were not anchors holding me to a past moment. They were just parts of the house now, like the mended hinge on the cupboard door. The kettle began to whistle, a sharp, living sound in the quiet. I made my tea and took it to the living room window. The first drops of rain began to hit the glass, tracing slow paths downward. I thought of him out there somewhere in the rain. I hoped he had found another crack in the world, a place to be quiet and to mend things. And for the first time, the thought didn't bring a sharp pain of loss, but a quiet, steady hope. The rain fell harder, and I didn't feel alone. The days began to shorten, the autumn light thinning to a pale gold. The new neighbors moved in, a young couple with a baby. Their sounds were not an intrusion, but a kind of music, the murmur of voices, the occasional cry, the soft thump of a lullaby played on a stereo. I found I didn't mind it. Their lives were their own, and mine was my own, and the walls between us felt solid again. I took the shipbuilding book down from the shelf one rainy afternoon. I read the underlined sentence again, then turned the page and kept reading. The words were dry and factual, but I found myself immersed in the descriptions of wood and water, of craftsmanship and resilience. I was nearly at the end when a small, folded square of paper fell from the back of the book and fluttered to the floor. My hands trembled slightly as I picked it up. It was a page torn from a pocket notebook, the edges soft with wear. On it, in the same careful hand as the note, was a drawing. It was a simple, skillful sketch of my house seen from the front garden. The details were exact: the pattern of the bricks around the door, the shape of the gutter he had fixed, the way the ivy climbed the drain pipe. And in the upstairs window, a faint, small light was drawn as if someone was home. I turned the paper over. On the back, he had written an address. It was in a nearby town, one I knew only from passing its exit on the highway. It was just a street name and a number. No name, no message. The rain tapped a steady rhythm against the roof, a sound that was no longer about absence. I looked from the drawing to the address, then out the window at the wet street. It wasn't an invitation. It wasn't a promise. It was just a location, a fixed point in the world, a place where he had been or where he might be. I folded the paper and slipped it inside the book. I didn't know what, if anything, I would do with it, but the knowledge of its existence changed the quality of the quiet in the room. The silence was no longer an end point. It was a space between one breath and the next, full of potential. The rain continued to fall, washing the world clean outside, and for now that was enough. The kettle began to boil again, its whistle pulling me from my thoughts. I made a fresh cup of tea, the steam warming my face. The drawing and the address lay on the table beside the book, a quiet question hanging in the air. I traced the lines of the sketched house with my finger, feeling the faint impression his pencil had left on the paper. I did not make a decision that day or the next. The address existed in my mind like a landmark on a map I hadn't decided to travel. Life resumed its quiet pattern. I worked in the garden, clearing the autumn leaves from the gutters he had fixed. I read the shipbuilding book to the end, and when I closed it, the world outside seemed a little less intimidating. A week later, I found myself driving. I told myself I was just going for a long drive to see the fall colors, that the direction I chose was arbitrary. The town was 20 miles away, a place of quiet streets and old brick buildings. I drove slowly, my hands tight on the wheel, following the turns that would lead to the street name on the paper. I found the number. It was not a house. It was a small brick building with a faded sign that read Public Library. I parked across the street and sat there for a long time, watching people come and go. It made a perfect, heartbreaking sense, a place of quiet, a place to mend things, starting with himself. I didn't go in, that wasn't the point. He hadn't left the address for a reunion. He had left it as a final report, a way to tell me that he had found a harbor. I started the car and drove home, the afternoon sun low in the sky. The silence that greeted me when I opened my front door was not an absence to be filled, but a presence to be lived in. I had my answer. He was safe. And so finally was I. The following Thursday, I returned the shipbuilding book to the library. The woman at the desk scanned it without looking up, and the soft beep sounded like a period at the end of a long sentence. I walked through the stacks, my fingers trailing over the spines of other histories, other lives. I did not look for him. I simply absorbed the quiet of the place, the soft rustle of pages, and the faint smell of old paper. It was a good silence. On my way out, I stopped at the community bulletin board, a chaotic mosaic of flyers and notices. My eyes drifted over yoga classes and lost pet notices without really seeing them. It was just part of the scenery, the quiet hum of a town going about its business. I pushed the door open and stepped out into the crisp air, and I did not look back. The drive home felt shorter this time, the road more familiar. I knew the way. The new neighbors waved from their porch as I pulled into my driveway. I waved back, a brief, easy gesture that felt natural. Inside, I filled the kettle and looked out the kitchen window. The yard was tidy, the gutters clear. I thought of the drawing, now tucked away in a drawer with other keepsakes, old letters, photographs. It belonged with those things, a part of my history now, not a map to be followed. Winter came early, bringing a deep, insulating snow that hushed the world. I found myself spending more time in the small local library in my own town, a habit I hadn't realized I missed. I would sit at a wooden table near a window, reading or simply watching the snow fall, surrounded by the soft, companionable silence of others. One afternoon, I reached for a book on the shelf beside me, a thick volume on botanical illustrations. As I pulled it out, I noticed the book next to it had been shelved upside down. Without thinking, I pulled it out too, to correct it. It was another history book, this one on lighthouse keepers, and tucked into its pages, like a forgotten bookmark, was a small, folded piece of paper. My breath hitched. I knew the texture of that paper. I opened it carefully. It was another sketch, this one of a lighthouse on a rocky shore, the waves crashing below. The detail was incredible. The foam on the waves looked like it was moving. On the back, in that same hand, were just two words: still quiet. I sat there for a long time, the library fading away around me. He was not just safe, he was creating. He was leaving little pieces of himself in the quiet places he found, a trail of breadcrumbs made of art and peace. He wasn't leaving them for me to find. I truly believed that. I had just happened upon this one. He was leaving them for himself, a record of his journey. But the fact that I had found it, that our paths had crossed again in this small, invisible way, filled me with a profound sense of rightness. I slipped the paper into my pocket, reshelved the book properly, and left. The cold air felt clean in my lungs. I didn't feel the need to go looking for more. The world was full of his quiet art, and that was enough. I had my own quiet to tend to. I walked home, my boots crunching in the snow, and the only sound was my own breathing, steady and sure. Story 7. My gaze was fixed on the narrow corridor where shadows pooled unnaturally at the edges. The old radiator clanked intermittently, each sound dissipating into a vacuum of silence, leaving a residue of unease. The walls seemed to breathe, exhaling a chill that was both familiar and alien. I waited for a sign, any small motion that would make sense of the stillness. The clock on the mantel didn't tick, and I hadn't heard it stop. Suddenly, I noticed the absence, a draft that should have been, like breath withheld just out of reach. I knew what had happened. The certainty of it was a solid thing in my chest, a weight I had carried for a long time. Someone had come in from the outside. The lock on the back door was flimsy, a simple thing that could be jimmied with a credit card or a stiff piece of plastic. I had told them it needed to be replaced, that it was an invitation. They had just smiled and said no one would bother us out here, but someone did. They came in quietly, a shadow among shadows, with intentions I could only guess at but felt I understood perfectly. They moved through the downstairs, a silent pressured change in the air, and they took what they came for. It was a violation, clean and simple, an external force that broke the peace of this house. I found the evidence myself, a single long scratch on the doorframe, fresh and pale against the old paint. A faint smudge on the brass knob, the kind left by a gloved hand. The air in the kitchen carried the faint, metallic scent of a cold that comes from being outside too long, a smell that didn't belong to us. These were the facts. They were indisputable. I repeated them to the officer who came, my voice steady, my hands clasped to keep them from shaking. I pointed to the scratch. I mentioned the smell. I told them about the draft from the hallway, the one that felt like a presence just departed. The officer nodded, wrote it down. It all made sense. It was a narrative that held together, a story I could live with. But then a few days later, I was cleaning. It was a mindless task, a way to reclaim the space, to scrub away the lingering feeling of that intrusion. I was on my hands and knees, wiping the baseboards near that same back door when I saw it. Another scratch, then another. A whole series of them low on the wall, parallel and shallow. I sat back on my heels. They were old, filled with a patina of dust and wax. I knew then, with a sudden lurch in my stomach, that the scratch I had found was not new. It was just one of many exposed because I had moved the small rug that usually covered them. The rug that had been kicked slightly aside that night. Had the intruder moved it, or had I, in my frantic search for clues, pushed it out of the way myself, my mind instantly categorizing the revealed mark as evidence? The doubt was a tiny seed, but it took root. I began to re-examine everything. The smudge on the knob. I had polished that brass just the day before. Could a glove have left such a perfect, oily print? Or was it just the natural oil from my own skin, transferred when I first tested the door, my fingers checking the lock on instinct? I tried to remember the exact sequence of my actions that night, but the memory was fluid, shifting. Had I touched the knob before I saw the smudge, or after? The metallic smell of cold air. The radiator had been acting up for weeks, clanking and hissing, sometimes blowing cold air for hours before shuddering back to life. Could that strange, cold scent have been coming from the vents all along, a smell I only noticed because I was primed for alarm? I started watching the neighbor. He lived alone, a quiet man who kept to himself. I had never thought much about him before, but now I saw potential in his solitude. I noticed the way he sometimes stood at his own back window looking out toward our house. Was that a normal glance, or was it something more? I began to think his face looked cunning, his movements furtive. I wondered if his routine had changed. I found myself at my window at odd hours, checking to see if his light was on, trying to match his comings and goings to the unease I felt in my own home. The suspicion was a heat in my blood. He had the opportunity. He had the proximity. He became the face I put on the faceless intruder I had been so sure of. But the spiral tightened, turning inward. If the evidence against the outside was crumbling, then where did that leave the story? The narrative I had built so carefully began to feel like a lie I had told myself. The chill in the hallway, the withheld draft, it wasn't someone leaving. It was the house itself, holding its breath. The silence wasn't the aftermath of a presence, it was the presence. I started to question my own mind. Had I heard something that night? A real sound, not just the house settling. A footstep on the stair, a breath from the dark corridor. Or had my own anxiety conjured it, a phantom noise to justify a deep and formless dread I couldn't name? The line between victim and perpetrator began to blur in the most terrifying way. If there was no intruder, then what was stolen? The peace, certainly, the sense of safety, but who had taken it? Was I the victim of a crime that never happened, or was I the perpetrator of my own fear, crafting an elaborate story to avoid a simpler, more frightening truth? The identity of the threat dissolved entirely. It was him, it was me, it was the house, it was the cold, it was nothing at all. Now I stand in the hallway again, waiting. The shadows pool just the same. The radiator clanks its familiar, lonely rhythm. I don't know what I am listening for anymore. A sign from the outside or a sound from within. I don't know if the truth is out there or if it has been inside me all along, waiting in the silence I've been so desperate to fill with a story. The only thing I am certain of is the absence. The draft that should be there but isn't, and I can no longer tell if it is the house holding its breath or me. The floorboards beneath my feet felt different. I shifted my weight and a faint creak echoed, a sound I had never heard in this particular spot before. It was as if the house was subtly rearranging itself around me, responding to my doubt. I held my breath, straining to hear if the sound would repeat itself, if the house would speak again. But there was only the thick, waiting silence. Then a new sound, not from the house, a low, rhythmic scrape from the direction of the kitchen. It was soft, deliberate, not the random settling of an old structure, but the sound of something being done. My heart began to hammer against my ribs, a frantic drum contradicting the stillness. This was it, proof it wasn't me. It wasn't my imagination. The intruder was back. A cold clarity washed over me, burning away the fog of uncertainty. All the doubt I had nurtured now seemed like a foolish indulgence, a trap laid by my own mind to keep me passive. But I was not passive. I was a victim, and the threat was real. I moved silently, my socks making no sound on the wooden floor. I didn't grab a weapon, the thought didn't even occur to me. My only purpose was to see, to finally have the evidence I needed to make the story solid again. I reached the kitchen doorway and pressed myself against the wall, peering slowly around the frame. The room was dim, lit only by the faint glow of the streetlight filtering through the window. And there he was, a dark shape hunched over near the back door. His back was to me, and he was working at the lock with a quiet, professional intensity. The rhythmic scraping was the sound of a tool in the keyhole. He was breaking in, again. Or perhaps for the first time, and every other time had been a prelude to this moment. A strange sense of relief flooded through me. I was right. I had been right all along. The narrative held. The world was logical. There was an outside agent, a cause for the effect. I opened my mouth to shout, to demand he leave, but no sound came out. I just watched, frozen, as he finished his work with a final, soft click. He stood up, and his height seemed to fill the doorway. He turned, and his face was in shadow, indistinguishable. He took a step into my kitchen, and then his head turned slowly toward me. He had known I was there all along. He took another step, and the streetlight caught the side of his face. The breath died in my throat. The features were my own. The set of the jaw, the line of the brow, the look in the eyes, a look of frantic, desperate determination. It was me. I was watching myself break into my own house. The figure didn't speak. It just looked at me with my own eyes, and in that look I saw the same terrified certainty I had felt when I first saw the scratch on the doorframe. The same need for an explanation, any explanation, outside of myself. I stumbled backward, my hand flying to my mouth to stifle a scream. My vision swam, and when it cleared, the kitchen was empty. The back door was closed, the lock untouched. The only sound was the frantic beating of my own heart and the distant, mocking clank of the radiator. There was no intruder. There was only the story, and I was both its author and its subject, trapped in a loop of my own creation, breaking into my own life over and over again, searching for a thief that never was. I stood there for a long time, my back against the cool wall of the hallway, sliding down until I was sitting on the floor. The cold from the wooden boards seeped through my clothes. I brought my knees to my chest and rested my forehead on them, trying to make myself small, trying to disappear into the silence I had both feared and created. The image of my own face, filled with a purpose I didn't understand, was burned onto the back of my eyelids. A question began to form, slow and thick like cold syrup. If that was me, then who am I? The me standing here in the hallway, or the me picking the lock? Which one is real? The thought was so terrifying that my mind skittered away from it, seeking the familiar comfort of the old story. It was a stress-induced hallucination, a waking dream born from sleepless nights and constant anxiety. That was a narrative I could almost believe. It was a problem with my mind, a thing that could be treated, fixed with pills and therapy. It was still something external, a medical intruder. I clung to that idea, using it to pull myself up from the floor. I needed evidence. I needed to prove to myself that what I saw wasn't real. I walked to the back door, my steps deliberate. I examined the lock. It was pristine, no fresh scratches, no marks from a tool. I ran my fingers over the smooth brass, and then I turned the deadbolt. It clicked into place with a solid, final sound. It was locked. It had been locked the whole time. A wave of relief, thin and fragile, washed over me. See, I told myself, it was a trick of the light and a tired mind. There is no other me. There is no intruder. I am alone in the house. The story corrected itself. The world was logical again. I went to the sink and splashed cold water on my face. The water dripped from my chin onto my shirt. I looked at my reflection in the dark window over the sink. My face was pale, my eyes wide. I looked like someone who had seen a ghost, my own ghost. I leaned closer, searching my reflection for a sign of that other self, that desperate, determined version. My reflection mimicked me perfectly. a silent, fearful twin trapped behind glass. I turned away from the window and reached for a towel. My hand froze in midair. On the counter next to the fruit bowl was a single key. I stared at it. It was old, tarnished brass, unlike the modern silver keys we used for the doors. I had never seen it before in my life. My heart, which had just begun to slow its frantic pace, seized up again. How did it get there? I had been in the kitchen all day. I had wiped that very counter. It was not there an hour ago. I picked it up. It was cold and heavy in my palm. It felt real, solid, undeniable. This was not a hallucination. This was an object, a fact. My eyes darted toward the back door. The lock was still bolted, untouched. This key didn't belong to it, so what did it unlock? The relief I had felt moments before evaporated, replaced by a deeper, more profound confusion. The narrative had not corrected itself. It had simply changed shape. The outside threat was gone, replaced by an inside mystery, and I was no closer to the truth. I closed my fingers tightly around the key, its teeth biting into my skin. The cold metal seemed to leach the warmth from my hand. The house was silent, watching, waiting to see what story I would tell myself next. The key felt like an accusation in my hand. It was a question I had no answer for, a detail that refused to fit into any story, old or new. My first instinct was to rationalize it. It must have fallen from a drawer. It was a spare ID forgotten about, for a lock long since replaced. But I knew every item in this house, every scrap and memory. This key was a stranger. I found myself moving through the rooms, the key a cold weight in my clenched fist. I wasn't looking for anything in particular, yet my eyes scanned every surface, every corner, searching for a keyhole that would accept this strange offering. The house seemed different now. The shadows felt less like hiding places for intruders and more like voids, empty spaces waiting to be filled with meaning I couldn't provide. I ended up in the basement, the one place I had avoided since that night. The air was colder here, damp and smelling of earth and old concrete. The single bare bulb overhead cast a weak, jaundiced light that made the corners seem deeper and darker. My footsteps echoed on the wooden stairs, a hollow sound that emphasized the silence. And then I saw it, in the far wall, partly hidden behind an old wooden shelf stacked with paint cans, was a door. I had seen it 1,000 times before. It was nothing, just a small, locked cupboard where the previous owners had stored tools, or so I'd been told. I had never had a key for it, had never felt the need to open it. The lock was old, a tarnished brass thing, dull and speckled with age. My heart began to beat a slow, heavy rhythm. I knew, with a certainty that felt like falling, that the key in my hand would fit that lock. I moved the paint cans, my hands leaving streaks in the thick dust. I stood before the small door, a knot of dread and a desperate, pulsing curiosity tightening in my chest. This was it, the end of the story, the answer. I lifted the key. It slid into the lock with a soft, grating sound, a perfect fit. I turned it. The mechanism resisted for a second, then gave way with a deep, satisfying clunk that seemed to vibrate through the entire house. I held my breath, my hand on the cold metal handle. I was about to open a door that until this moment had been part of the wall, part of the background of my life. I didn't know what I would find on the other side, proof of an intruder stash. A forgotten family secret, or nothing at all. Or perhaps, I thought with a fresh wave of cold fear, I would find myself staring back at me, a silent, knowing look in my own eyes. I pulled the door open. The space behind it was dark, a small square of absolute blackness. A faint smell drifted out, not the smell of the basement, but of cold stone and still, old air. I reached inside, my fingers brushing against something smooth and cold. I grasped it and pulled it out into the dim light of the bulb. It was a book, a simple, leather-bound journal worn at the edges. It was not dusty. It felt clean, almost new, yet the leather was cracked with age. There was no title, no marking on its cover. I opened it. The pages were filled with handwriting, my handwriting. The first entry was dated 3 years ago, a week after we moved in. I read my own words describing the peace of the house, the way the light fell in the kitchen in the morning. The next entry was a month later, a brief note about the radiator making a strange noise. I turned the pages, my hands beginning to tremble. The entries were mundane, ordinary, and then I reached the middle of the book. The date was from last year. The handwriting was still mine, but the script was tighter, more anxious. I read about a feeling of being watched, a draft in the hallway that shouldn't be there, a scratch on the door frame. I flipped faster, the pages blurring. Every doubt, every fear, every imagined sound and misinterpreted clue was here, in my own hand, written down and documented. I had chronicled the entire unraveling, the entire construction of the story as it was happening. I had written about the neighbor's suspicious behavior. I had described the smell of cold air. I had even written about the moment I found the first scratch, describing it with the absolute conviction of a witness. My breath caught in my throat. I turned to the last written page. The date was yesterday. The entry was short, just a single line. I left the key on the counter today. I wonder if I will remember. I dropped the journal as if it had burned me. It landed on the concrete floor with a soft thud. I didn't remember writing any of it. I didn't remember this book at all. The evidence was undeniable, irrefutable. There was no intruder. There was only me. I was the author of the fear, the architect of the silence. I was the one breaking in over and over again, leaving clues for myself to find, building a prison of narrative to avoid some simpler, more terrifying truth that remained, even now, just out of reach. I looked from the journal on the floor to the dark, empty space in the wall, and I understood that the door had not been hiding a secret from me. It had been hiding me from myself. The journal lay open on the floor, my own words staring up from the concrete. I could not look away from them. The silence in the basement was no longer empty. It was full, thick with the echo of every fear I had ever whispered to myself. I had done this. I had meticulously built this cage of dread, brick by brick, and then forgotten I was the builder. A dry, soundless sob shook my shoulders. I reached down and picked up the book again, the leather feeling like my own skin. I flipped back through the pages, not reading the words but seeing the progression, the slow and steady drift of my own mind into a story it needed to be true. The need was the most terrifying part. What was so awful that my mind would rather invent a monster in the hall than face it. I looked at the dark space in the wall from which I had pulled the journal. It was just a small, empty cupboard. There was nothing else inside. It was not a passage or a hiding place. It was just a hole, a place to forget things. I had used it to forget myself. A strange calm began to settle over me, the quiet that comes after a storm has destroyed everything. There was no more mystery, no more intruder. The only thing left was the truth of my own brokenness. I closed the journal and held it against my chest. I had to remember. I had to break the cycle. I walked upstairs, each step heavier than the last. The house felt different. It was no longer a character in my story. It was just a house. The shadows were just shadows. The noises were just noises. I went to the kitchen and placed the journal on the counter next to the tarnished key. I sat down at the table and stared at them. These were the artifacts of my madness. I knew what I had to do. I had to write a new entry. I had to document this moment of clarity, to anchor myself in the reality I had just uncovered. I found a pen in a drawer and opened the journal to a fresh, blank page. I put the pen to the paper, ready to write the words that would end the story. But my hand wouldn't move. The tip of the pen hovered over the page, trembling. A cold dread, deeper and more fundamental than any I had felt before, crept up my spine. I tried to force my fingers to form the letters, to write, "I remember now." But I couldn't because I couldn't remember what I was supposed to be remembering. The journal detailed the symptoms, the fears, the invented clues, but it never named the cause. It never stated the truth I was hiding from. The journal was not a record of my unraveling. It was the unraveling itself. It was the symptom, not the cure. The pen fell from my fingers. The truth was still out of reach. I had found the source of the story, but the reason for it remained buried, a black hole at the center of my mind. I had not ended the loop. I had only discovered its mechanism. I was still inside it. I looked from the journal to the key. They were just props. And I understood with a chilling finality that tomorrow or the next day I would find another clue, a new smudge, a new sound, and I would follow it, my heart pounding with the thrill of the hunt all over again. I would pick up the journal and read my own words as if they were written by a stranger, and I would believe utterly and completely in the intruder one more time. The key would find its way back to the cupboard. The door would be locked. And I would forget. Closed the journal. The silence in the house was absolute. It was not holding its breath. It was waiting for me to start the story again, and I knew that I would. It was the only story I had left. The cold began to seep into my bones, a deep chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. It was the cold of inevitability. I stood up from the table, my movements slow and mechanical. I picked up the key and the journal. My hands knew what to do even if my mind screamed in protest. I walked back down to the basement. Each step was a funeral dirge. I opened the small cupboard door and placed the journal inside. It looked so small in that dark space. Then I closed the door and turned the key, locking it away. The clunk of the lock was the sound of a cell door slamming shut. I pulled the key free and stared at it in my palm. I climbed the stairs, my body moving on a script written by a version of me I would soon forget. In the kitchen, I wiped the key clean of my fingerprints on my shirt, a pointless, ritualistic gesture. I placed it back on the counter, exactly where I had found it. An object without an owner, waiting to be discovered. I went through the rest of the evening in a daze. I made dinner I couldn't taste. I watched television without seeing it. The night deepened, and eventually I went to bed. Sleep was a black ocean, and I sank into it without a struggle. I awoke to the sound of my own gasp, my heart racing. The room was dark. The house was silent, too silent. I held my breath, listening. There was nothing. And then it came, a faint, almost imperceptible creak from the hallway, a footstep that wasn't mine. The fear returned, fresh and electric, erasing the calm despair of the evening before. The story was reborn, more vivid than ever. He was back, the intruder. The narrative snapped into place, solid and real. I slid out of bed, my every sense heightened. I needed to see. I needed proof. I crept to the bedroom door and peered out. The hallway was empty. I moved toward the kitchen, drawn by an old, familiar dread. The house seemed to watch me, complicit in the lie. I reached the kitchen doorway and saw it immediately. The key was gone from the counter. A jolt of triumph mixed with terror shot through me. I was right. He had been here. He had taken it. My eyes scanned the room and landed on the back door. And there in the soft morning light I saw it. A fresh, deep scratch on the door frame right next to the lock. The evidence was undeniable. I walked over and ran my finger over the rough groove in the wood. It was real. It was all real. The relief was immense, a drug flooding my system. I was not crazy. The world had an explanation. I turned from the door, my mind already racing, planning my next move. I would call the police again. I would show them the scratch. I would make them believe me. I was the victim. The story was true. And in the back of my mind, a small, quiet thought tried to surface, a memory of a cold key in a leather-bound book. But it was easily dismissed, a wisp of a bad dream forgotten by the waking world. It didn't fit the narrative, so I let it go. I had a mystery to solve. The cold brass felt familiar in my hand, though I couldn't say why. I held it tightly, a tangible piece of the puzzle. My first thought was the back door, but the lock was modern, too new for this old, heavy key. It had to be for something else, something inside. I started with the obvious, trying the key on every locked drawer and cabinet in the kitchen. It fit nothing. The living room yielded the same result. The small, ornate keyholes on my grandmother's writing desk were far too small. A rising frustration began to push aside the fear. This key was a message, and I was failing to read it. I found myself at the top of the basement stairs, staring down into the gloom. I hated the basement. It was damp and full of the shapeless, looming forms of stored things covered in sheets, but it was also the only place left that held old locks. The door creaked as I opened it, the sound echoing in a hollow space below. I flicked the switch, and the single bare bulb buzzed to life, casting long, dancing shadows. I moved slowly, my eyes scanning the clutter. An old wardrobe, a rusted toolbox, a trunk. I tried the key on the wardrobe first. It didn't fit. The toolbox wasn't even locked. I was about to give up, to dismiss the key as some lost trinket that had somehow found its way to the surface, when I saw it. Tucked behind the water heater, almost completely obscured by a stack of old paint cans, was a small door set into the foundation wall. It was low to the ground, no more than 3 feet high, made of the same rough concrete as the walls. I had seen it 100 times before and always assumed it was some kind of old coal chute or access panel, long since sealed. But now I saw the faint gleam of a tarnished brass lock, dark with age and dirt. I had to move the paint cans, the dust sticking to my damp palms. I knelt on the cold concrete floor, the chill immediately seeping through my jeans. My heart was a dull, heavy drum in my chest. This was it. I knew it. I brushed the grime from the lock with my thumb. It was old, a perfect match for the key. My hand shook as I brought the key to the lock. It slid in without resistance. I turned it. The mechanism was stiff, but with a gentle push, it gave way with a deep, satisfying thunk that seemed to vibrate through the entire house. I held my breath, my fingers curling around the cold iron handle. I pulled. The door opened inward with a gritty scrape against the concrete floor. A wave of air rushed out, not musty like the basement, but startlingly cold and dry. It smelled of ancient dust and stillness. The space beyond was pitch black. I pulled my phone from my pocket and turned on the flashlight, my hand trembling so badly the beam jumped and shuddered. I pointed the light into the darkness. It was a small space, a crawl space really, barely larger than a closet, and it was not empty. In the center of the dirt floor sat a single small object, a wooden box, dark, polished wood, simple and unadorned. It looked utterly out of place in the grim earthen hole. I hesitated for only a second before crawling inside. The air was frigid, raising goosebumps on my arms. I reached for the box. It was lighter than I expected. I backed out into the basement, the box held tightly against my chest, as if someone might try to take it from me. I set it on top of an old crate and shone the light on it. There was no lock, just a simple lid. I lifted it. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was another key. This one was small and silver, modern-looking, and beside it, a single, folded piece of paper. I unfolded it slowly. The message was typed, the letters crisp and impersonal. "You're getting closer. The shed. Hurry." I looked at the silver key in the box. I knew which shed it meant. The old garden shed at the very back of the property, its padlock always rusted shut. I had never once wondered what was inside. The key felt ice cold in my hand. This wasn't the ending. It was an invitation to the next chapter, and a part of me, a part I was too terrified to acknowledge, was eager to accept. The game was on, and I was no longer a bystander in my own story. I was a player. The garden shed stood at the far edge of the lawn, a skeletal structure of gray, weathered wood half hidden by overgrown blackberry bushes. I had ignored it for years, seeing it only as a decaying eyesore. Now, with the silver key digging into my palm, it was the most important place in the world. I crossed the wet grass, the morning sun doing little to warm the chill that had settled deep inside me. The padlock on the shed door was as rusted as I remembered, a heavy, ugly thing that seemed to defy any key. For a heart-stopping moment I thought it wouldn't work, but the silver key slid in smoothly. The lock opened with a clean, sharp click that sounded absurdly loud in the quiet morning. The door swung inward with a groan of protest. The air inside was thick with the smell of damp wood, fertilizer, and something else, something metallic. Light streamed through the cracks in the walls, illuminating motes of dust dancing in the air. The shed was a chaos of old tools, broken flower pots, and coiled hoses. And there, in the very center of the floor, clear of any debris, was another box. This one was metal, gunmetal gray, and long, like a toolbox or a small chest. It was new. It didn't belong here any more than the wooden box had belonged in the basement. It was waiting for me. I knelt, my knees pressing into the damp, gritty floor. The box had a simple combination lock with 4 dials, no keyhole. I stared at it, my mind blank. This was a test I hadn't prepared for. I ran my hands over the cold metal, looking for a clue, a sign, anything. Nothing. Frustration boiled over. I grabbed the box and shook it. Something heavy shifted inside with a solid, dull thud. I set it back down, defeated. The combination. It had to be a number I knew, a birthday, an address. My hands were cold and clumsy as I spun the dials to my birth year. 0892. I pulled the latch. It didn't budge. I tried the year we moved into the house. Nothing. The last 4 digits of my phone number, still locked. Panic began to prickle at the back of my neck. This was the barrier. This was where the trail went cold. I was so close, but the answer was just out of reach. I sat back on my heels, looking around the shed as if the answer might be written on the wall. My gaze fell on a rake leaning in the corner, and hooked over its handle was a faded green backpack. I hadn't noticed it before. It was shoved behind a stack of clay pots, almost invisible. I crawled over and pulled it down. It was heavy. My fingers fumbled with the buckles. I opened the main compartment. Inside, nestled among wads of old newspaper, was a camera. A digital camera, older but well kept, and next to it, a stack of photographs. I picked up the first photo. It was a picture of my kitchen window taken from outside at night. The next was of my bedroom, the curtains parted just enough to see a sliver of the room inside. A coldness that had nothing to do with the shed washed over me. The intruder was real. He had been here. He had documented his watching. I shuffled through the photos faster, my breath coming in short gasps. There were dozens of them, all of my house, all taken from the outside, from angles that suggested hiding. The evidence was here in my hands. It was all true. The relief was so profound it felt like pain. I reached the last photograph. It was different. It was taken inside a house, a living room. It was my living room. The photo was taken from the perspective of someone sitting in my favorite armchair, and in the picture, standing by the fireplace with her back to the camera, was me. The world tilted. The camera slipped from my hands and thudded to the floor. I looked from the photo in my hand to the metal box with the combination lock. The numbers. It wasn't a date I knew. It was a date I had made up. It was the date I had written in the journal for the first supposed break-in. The date the story began. With trembling fingers I spun the dials. 1023. The latch released with a soft sigh. I lifted the lid. Inside, on a bed of black velvet, lay a single item, a hammer. Its steel head was dark, stained with something that looked like rust but wasn't, and wrapped around its handle was a note typed with the same impersonal font. You always forget what you do with this. You'll remember soon. I didn't touch it. I stared at the stained metal, and a memory tore through the fog in my mind, sharp and brutal and real. Not a fear, not a story, a flash of movement, a cry that was cut short, the smell of copper filling the hallway, the weight of the hammer in my hand. I stumbled out of the shed, retching, collapsing onto the grass. The photos scattered around me, a gallery of my own torment. I had taken them all. I had been the one outside, watching. I had been the one inside, unaware. I was the intruder and the victim. The story was true, and it was a lie, and the truth was so much worse than anything I could have invented. The hammer in the box wasn't a clue, it was a confession, and the loop wasn't just repeating, it was tightening. The grass felt cold and damp against my cheek. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the image of the stained hammer, but it was burned onto the back of my eyelids. The memory was a ghost, there and gone, leaving only the echo of its horror. I pushed myself up, my body aching with a fatigue that went deeper than bone. I left everything, the backpack, the photos, the open metal box. I walked back to the house, each step an effort. The world around me was too bright, too sharp, the colors unnatural. I went inside and straight to the sink, turning on the cold water and splashing it on my face. The water dripped from my chin, pooling on the stainless steel. I looked at my reflection in the window over the sink. My eyes were wide, haunted, a stranger's eyes. I had to know, I had to see if the memory was real. I walked down the hallway, my hand trailing along the wall for support. I stopped at the spot where the memory had flashed, the place where the smell of copper had seemed so vivid. The wallpaper was a faded floral print. I ran my fingers over it, searching for a bump, a tear, anything. It was smooth, unmarked. I leaned my forehead against the wall, a sob catching in my throat. Was it real, or was my mind, having been denied its fictional intruder, now constructing an even more terrible fiction to explain the hammer, the photos, the endless loop? I was adrift in a sea of my own possible truths, and I was drowning. A sound broke the silence, a low, rhythmic tapping. It was coming from the front of the house. My head snapped up. It wasn't a creak or a footstep, it was deliberate knocking. I froze. No one ever came here. The fear returned, but it was a different flavor now, laced with a terrible curiosity. I moved to the front window and carefully peered through the gap in the curtains. A man stood on my porch. He was tall, wearing a dark jacket, his face turned away slightly. He knocked again, 3 sharp raps. He was real, solid. He wasn't a memory or a phantom. He was here. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. The moment the story became real for someone else. The moment I could show someone the proof. The photos were still scattered by the shed. The hammer was in its box. I could bring him to it. I could end this. I went to the door, my hand pausing on the lock. What would I say? How could I explain any of it? I took a deep breath and turned the deadbolt. The door swung open. The man turned. He had a kind, slightly concerned face. He held up a badge, clipped to a lanyard around his neck. Ms. Evans, I'm Detective Miller. We spoke on the phone a few weeks ago about your concerns. I stared at him, my mind reeling. I had called the police. I had forgotten that, too. The man from my journal was standing on my porch, but he wasn't an intruder. He was a detective, a real one. Sorry to drop by unannounced, he said, his eyes scanning my face, taking in what must have been a look of sheer panic. I was in the neighborhood on another call and thought I'd follow up. You mentioned you might have some new evidence. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. My evidence was a confession. My proof was of my own guilt. I followed his gaze as it drifted past me into the hallway. His expression changed. The polite concern melted away, replaced by a sharp, professional focus. Ms. Evans, he said, his voice low and careful, are you all right? I turned to see what he was looking at. There was nothing there, just the empty hallway, the faded floral wallpaper. I looked back at him, confused. His eyes were fixed on a point just behind me. "Your hand, ma'am." I looked down at my own hands. They were clean. I held them up, a silent question. "The wall," he said softly, nodding behind me. There's a smudge on the wallpaper." I turned slowly, and I saw it. Where I had leaned my forehead against the wall, where my fingers had trailed, was a dark, rust-colored smear. It was faint but unmistakable. I hadn't felt it. I hadn't seen it. I looked back at the detective, his face now a mask of grim understanding. The story wasn't over. It was just beginning again, and this time I had an audience. The loop had tightened enough to catch someone else in its coil. I stared at the smear, my mind refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. It was just a smudge, old paint, damp, it had to be. Detective Miller took a careful step inside, his movements slow and non-threatening. "Ms. Evans," he repeated, his voice a low, steady calm in the storm of my confusion. "Why don't you tell me what's been happening?" My mouth was dry. The words were there, the whole story I had rehearsed, the intruder, the key, the shed, but they stuck in my throat, poisoned now by the image of that hammer and the photos I had taken of myself. I couldn't tell him that story. It was a lie, but I couldn't tell him the truth either, because I didn't know what it was. I thought someone was breaking in. I managed to whisper, my eyes darting from the smear on the wall back to his face. "I found things, evidence." "What kind of evidence?" he asked, his gaze still flicking around the hallway, taking in every detail. "A key. It led me to a box in the basement, and then to another box in the garden shed." The words sounded insane even to me. They sounded like a script. "And what was in the box in the shed, Ms. Evans?" His tone was neutral, but his eyes were intent. I opened my mouth to say a hammer, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, a different memory surfaced, clear and cold. The feeling of cold brass in my hand, not this morning, but last night. The journal. I had written in it before bed. I had described the intruder taking the key. I had written the story before it had happened. The detective must have seen the shift in my expression. "Are you remembering something?" The journal, I breathed out, the pieces crashing together in a way that made me feel physically ill. I wrote it down first. I always write it down first. He frowned slightly. "You wrote what down?" "The story, the break-in, the key. I wrote it in a leather-bound journal last night, before any of it happened." The confession felt like a lifeline. It was the only true thing I had left. I had created the narrative. Understanding dawned on his face, but it wasn't the understanding I expected. It was a look of pity. "A journal," he said softly. "Ms. Evans, we get calls sometimes. People living alone, they get scared. Their minds can play tricks. They start to tell themselves stories." "No," I insisted, a desperate energy filling me. "It's not a trick. The things I wrote came true. The key was gone this morning. There's a scratch on the door. Come, I'll show you." I turned, leading him toward the kitchen, needing him to see the physical proof, the things that couldn't be denied. I pointed at the back door. "There, look at the scratch." Detective Miller stepped forward and examined the door frame. He ran his thumb over the groove, just as I had. He was silent for a long moment, then he sighed. "Ms. Evans," he said, his voice gentle, "this scratch is old. The wood inside it is weathered. It's been here for a long time." "That's not possible," I said, my voice rising. "I saw it this morning. It was fresh." He looked at me with that same infuriating pity. Our minds are powerful. They can make us see what we expect to see, especially if we're under stress. He glanced back toward the hallway, toward the rusty smear on the wallpaper. "Why don't you show me this journal?" A cold dread washed over me. The journal, the book where I had written the story that was now unraveling. I had to show him. It was the only way to prove I wasn't completely insane, that I had at least been consistent in my delusion. "It's in my bedroom," I said, my shoulders slumping in defeat. I led him down the hall. The door was ajar. I pushed it open and went straight to the nightstand. The journal was right where I left it. I picked it up, the leather cool under my fingers. I held it out to him. He took it and opened it. He flipped through a few pages, his expression unreadable. Then he stopped. He looked at me, then back at the book. A deep frown line appeared between his eyebrows. "Ms. Evans," he said, his voice losing its gentle tone, becoming official and hard, "these pages are blank." I snatched the book back from him. I looked down at the open page. My heart stopped. The page was empty, a pristine, creamy white. I frantically flipped through the entire book, page after page, all blank. The story was gone. Every word I had written, every detail of the intruder, the fear, the key, it had all vanished. I looked up at the detective, my eyes wide with a terror far greater than any I had felt before. The story wasn't just in my head, it was erasing itself. He took a step back from me, his hand moving subtly toward his belt. "I think you should come down to the station with me, Ms. Evans. We can talk more there." His eyes were no longer pitying, they were cautious. He was looking at a crime scene, and I was the only one in it. The loop hadn't just repeated, it had reset. And this time it had left me holding the only evidence that could condemn me. A blank book and a mind full of stories that were rapidly becoming lies. Story 8. I told them I hadn't stayed long, that I'd only stopped by to drop off the package and left quickly. They seemed satisfied, their questions moving elsewhere. Yet my shoes bore a streak of dark mud, fresh and clinging. The air in the hallway had felt dense, saturated with a smell like burning candles and something deeper, something organic. My fingers still tingled from the brief contact with fabric not meant to be touched. Shadows had slipped along the walls in a way that suggested more than the dim light allowed. The creak of the floor echoed with a finality I didn't expect. That night, my clothes carried the scent of wax. It was a scent that has since woven itself into the fabric of my memory, a thread that pulls me back to the beginning, or to what I think must have been the beginning. Before the questions, before the mud on my shoes, there was only the quiet rhythm of my life, the predictable pattern of my days. The package was an interruption, a small anomaly. It was left for me with a note, a simple request to deliver it. The handwriting was neat, unfamiliar. I thought little of it. It was just an errand. But now, in the quiet of my own home, I find myself reconstructing that short walk from my door to theirs. The sky was a flat, neutral gray. The path was damp from an earlier rain, but the air was still. I remember the weight of the box in my hands, not heavy, but present. A square, plain thing wrapped in brown paper. I remember the feeling of the cool, moist air on my face, the complete normalcy of it all. It is a memory I polish like a stone, smooth and worn, but I cannot be sure if its edges are true or if I have rubbed them away through constant handling. The door to the residence was a dark, rich wood varnished to a high shine. It opened before I could knock. The interior behind them was dim, and they stood in the doorway, not inviting me in, not quite blocking the view. Their expression was neutral, a placid mask that gave away nothing. I held out the package. Their fingers brushed mine as they took it, a dry, cool touch. They thanked me, their voice low and even. The exchange lasted only a few seconds. Then the door closed, and the sound of the lock engaging was a soft, precise click. That is the story I gave. It is clean, it is simple, it is what happened. But memory is not a photograph, it is a living thing. And in the days that followed, other details surfaced from the deep, details my mind must have recorded but my conscious self had initially dismissed. The way the shadows in the hallway behind them seemed to shift, not with the movement of a person, but with a slow, deliberate gathering of darkness. The particular quality of the silence from within the house, a silence that felt full, not empty. It was the silence of a held breath. I go over the moment of the handoff again. Their eyes. Did they glance past my shoulder, over my head, checking the empty street, or was their gaze fixed solely on me, assessing, measuring? I recall a faint tension around their mouth, a tightness that could have been impatience or could have been something else entirely, something like fear. I remember the briefest flicker of something in their expression when they took the box. Was it recognition, relief, dread? I cannot pin it down. The memory shifts each time I examine it, the emotion changing like light on water. And the smell, that is the most persistent detail. The smell of wax, not the clean scent of a new candle, but the thick, honeyed odor of many candles burning at once, their wicks long, their flames dancing over pooled wax. And beneath it, that other note, earthy and profound. It was the smell of turned soil after a rain, of something buried and brought to the surface. It is the smell that clung to my clothes, that lingered in my nostrils for hours after. It is the smell that I catch sometimes even now, a phantom scent that stops me dead in my tracks, a key that unlocks a deep and formless anxiety. I find myself staring at the streak of mud on my shoe, now dried to a dull crust. I had not walked through any mud on my approach. The path was gravel and sealed concrete. The garden beds were bordered, contained, so where did it come from, this small, clinging evidence? My mind presents a possibility, an image of me stepping just over the threshold into the hallway, drawn by a sound or a call that I do not remember hearing. My foot sinks into soft, dark earth where there should be a polished wood floor. The image is so vivid, so tactile, that I can feel the cool dampness seeping through my shoe. But it is only a thought, a story I have invented to explain a stain. It couldn't be real. I hadn't stayed long. They asked their questions and they moved on, but I have not moved on. I am caught in the loop of that afternoon, walking forever toward that dark door, the package in my hand. Each time I notice something new. A curtain twitching in an upstairs window of the house next door. A single dead leaf stuck to the bottom of the box. The way my own heart was beating. A quick, light rhythm that felt out of place in the stillness. The truth is a room I cannot enter. I only stand at the door, catching fragments of what lies within. A glimpse of a shadow, a whisper of a sound, a scent on the air. I piece these fragments together into a narrative, but it is a story built on sand, and it shifts with every tide of doubt. Was there a struggle before I arrived? Was there a presence in that house that wished to remain unseen? The questions are endless, and they lead nowhere. All I have for certain is the sensory evidence, the physical truth of that moment, the cool brush of their fingers, the definitive click of the lock. The visual echo of shifting shadows on a wall, the auditory memory of a floorboard creaking under a weight that was not mine. And the smell, it always comes back to the smell. It is the anchor of the memory, the detail that makes it real. That night I undressed in the low light of my bedroom, folding my clothes over a chair. The air around me was heavy with the scent of extinguished wicks and cold wax, a churchly smell, a funeral smell. It was the smell of a vigil held in silence. It was the smell of a secret kept. I told them I hadn't stayed long, and they believed me. But my clothes, they told a different story. That night my clothes carried the scent of wax. The next morning I could not bring myself to wash the shoes. I left them by the back door, the dried mud a dark accusation against the pale tile. The day passed in a haze of ordinary tasks, but my mind was not present. It was down the street at that dark door, rehearsing the moment again and again, each time hoping for a new ending, a new clue. By late afternoon, the compulsion became too strong to ignore. I had to see the house again. I told myself it was for closure, to prove to my own mind that it was just a house, that the ordinary daylight would bleach away the strange tones my memory had painted it with. I took a different route, a longer one that looped around the block, my hands shoved deep in my pockets, my heart that same quick, light drum against my ribs. I stopped across the street, partially hidden by the broad trunk of an old oak tree. The house looked back at me, its windows dark and blank. The door was closed. The garden was neat, the borders perfectly maintained. There was no mud, no sign of anything out of the ordinary. It was just a house. A feeling of foolishness washed over me, hot and sharp. I was inventing mysteries where none existed. I was about to turn for home when the door opened. A woman stepped out, the same person who had taken the package. She carried a black trash bag which she walked to the curb and placed neatly beside the bin. Her movements were efficient, normal. She turned to go back inside, and for a moment she paused. Her head lifted and she looked directly across the street, directly at me. There was no wave, no shout, no indication of surprise. She simply looked. Her expression was the same neutral mask from before, but in the full light of day, I saw the tension around her eyes, a weariness that seemed to go right down to the bone. Then she turned and went inside. The door closed without a sound. The encounter should have been reassuring. It was a normal person doing a normal thing, but it wasn't tea. It solidified my fear. Her look was not one of curiosity at a neighbor loitering on the street. It was a look of confirmation. She had expected to see me there. I had become a part of whatever was happening inside that house. I walked home quickly, the image of her tired eyes burned onto the back of my own. My hand went to my pocket and my fingers closed around a small, forgotten object. I pulled it out. It was the dead leaf, brittle and brown, that had been stuck to the bottom of the package. I must have absent-mindedly picked it off and put it in my pocket during my walk home yesterday. I stared at it lying in my palm. It was an oak leaf, but it was wrong. It was too large, its veins too pronounced, and it was stained along one edge with the same dark, loamy mud that was on my shoe. This leaf did not come from any tree on our street. That night the smell of wax returned. I awoke from a fitful sleep, and the air in my bedroom was thick with it. I got up and checked the entire house, my pulse hammering in my throat. There was nothing, no source. The windows were closed. The smell was for me alone, a ghost in the air, a reminder that the story was not over. I had delivered the package, but the package had delivered something to me. I just didn't know what it was yet. The leaf felt like a secret in my hand, a small, dry piece of evidence that something was deeply wrong. I couldn't throw it away. I placed it inside a book on my shelf, a flat tomb for a fragment of a mystery I didn't understand, but hiding it didn't make it go away. It was a seed of dread, and it had already taken root. Days bled into one another, each one tinted with that same anxious hue. I avoided that street, taking long, convoluted detours to avoid even a glimpse of the dark door. Yet my avoidance felt like a confirmation of its power over me. I was orbiting the house, pulled by a gravity I couldn't resist. The smell of wax came and went, a phantom presence that left me straining my senses, questioning my own sanity. It was strongest at night, and my sleep became a shallow, restless thing. I started dreaming of earth, of my hands pushing through cold, damp soil, searching for something I couldn't see. A week after I saw the woman, the rain returned. It was a steady, soaking rain that began in the afternoon and continued into the evening. I stood at my kitchen window, watching the water sheet down the glass, and I thought of the mud. My eyes drifted to the back door, to my shoes still sitting there, untouched. The dried streak was now just a dusty smudge. But the rain brought it back to life. As the night deepened, a need grew in me, a compulsion so sharp it felt like a physical pain. I had to know. I had to see if the rain would make the mud appear again, if the earth around that house would reveal its secret. I told myself I was being ridiculous, but my body was already moving. I pulled on a dark jacket and with a trembling hand picked up the shoes. I didn't put them on, I carried them. The streets were empty and glistening under the weak halo of the street lights. The rain was a soft, constant whisper on the pavement. I felt like a ghost in my own town, unseen and purposeful. I didn't cross the street this time. I walked directly to the house, my heart a wild thing in my chest. The garden was soaked, the leaves dripping. Everything was dark and still. I stood there for a long moment, the rain soaking my hair, listening to the absolute silence of the house. Then I looked down at the path. It was wet, but it was clean gravel and concrete. There was no mud. A wave of relief, so potent it made me lightheaded, washed over me. It had been my imagination, a trick of stress and suggestion. I had invented the entire thing. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding and turned to go. And that's when I saw it, not on the path, but at the very edge of the property, where the manicured lawn met the side of the house. The heavy rain was washing soil out from underneath the foundation. A thin, dark stream of it was trickling across the paving stones toward a drain, but this wasn't ordinary garden soil. It was black and thick, and even in the dim light and the rain, I could see things in it. Small, white fragments that could have been bits of shell or bone. I took a step closer, my shoes forgotten in my hand. I knelt down, the wet concrete soaking through the knee of my jeans. The smell hit me then, not of wax, but of that deeper, organic note from the hallway. The smell of turned earth, of something ancient and profound. It was pouring out from under the house. I reached out a hand, my fingers hovering over the dark stream. I didn't need to touch it to know. This was the mud. This was what had stained my shoe. My mind reeled, trying to fit this fact into the story I had told myself. The house had a polished wood floor. There was no earth inside. It was impossible. A soft creak above me made me freeze. I looked up slowly. A window on the second floor was open just a crack, the curtain moving slightly in the damp breeze. The streetlight glinted off something in the darkness behind the glass, a pair of eyes watching me. I couldn't see who it was, but I felt the weight of their gaze. They had been waiting for me. They had known I would come back. I stumbled to my feet, my heart hammering against my ribs. I didn't run. I walked away quickly, my wet clothes clinging to me, the discarded shoes still clutched in my hand. I didn't look back. I knew they were still watching. The delivery wasn't over. It had only been the first step, and I had just taken the second. The walk home was a blur of rain and shadow. Each splash under my feet sounded like a whisper, and every darkened window seemed to hold a watching presence. I locked my door and leaned against it, breathing in the familiar scent of my own home, but it was different now. The air in my hallway was too still, too quiet. It felt like I had brought a piece of that silence back with me. I looked down at the shoes still clutched in my hand. The rain had reactivated the mud, turning the dried streak back into a slick, dark paste. I carried them to the sink and turned on the tap, watching the water run brown over my fingers. The mud was stubborn, clinging to the treads with a strange tenacity. As I worked at it with a brush, a small, solid object came loose and clinked against the stainless steel. I reached into the drain and retrieved it. It was a button, black and smooth, made of what looked like old jet or polished wood. It was cold to the touch. It wasn't tea from any of my clothes. I held it under the light, and a single, fine hair was caught in the thread loop on the back. It was long and white, not mine. A cold certainty settled over me. This button had come from inside that house. It had been trapped in the mud on my shoe since that first day. I had brought it home with me. The connection was now physical, an object that moved from their world into mine. I placed the button on the kitchen counter, a tiny black eye staring up at the ceiling. I could not bring myself to throw it away. It was proof of what I didn't know, but it was something my mind couldn't explain away. Sleep was impossible. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, jumping at every small sound the old house made. The rain had stopped and a deep quiet had fallen over the neighborhood. It was in that quiet that I heard the first faint sound, a scratching. It was so soft I almost mistook it for a branch against the window, but there was no tree near that side of the house. I stood up, my body tense. The sound came again, a little louder. It wasn't outside, it was inside the walls. A slow, deliberate scraping, like something was dragging itself through the spaces between the beams. I held my breath, trying to pinpoint its location. It seemed to be moving, from the kitchen wall toward the hallway, toward my bedroom. I followed the sound, my heart pounding, a cold sweat on my brow. It led me to my bedroom door. The scratching was clearer here, a persistent, insistent sound coming from the other side. I pushed the door open slowly. The room was empty. The sound had stopped. The book where I had hidden the leaf was on the shelf. I walked over to it and took it down. I opened it to the page I had used. The leaf was gone. In its place was a fine sprinkling of black soil and a single long white hair. The scratching started again right behind me. I whirled around. It was coming from the closet. The door was closed. I stood frozen, staring at the thin line of darkness between the door and the frame. The smell returned then, not as a phantom trace, but as a solid, undeniable presence in the room. The thick scent of melting wax and rich, loamy earth. It was pouring from the closet. My hand trembled as I reached for the knob. I knew with a terrible certainty that I was not opening the closet door. I was opening the door to that house. The delivery was finally arriving. I turned the knob. The door swung inward. There were no clothes inside. There was only darkness, a profound blackness that seemed to swallow the light from the room. And from the darkness, a cool, damp breeze flowed out, carrying the full, overpowering smell of a room deep underground, a room lit by countless candles. The scratching was louder now, and I could see a faint movement in the shadows, a slow shifting of something I couldn't make out. A voice, dry and whisper-thin, seeped from the darkness. It was the voice of the person who had taken the package. "You forgot something," it said. A hand, pale and caked with black soil, emerged from the blackness and placed a small, square object on the floor just inside the closet. It was the package I had delivered, rewrapped in its brown paper, looking exactly as it had that first day. The hand withdrew into the darkness. The closet door began to slowly swing shut. I stood there, unable to move, unable to breathe, watching as the door closed with a soft, precise click. The smell vanished. The room was just a room again. I was alone. On my floor sat the package. It was waiting for me to open it. I stood over the package for a long time, my shadow falling across its plain brown paper. It looked exactly the same twine, the same neat folds. It was as if the last week had been a loop and I was back at the beginning, only now the delivery was in my own home. The compulsion to open it was a physical ache, a pull stronger than fear. My hands were shaking as I knelt down. The paper was dry and crisp. There was no mud on it, no sign of its journey. I untied the twine, my fingers clumsy. The paper fell away. Inside was a simple cardboard box. I lifted the lid. It was not empty. Nestled inside on a bed of that same black, loamy soil was a candle. It was thick and pillar-like, the color of old ivory, and it looked as if it had been burned before. The wax was pooled and frozen around a blackened wick, and tucked beside it was a book of matches from a hotel I had never heard of. I picked up the candle. It was heavy, solid, and it was warm as if it had just been extinguished. The smell was overwhelming now, not a memory but a fact, pouring from the wax and the soil in the box. This was the source. They hadn't just returned the package, they had given me the very thing I had been smelling. A match flared in my hand. I don't remember deciding to strike it. The The sudden light was a small, defiant sun in my dim room. I held the flame to the wick. It caught immediately, burning with a steady, clear light. The flame did not flicker. It was perfectly still. I set the candle on the floor and watched it burn. The silence in the room was absolute, a held breath. The light it cast was wrong. It didn't push the shadows back. It seemed to deepen them, making the corners of my room darker, more substantial. The shadows began to stretch, lengthening toward the walls until they touched the edges of the room and began to climb. The candle was burning a hole in the world, and through it the silence of that other house was pouring into mine. I could feel the cool, damp air from the closet again, but now there was no door to contain it. It was just there, mingling with the air in my bedroom. The scratching started once more, but now it wasn't in the walls. It was under the floorboards, directly beneath me. A slow, patient drag of something through the earth under my house. I knew then that I hadn't been smelling a memory. I had been smelling a trail, and I had followed it all the way home. The candle was a beacon, and I had lit it myself. The light was not for seeing. It was for being seen. The thing in the darkness knew where I was now. It had always known. It was just waiting for me to call it home. The flame stood tall and unwavering, a silent signal in the growing dark. The silence in the room was no longer an absence of sound. It was a presence, a heavy blanket that smothered the world outside. The rain, the distant hum of a car, the rustle of leaves, all of it was gone. There was only the silent flame and the scratching that was now directly under my feet. I could feel it through the soles of my socks, a vibration that was more felt than heard, a slow, grating movement. The floorboards were cold. The damp chill from the candle box had seeped into the air, into the wood, into me. I was shivering, but I couldn't look away from the flame. It was my anchor in a reality that was dissolving around me. A shadow moved, not one cast by the candle, but one that moved on its own. It detached itself from the deeper darkness in the corner of the room and slid across the wall. It was the shape of a hand, long-fingered and thin, and it reached toward my own shadow, which was stretched out behind me on the floor. The two shadows touched, fingertip to fingertip, and a jolt of cold shot up my spine. The scratching stopped. In the perfect silence, a new sound began, a whisper of soil shifting. It came from my own shadow on the floorboards. As I watched, horrified and transfixed, the dark outline of my head began to bulge upward. A small mound of that black, loamy earth pushed its way out of the flat shadow, as if my silhouette was not an absence of light, but a thin layer covering something beneath. The mound of soil trembled and then broke. A pale hand, identical to the one that had returned the package, pushed up through the shadowy earth. Its fingers scrabbled silently against the real wood of my floor, finding purchase. It was not in my room. It was in my shadow, and it was climbing out. I tried to scream, but my throat was sealed shut by the thick silence. I tried to move, to stamp on the horrific thing emerging from my own form, but my limbs were leaden. The hand was followed by a wrist, an arm caked in the dark soil. It was pulling itself into my world, using my shadow as a door. The candle flame finally flickered. It dipped once, as if in a wind, and then burned even higher, its light turning a pale, sickly green. In that ghastly new light, I saw the face of the woman from the house. Her weary eyes were wide open, her mouth stretched in a silent shriek of effort or terror. She was pushing herself up through the floor, through the earth, through me. Her other hand emerged, clutching something. It was a second candle, a twin to the one burning before me. She placed it on the floor beside my knee, her eyes locked with mine. There was no malice in them, only a profound and desperate exhaustion, and a plea I could not understand. Then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. The green light vanished. The candle on my floor burned normally again. The woman was gone. The scratching was gone. The silence broke, and the ordinary sounds of the night rushed back in, loud and startling. I was on my hands and knees, gasping for air. The floor was clean. There was no mud, no hand, no hole. There was only the second candle, sitting innocently beside the first. Two silent, ivory pillars, two beacons. I understood then the delivery was not a one-time event. It was a chain. She had delivered the candle to me because someone had once delivered a candle to her. The ritual was not about receiving. It was about passing it on. The thing under the house, the thing in the earth, it needed a new keeper. And I had accepted the package. I had lit the candle. I looked at the new candle. Wrapped around it was a small slip of paper I hadn't noticed before. With trembling hands, I unrolled it. There was no name, only an address written in a faint, spidery hand, an address I knew. It was my own. The paper felt cold between my fingers, my own address. The finality of it stole the air from my lungs. This was not a mistake, it was a sentence. The cycle was complete, and I was at the center of it. The woman hadn't been a threat, she had been a warning. A previous occupant of this terrible loop, her exhausted eyes had been a mirror, showing me my own future. A low, resonant hum began to fill the room. It came from the two candles. Their flames were perfectly still again, but the light they cast began to warp, bending around an unseen point in the air between them. The air thickened, and the smell of wax and earth became a solid thing, a taste at the back of my throat. I knew what I had to do. The knowledge was implanted in me, as cold and certain as the address on the paper. The ritual demanded a completion. The second candle was not for me to keep, it was for me to deliver. I moved as if in a trance. I found a sheet of brown paper and a length of twine. My hands, which had been shaking moments before, were now steady and sure. I wrapped the new candle in the paper, folding the corners with a precision that was not my own. I tied the twine into a tight, perfect knot. I was creating the package, the same package I had received. When it was done, I held it in my hands. It was lighter than I expected. The humming of the candles grew louder, vibrating in my teeth. The warped light between them solidified into a shape, a rectangle of absolute darkness hanging in the middle of my bedroom. It was another door. This one did not lead to a closet or a house. It was a doorway into a void, a tunnel of cool, damp air that carried the faint scent of 1,000 extinguished wicks. It was the path, the route I was now compelled to walk. I did not hesitate. There was no choice to make. The compulsion was a physical force, a current pulling me toward the dark opening. I clutched the package to my chest and stepped through. The world did not go black, it changed. I was walking, but my feet made no sound. I was in a long, narrow corridor made of packed earth, held back by ancient, rotting wooden beams. Roots hung from the ceiling, brushing against my hair. The only light came from faint, phosphorescent fungi that dotted the walls, casting a sickly green glow. The air was cold and still, heavy with the smell of the grave. I walked for what felt like miles, or maybe only seconds. Time had no meaning here. There was only the path and the package in my hands. I knew, without knowing how, that I was walking under the streets of my town, through a foundation of soil and memory that normal people never sensed. Ahead, the tunnel ended at a simple wooden door. It was familiar. It was the door from the house on the other street. I reached out and turned the knob. It was unlocked. I stepped into the hallway. It was exactly as I remembered it, yet utterly different. The polished wood floor was now covered in a fine layer of black soil. The walls were bare, showing the plaster and lath beneath, and it was lit not by a bulb, but by dozens of half-melted candles placed on the floor, their flames casting a dancing, restless light. She was there, the woman. She was kneeling in the center of the hallway, her back to me, her shoulders slumped. She was digging. Her hands were buried in the floor, which was no longer wood but soft, dark earth. She was pulling handfuls of it aside, making a small, deep hole. She sensed my presence and stopped, Slowly, she turned her head. Her face was streaked with dirt and tears, but her eyes were no longer exhausted. They were empty, resigned. She looked at the package in my hands, then back at the hole she had made. She didn't speak, she didn't need to. I understood. I walked forward and knelt beside her. The earth was cold. I placed the package gently into the hole. It was the right size. It fit perfectly. She began to push the soil back over it, covering it with a gentle, final pat. As the last bit of brown paper disappeared, a sense of release washed over me. It was done. The delivery was complete. I looked at her expecting to see relief, but her empty eyes were fixed on my hands. I looked down. My skin was clean, but I could feel it. A fine, invisible layer of dust, the dust of this place. It was on me now. She reached out one grimy hand and pointed past me, back toward the door I had entered. The candles around us began to gutter and die, one by one. The darkness was returning. I stood and walked back to the door. As I placed my hand on the knob, I glanced back. The woman was gone. The hallway was empty. The floor was bare wood again. The only light came from a single, new candle burning on a small table by the door. My candle, the first one, the one that had called me here. I opened the door and stepped through, not into the earthen tunnel, but into my own bedroom. The dark doorway was gone. The second candle was gone. I was alone. The silence in my room was normal now, just the quiet of a sleeping house. I could hear a distant siren. I was back, but nothing was the same. I could still feel the cold of the earth under my knees. I could still smell the wax. I walked to the window and looked out at the sleeping street. My eyes were drawn immediately to a house across the way. A light was on in an upstairs window. As I watched, a figure moved across the light, a man pacing. He stopped and looked out his window directly at my house. He couldn't see me in the darkness, but I saw him. He looked worried, anxious. He ran a hand through his hair and turned away. I knew that look. I had worn it myself just a week ago. A package had arrived for him, a small brown paper package that he couldn't explain. And soon, very soon, he would start to smell something, a scent of wax and rich, damp earth. I turned away from the window. The first candle was still burning on my dresser, its flame steady and calm. I was the keeper now. I was the watcher in the dark. I had delivered the package, but the ritual was not over. My part had just begun. I had to wait. I had to make sure he answered the door. I did not sleep. I sat in the chair by the window and watched his light burn through the night. The candle on my dresser burned with it, a silent, sympathetic flame. I knew every stage of what he was going through. The confusion, the rationalizations, the growing certainty that something was deeply wrong. I saw him lift his head and sniff the air more than once. He was smelling it. The trail was being laid. By dawn, his light was still on. My candle had burned down by half, yet no wax had pooled at its base. It was consuming itself without being consumed. I finally rose from the chair, my body stiff and cold. The compulsion to watch him had faded with the night, replaced by a hollow understanding. My intervention was not required. The ritual had its own momentum. It would pull him in just as it had pulled me. I went through the motions of my day in a fog. The world outside my window seemed like a painted backdrop, thin and unconvincing. The real world was the one of earth and silence and candlelight. I found myself staring at the ground as I walked, imagining the tunnels beneath the pavement, the roots hanging in the dark. 2 days passed. The man across the street grew more haggard. His curtains, once open, were now drawn tight. I kept my own candle burning. Its light was a cold comfort. It was a connection to him and to the thing we both served. On the third evening, as I was watching his dark window, a sound broke the quiet of my room. It was a soft, dry rustle like paper sliding over wood. It came from behind me. I turned. A package sat on the floor just inside my bedroom door. A small, square object wrapped in plain brown paper and tied with twine. It was identical to the one I had received, identical to the one I had delivered. My heart was a cold stone in my chest. This was not for him, this was for me. Again. I crossed the room and picked it up. It was light, too light. I knew what was inside. Another candle, another matchbook, another address. The cycle was not a straight line. It was a spiral. I was not just the keeper. I was also a recipient. The ritual demanded constant feeding. The thing in the earth was hungry, and its hunger was endless. I didn't open it. I held the package in my hands and looked at the candle on my dresser. Its flame stood perfectly still. I knew what I had to do. I had to deliver this new package to keep the balance, but I also knew with a chilling certainty that another would take its place. And another. There was no end, only an endless chain of deliveries, an endless procession of keepers, all of us digging holes in the dark for a thing we could never see. A soft knock sounded at my front door. I froze. The package felt suddenly heavy in my hands. I knew who it was. It was the man from across the street. His eyes would be wide with a fear he couldn't name. He would have a story about a smell, about a delivery he never ordered. He would be looking for answers. I looked from the package in my hands to the candle on my dresser. Its flame flickered once, a silent command. I remained silent. I did not move. I held my breath and waited. After a long moment, I heard his footsteps retreating down my path. He was alone with it now, as I was alone with mine. The delivery was complete. The next part of the ritual had begun. I stood there for a long time, listening to the silence he left behind. It was a different silence now, filled with the echo of his retreat and the weight of the new package in my hands. I was both the watcher and the watched, the deliverer and the recipient. The lines had blurred into nothing. I carried the new package to my desk and set it down beside the burning candle. I did not need to open it to know its contents. The knowledge was a part of me, etched into my bones. This was my burden to carry, my turn to wait. The man across the street would soon be where I was now, looking out at another window, watching another light, and I would be the one to bring him the next package when the time came. The candle flame dipped and then rose again, and in that momentary flicker I saw it. A figure standing in the corner of my room, a silhouette of dust and shadow. It was the woman from the hallway, but she was not alone. Behind her, stretching back into an impossible depth, were others. Men and women, their faces gaunt and their eyes hollow with the same exhaustion. A chain of keepers, a procession of the resigned. They were always here, just on the other side of the light. They did not move, they did not speak, they only watched. They were the witnesses to the ritual, the silent chorus to my new role. I turned my back to them and looked out the window. The man's house was dark. He was in there, alone with his candle, beginning his vigil. I picked up the new package from my desk. It was my turn to deliver. The circle was never broken, only expanded. I walked to my door, the unseen eyes of the past keepers on my back, and stepped out into the night to begin my work. The night air was cold and still, carrying a weight that had nothing to do with the weather. My footsteps on the pavement were the only sound, a soft, rhythmic tap that seemed too loud in the absolute quiet of the street. The package was a cold, dead weight in my hand, and the slip of paper with the address felt like ice against my palm. I didn't need to look at it. I already knew where I was going. I walked without hesitation, guided by an instinct that was no longer my own. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows that seemed to reach for me as I passed. I could feel the eyes of the previous keepers on me, a silent pressure at my back, a collective witness to my part in this endless ceremony. I stopped before a small, neat house with a well-tended garden. A light was on in an upstairs window. I saw a woman moving around inside, a silhouette against the drawn blinds. She was humming, a faint, distracted sound that drifted down to me on the still air. She was unaware for now. I moved to her front door, my movements smooth and practiced. I did not ring the bell. I did not knock. I simply bent down and placed the small, brown package squarely on the welcome mat. As I straightened up, I caught a final glimpse of her shadow in the window. She had stopped humming. She was standing perfectly still, as if she had just heard a sound she couldn't identify. My task was complete. I turned and walked away, melting back into the shadows from which I came. I did not look back. I knew she would find it. The compulsion would draw her to it, just as it had drawn me. The scent of wax and earth would soon fill her home, and the silence would begin to gather around her. I walked back to my own house, to my own candle, to my own watch. The cycle was preserved. The ritual continued. And in the quiet of my room I sat and waited, the keeper of the flame, the deliverer of the dark, a link in a chain that had no beginning and would have no end. The walk home was longer than the walk there. The air felt thinner, as if the world was slowly being drained of substance. When I stepped back into my bedroom, the candle was waiting. Its flame was a little taller now, a little brighter, and it cast long, dancing shadows that seemed to celebrate my return. I closed the door and leaned against it, the wood cool against my back. The room was exactly as I had left it, yet it was no longer just a room. It was a way station, a nexus. The silence here was not an absence of sound, but a presence. It was the silence of the earth, of roots growing in the dark, of things waiting. I looked at the candle. I knew I should sit, I should watch, but a new understanding was dawning on me, colder and more profound than any that had come before. The delivery was not the only duty. The watching was not passive. The keeper maintained the silence. The keeper ensured the chain remained unbroken. If a link threatened to fail, the keeper had to mend it. A sound broke the stillness, not from outside, but from the corner of the room. A soft, wet crunch, like a foot stepping on moist soil. I turned my head slowly, already knowing what I would see. A patch of the clean wooden floor was darkening, softening. It bubbled up like tar, then collapsed in on itself, forming a small, neat hole. The rich, loamy smell of upturned earth filled the room. From the hole a hand emerged. It was not the woman-esque hand. It was larger, a man-esque hand, the skin pale and waxy. It gripped the edge of the hole, and a moment later, the man from across the street pulled himself halfway into my room. His face was a mask of pure terror. His eyes were wide, pleading, his mouth working soundlessly. He was trying to speak, to beg, but the earth had stolen his voice. He was stuck there, half in my world, half in the other, a part of the chain that was not yet fully forged. He had resisted. He had tried to break the cycle. The candle flame burned straight up, a rigid pillar of light. The silent command was clear. This was my purpose. This was the mending. I walked toward him. My feet were quiet on the floor. There was no fear in me anymore, only a deep, glacial certainty. I knelt in front of him. He flinched, trying to pull back into the earth, but he was held fast. I reached out and placed my hands on his shoulders. His body was cold through his shirt. I looked into his terrified eyes, and for a moment I saw myself reflected in them, my expression calm and empty. I pushed. It took no effort. He slid backward into the hole as if on a greased track, his silent scream swallowed by the darkness. The hole sealed itself instantly, the floorboards knitting back together without a seam. The smell of earth faded, leaving only the scent of wax. It was done. The balance was restored. I returned to my chair by the window. The house across the street was dark and quiet. It would have a new occupant soon enough. The candle on my dresser burned steadily, its light a constant, watchful eye. I settled into the silence, into the watch, into my endless role. I was the keeper, and I would wait. Story 9. I assured them I hadn't noticed anything unusual. The report was filed, and they moved to the next caller. Yet my senses lingered on the muffled thump resonating beneath my feet, as if the ground whispered secrets I dared not acknowledge. The air held an unnatural chill, tinged with a metallic tang that stuck to my tongue. Shadows seemed to linger longer than they should, stretching across the bare walls with an unnerving patience. A draft carried a whisper, barely audible, trailing memories of presence as I turned away, but the echo persisted in my heartbeat. The feeling is a cold stone in my stomach now, a permanent weight. It is the precursor to a shiver that never finds release. I taste that metallic air again, here in the warmth of my own kitchen, a phantom stain on my senses. My hands are always cold. I scrub them under scalding water until the skin shines pink and raw, but the chill is in the bone, a deep and settled thing. It started that day with that sound. No, that's not right. It started before. The sound was merely the period on a sentence I hadn't known I was reading. A memory sharp and unbidden, the glint of a silver trowel left out on the patio next door. It was out of place. The garden there was always immaculate, a showpiece of manicured control. Tools were never left out. The sun caught its edge, a blinding wink. I remember squinting, turning my head away from the glare. It was a small thing, a nothing, but my gaze was drawn back to it again and again throughout the afternoon, a flaw in the perfect composition. Another memory from earlier that same week, the neighbor standing at his fence. He was always so talkative, so full of a bland, rehearsed cheer. But that day he was silent. He just stood looking not at me but at my kitchen window, at the reflection of the sky in the glass. His expression was vacant, a wiped slate. I raised a hand in greeting, an automatic gesture. He did not respond. His eyes shifted then to meet mine, and the vacancy was replaced by something else, a flicker of assessment, a quick, cold calculation. Then it was gone, smoothed over by his usual bland smile. "Lovely day," he said. His voice was a recording. I nodded, my own smile feeling like a poorly fitted mask. The thump, it returns to me not as a sound, but as a vibration. A jarring through the soles of my shoes, a tremor in the floorboards of my own home transmitted through the shared earth. It was a solid, final sound, dense. I was standing at my sink, my hands in warm, soapy water. The window was open. The day was still, and then it came, a single subterranean knock. I froze. The water dripped from my fingers. I listened, straining for a repetition, for context, a dropped sack of soil, a rolled barrel. Nothing, only the deafening silence that followed, a silence that felt attentive, waiting. I told the officers I heard nothing. I said the neighborhood had been quiet. My voice sounded thin and reedy to my own ears, a liar-esque voice. They stood on my porch, their uniforms crisp, their presence an imposition of a reality I was no longer part of. They asked about comings and goings. I mentioned the silence, the unusual stillness. I did not mention the trowel. I did not mention the look in his eyes. I certainly did not mention the thump. To give voice to it would make it real, a fact in the world, and I knew, with a certainty that coiled in my gut, that I could not live with that fact. Now the memories refuse to align. They are shards of a broken mirror, each reflecting a different sliver of the sky. Did I see the neighbor that evening after the sound, or was it the next morning? He was watering his petunias, the hose a sleek green serpent in his hands. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace. The soil was dark and damp, thirsty. It drank the water eagerly. I remember the smell of wet earth, a clean, wholesome smell that somehow sickened me. He saw me watching and gave a small, polite wave. His hands were clean. I looked for dirt under his nails, but they were neatly trimmed, spotless. A week later they came again, different officers, quieter, their questions more specific. They asked about disputes, about arguments overheard through the walls. I said no, nothing. A model neighbor, I said, always quiet. They asked if I knew about any digging, any landscaping projects. My heart became a frantic bird against my ribs. I shook my head. My eyes were drawn past them to his perfect lawn. There was a new rose bush, I noted, a deep, velvety crimson. It was planted in a spot that had been bare before. The earth around it was freshly turned, mounded slightly. It looked rich, healthy. The metallic taste floods my mouth. I think of the trowel. I think of minerals, of iron deep in the soil. I think of other things that might seep into the earth and leave a taste on the air. My mind skitters away from the thought, a frightened animal. I cannot hold it. I will not. I am a prisoner of my own window. I find myself standing there for hours, watching the rose bush. It thrives. Its blooms are obscenely large and vibrant, bursting with a vitality that feels aggressive. They are the only spot of intense color in the muted greens and browns of the garden, a centerpiece. I watch him tend to it, his touch almost loving. He strokes the petals. He never looks at my window, not once. The guilt is not for what I may have heard, but for what I have chosen not to know. My complicity is a blanket I wear every day, its weight a constant reminder. I assured them I noticed nothing. By saying nothing, I did something. I became a part of it. The silence is a collaboration. The chill I feel is the cold of a shared secret, one I never agreed to learn but now cannot forget. The narrative unravels in my mind. Perhaps the thump was nothing, a truck on a distant road, a door slamming. Perhaps the look was just a moment of distraction. Perhaps the trowel was simply forgotten one time. These are the logical, sane explanations. I cling to them for a moment, but they are slick and won't hold. They are devoured by the pervasive sense of wrongness that has taken root in me. My thoughts are a broken record, skipping back to the same grooves, the thump, the glint, the glance, the rose. Over and over, they don't form a story, they form a failing, a sickness. I am no longer sure of what is real and what my mind has fabricated. Did the whisper on the draft say a name, or was it just the wind through a crack? Did the shadows in his yard that night congeal into a shape, a form being dragged, or was it just the moon playing tricks? Memory is not a photograph, it is a painting, and my fear is the brush that adds the ominous tones, the dark highlights. The story has no ending, it is a loop. It is the scent of roses on a breeze that still carries a faint, metallic tang. It is the image of pristine hands patting down rich, dark soil. It is the sound my heart makes, a frantic, muffled drumbeat against the cold stone in my chest, echoing that other, deeper sound, a secret knock from below that only I seem to hear. The truth is not a fact to be uncovered. It is a chill. It is a taste. It is the profound and unsettling weight of the shovel in my own hands, as I stand over the barren patch in my own garden, wondering what I would bury to keep my own world perfectly quiet. The barren patch in my garden is a dark eye staring back at me from the earth. It is the one place nothing will grow, a stubborn circle of clay and stone. My fingers are curled around the splintered wooden handle of my own shovel, its blade dull and clean. I have never used it for anything more than turning over a few inches of soil for annuals. The weight of it is all wrong in my hands, a clumsy, foreign thing. I look from my barren spot to his profuse roses. The distance between our gardens is only 20 feet, but it feels like a chasm I cannot cross. The air is still. No birds sing. The world is holding its breath. And then he is there. He doesn't emerge from his house. He is simply there, standing beside the crimson blooms as if he has grown from the soil himself. He is not holding the green hose. His hands are empty, hanging loosely at his sides. He is not looking at his flowers. He is looking at me. There is no bland smile, no rehearsed greeting. His face is a calm, neutral mask, but his eyes are fixed on me with an unnerving intensity. He doesn't move, he just watches. He sees the shovel in my hand. My breath catches in my throat, a sharp, painful hitch. The cold stone in my stomach liquefies into a pure, electric fear. This is it. The unspoken thing has finally surfaced between us, acknowledged not with words, but with this silent, terrible stare across the fence. I want to drop the shovel to pretend I was just about to do some innocent gardening, but my muscles are locked. I cannot move. I cannot look away. The metallic taste is so strong it gags me. He raises one hand slowly, deliberately. It is not a wave. It is a gesture that seems to encompass his garden, my garden, the shovel in my hand, the barren patch at my feet. Then he brings that single finger to his lips. The message is clear and it is absolute. Silent. He holds the pose for a long moment, his eyes never leaving mine. Then he turns with that same slow, deliberate grace and walks toward his back door. He does not look back. I am left alone, the shovel trembling in my grasp. The sun is warm on my back, but I have never been so cold. He wasn't threatening me. That would have been simpler, cleaner. This was worse. It was an assumption of my compliance, a confirmation of our shared secret. He knew I heard, he knew I knew, and he knew I would never speak. I let the shovel fall. It lands on the grass with a soft thud, a pathetic echo of that other deeper sound. I will never dig here. There is nothing I need to bury. He has already buried everything for me. I am the one who is buried alive in this silence, in this knowing. I walk back inside, my legs weak, and go to the sink. I turn on the scalding water and scrub my hands, though they are clean. I scrub until they are raw, trying to wash away the chill, the taste, the weight of the shovel, the memory of his finger on his lips. But it is all inside me now. It is part of the composition. I look out the window. The rose bush seems to pulse with a dark, triumphant light. It is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. The days fold into one another, a flat, gray procession. I perform the rituals of my life. I make tea. I watch the news. I do not go into the garden. The shovel still lies where I dropped it, and a faint, damp stain has bloomed on the grass beneath its blade, a dark and spreading thing. My neighbor is a ghost in his own yard. I see him sometimes, a flash of movement behind his kitchen window or the back of his head as he sits on his patio. He never looks in my direction. This new avoidance is more terrifying than his cold assessment had been. It is the behavior of someone who has said all that needs to be said. The roses have begun to droop. The vibrant crimson petals are edged with brown, curling in on themselves as if in decay. I watch this happen with a grim sense of satisfaction that quickly curdles into dread. Nothing in that garden fails without his permission. Their dying feels like a message, a new sentence for me to decipher. The police do not return. The case, whatever it was, has grown cold. I imagine the file sitting in a drawer somewhere, a few pages of unanswered questions slowly being forgotten. The world has moved on, leaving me here, trapped in this pocket of unnatural quiet. I find myself listening to the house. Its creaks and settles, once so familiar, are now alien sounds. Every noise from next door, a closing cupboard, the hum of the air conditioning unit is a code I strain to break. The thump has been replaced by a constant, low hum of anxiety, a vibration in my teeth. I am cleaning out a cupboard, a desperate attempt to impose order on something, anything, when my hand closes around an old flashlight. The metal is cool. Without thinking, I click it on. The beam is weak, jaundiced. I point it into the dark recesses of the cupboard, and a thought, terrible and complete, forms in my mind. It is not about his garden, it is about mine. The barren patch, the place where nothing grows. The idea is a hook in my brain, and it will not let go. It is madness, of course. A fantasy spun from fear and isolation, but the logic of it is airtight, a perfect, dreadful circle. He would not have buried it on his own property. That would be the first place anyone would look, but right next door, in the one place that belongs to the one person too afraid to speak, the one person he has silently commanded to keep quiet. I drop the flashlight as if it has burned me. It clatters on the linoleum. I will not do it. I cannot. To even think it is to succumb to the sickness. But that night I dream of the earth. I dream my hands are clawing at the clay, my nails splitting and bleeding. I dream of a glint of silver in the dark soil, not a trowel but something else. A locket, a watch, a tooth. I wake up gasping, the metallic taste thick in my mouth, the chill of the dream soil deep in my bones. The next morning I do not make tea, I do not turn on the news. I stand at the kitchen window and I look at the barren patch. The rising sun casts long shadows, and for a moment the patch looks less like an eye and more like a wound. The shovel is still there, it is waiting. The silence is no longer something I am keeping, it is something that is keeping me. It holds me in this house, in this moment, in this terrible knowing. He was right, I will never speak, but the truth is not in the speaking. The truth is in the soil, and it is waiting for me too. My feet carry me outside before my mind can form another protest. The morning air is cool and still. I do not look at his house. My entire world has shrunk to the circle of barren earth and the shovel lying beside it. I pick up the shovel. The wood is damp from the grass, the metal cold. My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic, trapped thing. This is madness. This is the only sane thing left to do. The blade bites into the earth with a soft crunch. The soil is hard, resistant. Each thrust of the shovel is an effort, a violation. The sound is loud in the silent yard, a rhythmic scrape and thud that seems to scream my betrayal to the sky. I keep waiting for his back door to open, for his calm, terrible voice to ask me what I think I'm doing, but nothing happens. There is only the sound of my own labored breathing and the shovel doing its work. I dig, the hole grows deeper, a dark mouth opening in the ground. The clay gives way to colder, damper earth. My muscles burn, sweat drips from my brow, but inside I am colder than ever. The metallic taste is a constant presence, a poison on my tongue. The blade strikes something that is not a rock. The sound is different, a dull, hollow knock. I freeze, my breath catching in my throat. I drop to my knees, my hands trembling as I push away the loose soil. My fingers brush against something smooth, something woven. I recoil, I want to stop, I want to push the earth back into the hole and pretend I never started. But it is too late, the truth is right there. I reach down again, my hands shaking uncontrollably, and I pull. It is a rug, a familiar, patterned runner from his hallway. It is rolled tightly and bound with coarse twine. The end is stained a dark, ugly brown that the earth has not been able to absorb. I cannot breathe, the world tilts on its axis. I stare at the rolled carpet, at the stain, and the pieces of the shattered mirror in my mind finally slide together with a click that is more felt than heard. The thump, the glint of the trowel, the clean hands, the roses feeding from the earth below me. I do not need to unroll it, I know, I have always known. A shadow falls across the hole. I look up, my vision blurry with tears I didn't know I was crying. He is standing on the other side of the fence, watching me. He is not angry, he is not surprised, he looks, if anything, resigned. His hands are clean. Our eyes meet, there are no gestures now, no signals. There is nothing left to say. The silence between us is complete, a solid, living thing. He turns and walks away, and I am left kneeling beside the hole, my hands buried in the cold, dark earth, holding onto the truth I can never unknow. The taste of metal is the taste of blood on the air, and the chill I feel is the cold of the grave, right here in my own garden. I cannot let go of the rug. My fingers are locked around the coarse fibers, the gritty soil working its way under my nails. The stain seems to pulse with a darkness that is more than just color. It is an absence. It is the void where a life used to be. A numbness spreads from my core, a cold paralysis that has nothing to do with the morning chill. I should call someone. I should run inside, my voice a shrill siren breaking the quiet, but I do not move. I stay kneeling, a supplicant at this awful altar. He knew I would find it. He must have known. This was not a careless concealment. This was a deposit. He buried his secret in my yard because he knew the one person who would never dig it up was me. And he was right until I wasn't. The back door of his house opens. I flinch, expecting him to come for me to finish what was started, but it is only the sound of the latch. He does not emerge. The door closes again. The message is clear. He is leaving me with it. This is my burden now, my truth to hold. Slowly, mechanically, I push the dirt back into the hole. I cover the stained rug with handfuls of cold, dark soil. I pat it down, my movements robotic. I am burying it again. I am becoming an accomplice after the fact. My actions are no longer about discovery, they are about concealment. My silence is no longer passive, it is active. I am hiding the evidence. When the hole is filled, the barren patch looks exactly as it did before, yet it is utterly transformed. It is no longer a mystery. It is a tomb. I stand on ground that is not holy. I smooth the earth with the flat of the shovel, erasing all signs of my digging. The act feels practiced, as if I have done it 1,000 times. I carry the shovel back to the shed, its weight now a familiar and horrible thing. I close the shed door and lean against it, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The sun is higher now, warming the yard, but the chill inside me is permanent. I go back into my house. I scrub my hands at the sink, the water scalding, but the dirt feels like it is buried deep within my skin, a part of me now. I look out the window. His yard is empty. The roses are almost entirely brown, their heads bowed as if in mourning. The day passes. I do not eat. I do not drink. I sit in my quiet living room and listen to the silence. It has a new quality. It is no longer just the absence of sound. It is a presence. It is the sound of the thing I buried waiting. It is the sound of his trust in my cowardice. It is the sound of my life divided forever into before and after. I am tied to him now, bound by a secret deeper than any marriage vow. We are two satellites locked in a silent, terrible orbit around the dark thing in my garden. I wait for the police to return. I wait for him to speak. I wait for anything to break the spell, but nothing happens. The world continues, oblivious. And I understand finally that this is the punishment, not a confrontation, not a threat. This, the knowing, the endless, silent companionship of the truth. I will water my lawn and it will feed the roses next door. I will look out my window and see the spot where I buried my own voice. I will live here beside him until the end of my days, because to leave would be to abandon the watch, to let the secret rise without me here to hold it down. I am the guardian of the silence. It is all I have left. The first frost comes, etching the lawn in white and killing what was left of the roses. Their blackened skeletons cling to the trellis, a stark architecture against the gray sky. He spends a morning cutting them down, bundling the thorny canes with methodical precision. He does not look at my house. He does not need to. Our communication is beyond looks now. He burns the rose clippings in a metal barrel. The smoke is thin and acrid, carrying the ghost of their perfume mixed with the smell of endings. I watch from my window, my hand resting on the cold glass. The flames are small and efficient. He stands patiently until the last ember dies, then he empties the ashes onto his garden and turns the soil, mixing the remains into the earth. A week later, a truck delivers new topsoil and a collection of young, dormant shrubs. He works through the afternoon, planting them in a neat, orderly row where the roses once bled. They are plain, hardy things, nothing that blooms. My own days are measured in small, necessary tasks. I boil water, I sweep floors, I avoid the back of the house. The barren patch is under a blanket of snow now, its secret preserved by the cold. I find a perverse comfort in the winter. It mirrors the internal stillness that has settled over me. The fear has not left, but it has fossilized, becoming a permanent, heavy layer of my being. One afternoon, a leaflet is pushed through my mail slot. It is an advertisement for a neighborhood watch meeting. The word watch feels like a personal joke, a bitter taunt. I crumple the paper and drop it into the bin. I am the neighborhood watch. I am watching one thing and one thing only. I see her sometimes in the supermarket or at the post office. The woman with the kind eyes who asked me questions that started all this. She smiles at me a little sadly, and I wonder if she senses the change. If she can see the tombstone I carry in place of a heart. She never asks about my neighbor again. She has moved on. They all have. The snow melts, revealing the mud and the first green shoots of spring. His new shrubs begin to bud with small, anonymous leaves. My barren patch remains just that barren. He is out in his yard more often now, tending to his new, bland garden. His movements are those of a man without a history, a man who has always been here, planting harmless shrubs. He is rewriting his story, covering the vibrant, bloody chapter with something mundane and acceptable. And I am the sole keeper of the first edition, the original text. The knowledge is a stone in my shoe, a constant, grinding reminder that I can never walk smoothly through the world again. He washes his car one Saturday, the soapy water running in rivulets down the driveway. He looks up, and for the first time since that day in the garden, his eyes meet mine through the window. There is nothing in his gaze, no threat, no acknowledgement, no shared secret. It is the look you might give a lamppost or a mailbox, a complete and total void. It is the most frightening thing he has ever done. He looks away, rinsing the soap from the hood. The moment is over. He has erased me too. I am not an accomplice. I am not a threat. I am part of the scenery, a fixture, a silent, unseeing thing. My complicity is so absolute it has become invisible. I turn from the window. The house is quiet. The silence is no longer a thing I keep. It keeps me. It is the walls and the floor and the air I breathe. I am not its guardian. I am its occupant. And I know with a certainty that is as cold and solid as the earth outside that I will never leave. The silence in the house is a different quality now. It is not empty. It is furnished. It has the weight of the rug in the ground, the shape of his indifference, the sound of my own heart beating out the seconds of a life that is no longer my own. I make a pot of tea, the ritual absurd in its normality. The steam fogs the window over the sink. When it clears, I see him. He is standing at the fence, not looking at me, but at the barren patch. In his hand is a small potted plant. Its leaves are a waxy, deep green. He bends, and with a trowel he digs a single, neat hole in the very center of my barren earth. He places the plant in the hole, presses the soil around it, and stands back. He does not look at my window. He simply returns to his yard, putting his trowel away on a shelf in his shed. The act is so casual, so proprietorial, it steals the air from my lungs. He has planted something in my garden. He has marked his territory. I wait until he is inside before I go out. The plant is some kind of hardy ground cover, something that will spread and thrive in poor soil. It is not a rose. It is something far more common, far more invasive. It is a claim, a reminder, a chain. I leave it there. To tear it out would be a form of communication, a response, and that would break the silence, so I let it grow. I water my lawn and I water his plant. I tend to the evidence of my own captivity. The seasons turn, the plant spreads, a green stain over the brown earth until the barren patch is barren no more. It is his. And by extension, so am I. We water our gardens. We nod if we meet at the curb on bin day. We are the perfect neighbors. We are silent. We are, to anyone looking, completely and utterly normal. The hum of the world fades into a distant drone, and the only sound I hear anymore is the quiet, terrible growth of that plant, rooting deeper every day, binding me to the earth and to him. The years have a way of layering themselves like sediment. The silence, once a sharp, painful thing, has dulled into a habit. It is the fabric of my days. I rise, I tend the house, I tend the garden, I water the patch of green that was once barren. It has thrived under my care, a lush, verdant carpet that is the envy of the neighborhood. People comment on it sometimes, on how green my thumb is. I just nod. They don't know it is his thumb. They don't know I am merely the caretaker of his victory. He is an old man now. His movements are slower, more deliberate. I see him through my window, puttering in his garden of plain shrubs. We have grown old together, bound by the thing we never mention. Our lives have run on parallel tracks, so close they are almost a single line. We have shared more sunsets and seasons than most married couples. We have shared a grave. This morning an ambulance sits in his driveway. Its lights are off. There is no urgency. Two attendants move with a respectful slowness as they bring a gurney out of his front door. A sheet is pulled up over the shape on it. I watch from my kitchen, a teacup warm in my hands. I feel nothing. The well of my emotions was filled in with dirt a long time ago. The ambulance drives away. The street is quiet again. A for sale sign appears on his lawn a week later. The real estate agent is a young woman with a bright, professional smile. She does not know the history of the soil she is selling. The new family moves in on a Saturday. They have 2 young children and a dog. They bring noise and laughter and a trampoline. They paint the house a cheerful yellow. The wife introduces herself to me over the fence, her hand offered freely, her eyes open and kind. She talks about pulling up those boring old shrubs and putting in a vegetable patch. I smile and nod. I welcome her to the neighborhood. That night I stand at my back door looking out at the dark yard. The moon is full, casting a silver light over the lush green plant that covers the secret. The new family's laughter echoes from their kitchen. It is the sound of a new story beginning, unaware of the old one buried just beneath their feet. I am the last one who knows. The silence is mine alone now. It is my inheritance, and I will carry it with me, tend to it, until it is my turn to be quietly carried away. The truth is safe. It is growing still, its roots tangled deep in the dark, silent earth. I turn from the window and go inside, closing the door on the night. The house is quiet. It is a quiet I have built. It is a quiet I understand. It is home. The next morning, the sound of a power saw rips through the quiet. I watch from the window as the new father, Mark, attacks the first of the shrubs. The roots put up a fight, but he is young and strong. He wrestles the stubborn thing from the earth and tosses it onto a growing pile of debris. His children cheer. By afternoon, the entire row of shrubs is gone. The earth where they stood is raw and turned. Mark begins to dig, preparing for his vegetables. The shovel sinks deep, and with each thrust, my breath catches. He is digging in the wrong place, but the act itself feels like a violation. He cannot possibly know. His wife, Sarah, brings him a glass of water. She sees me at the window and waves, her smile easy and bright. I force my hand to lift in return. She says something to Mark, and he looks over, giving a friendly nod before returning to his work. They are so alive, so present. Their energy is a foreign country. Days pass. The vegetable garden takes shape in neat, raised rows. The children chalk pictures on the driveway. The dog barks at passing squirrels. Life, loud and messy and vibrant, has replaced the quiet order next door. I try to find peace in the change. Perhaps the secret can fade, can be composted by this new, innocent life. But the silence within me is a deeper well than their laughter can fill. One evening there is a knock at my door. It is Sarah. She holds a small basket of fresh lettuce and early radishes from their garden, a peace offering, a neighborly gift. "I hope we haven't been too noisy for you," she says, her voice warm. "Not at all," I reply, and my own voice sounds like a rusted hinge from disuse. She glances past me into my quiet house, then back at my face. Her smile falters for a second, replaced by a look of gentle concern. You know, if you ever need anything or just want some company. I thank her and take the basket. The greens are vivid and full of life. As she turns to leave, her gaze falls on the lush green plant that covers the barren patch. "Oh, this is just beautiful," she says. "What is it? I've always admired it." I look at the plant, at the deep green leaves that have been my penance and my prison. "I'm not sure," I say, and it is the truest thing I have ever spoken. It was just always here. She nods, gives a final wave, and walks back to her bright yellow house. I close the door and place the basket on the kitchen counter. The vegetables smell of sun and soil. I look out the window at the thriving plant, at the rich green that hides the brown stain of truth underneath. The new family is having dinner on their patio, their conversation a soft murmur on the evening air. They are digging into the future, unaware of the past. And I understand that my duty is not over. It has simply changed. I am no longer just the guardian of a secret. I am the guardian of their innocence. My silence is the wall between their light and my darkness. I will watch them grow their vegetables and raise their children. I will accept their gifts and their kindness. I will be the good neighbor. The shovel is still in the shed. I know it is there. I can feel its presence like a second heartbeat, but it is not for digging, not anymore. It is a reminder, a headstone. For the first time in decades, I feel a strange, quiet purpose. The story is not over. It has simply welcomed new characters, and my role is to make sure they never have to read the first chapter. I turn from the window and decide, for the first time, to make myself a proper dinner. The silence in the house feels different tonight. It feels less like a weight and more like a vow. The dog is the one I worry about most, a terrier mix, all energy and curiosity. They've named him Scout. He digs with a frantic, joyful purpose in their new vegetable garden, sending clouds of dark soil into the air. Sarah scolds him gently, laughing as she fills his holes back in. My eyes are constantly drawn to him. He is an agent of chaos, an unknowing archaeologist. He digs near the fence line, then by the patio, and each time his little paws break ground, my heart seizes. He has not yet discovered the lush green plant in my yard. It is only a matter of time. One afternoon, he gets through a gap in the fence. He trots into my yard, his nose to the ground, tail wagging. He heads straight for the green patch, sniffing intently. He circles it once, then twice. He begins to paw at the edge, his movements quick and earnest. I am at the door in an instant, my body moving before my mind can form a thought. "Shoo," I say, my voice sharper than I intended. The dog looks up, startled, then wags his tail at me. "Go on, go home." Sarah appears at the fence, her face flushed. "Scout, I'm so sorry. He's such a little escape artist." She calls him, and he bounds back to her, leaving a small, shallow scrape in the earth. "It's fine," I say, my voice returning to its usual softness. "No harm done." But there was harm. There was the beginning of it. I wait until she is gone, then I go to the shed. The shovel is there, right where I left it. I take it and I go to the green patch. I carefully smooth the dirt where Scout dug, patting it firm. The plant is undisturbed. The secret is safe. That night I dream of digging, not with a shovel, but with my hands. The earth is cold and gives way too easily. I dig until my fingers brush against something rough and woven. It is the rug. It is wet, and it is moving. I wake with a start, the dream clinging to me. The house is silent, but the new fear is loud. It is no longer a passive waiting. It is an active defense. The world is no longer content to leave the secret buried. It is sending scouts. The next day I buy a bag of large, smooth stones from the garden center. I spend the afternoon arranging them in a wide, tight circle around the base of the green plant. It is a border, a barrier, a way to keep the dog out, to keep everything out. Sarah sees me working and gives a thumbs up from her kitchen window. She thinks it is a decorative touch. She cannot see that it is a fortification. The stones are cold and heavy in my hands. As I set the last one in place, I look at the neat circle. It does not make the secret disappear. It frames it. It makes it a monument, but it is a necessary risk. The dog sniffs at the stones later that day, finds no purchase for his paws, and loses interest. I have won a battle, but the war has changed. The silence is no longer just about keeping a vow. It is about active preservation. The shovel in the shed is no longer just a reminder. It is a tool I might have to use again. I am not just a guardian, I am a sentry, and I am watching the dog. The weather turns. Rain falls for 3 days straight, turning the yard to mud. The stones around the plant hold firm, a dark, wet circle in the sea of churned earth. Scout is confined indoors, his whines audible through my walls. I watch the water pool and run in tiny rivers, and I watch the green plant drink it all in. It seems to swell, its leaves a deeper, more violent green against the gray world. On the 4th day the sun returns, and so does the dog. He is a projectile of pent-up energy tearing across the muddy yard. He ignores the stone circle for a while, chasing a ball that Mark throws for him. But his instincts are too strong. The smell of the wet earth, the memory of that one interesting spot, draws him back. He approaches the stones slowly this time, as if he knows it is forbidden. He sniffs along the perimeter, his whole body quivering with concentration. He looks at my house, then back at the stones. He begins to dig, not at the plant itself, but just outside the ring of stones, where the earth is soft and yielding from the rain. I am frozen at the window. This is a new approach. He is not trying to dig up the plant. He is trying to dig under the barrier. The mud flies behind him in a dark arc. The hole deepens quickly. He is tunneling. I move without thinking. I am out the door and across the wet grass before I can form a rational plan. Scout is so engrossed in his work he doesn't hear me approach. I clap my hands sharply. No, get away from there. He jumps back startled and looks up at me with mud-spattered fur and guilty eyes. He knows he has done wrong. He gives a low whine and slinks back toward the gap in the fence. I stand over the hole. It is deep, too deep. The tunnel angles sideways toward the center of the stone circle. He was inches away from the perimeter. I kneel, my knees sinking into the cold mud. I push the loose soil back into the hole with my bare hands, packing it down, erasing his progress. The dirt is icy and smells of worms and decay. I feel a presence and look up. Sarah is standing at the fence, her expression a mixture of apology and confusion. I am so sorry, she says. He has never been this obsessed with one spot before. I don't know what has gotten into him. I rise, wiping my muddy hands on my apron. It is the rain, I say, my voice even. It brings out the smells. It is not his fault. I am defending the dog that threatens to unearth everything. The irony is a bitter taste in my mouth. I'll fix the fence today, she promises. I'll make sure he can't get through again. I nod. That would be best. I return to the house. My hands are trembling. I wash the mud from them, watching the brown water swirl down the drain. The shovel in the shed seems to hum with a new energy. It is no longer a symbol. It is a promise of a task I may yet have to perform. The dog is not just digging a hole. He is digging toward a truth that wants to be found, and I am the only thing standing in its way. The silence is not a passive state anymore. It is a fight, and the fight is now. The next few hours are a kind of vigil. I do not leave the window. I watch Mark repair the fence, nailing a new board over the gap. I watch Sarah plant marigolds. I watch the children, and I watch the dog who now lies on the patio, exhausted and mud-caked. The immediate threat has passed. The hole is filled. The fence is mended. But the equilibrium is shattered. The dog-ass instinct has shown me the fragility of my control. The earth is not a vault. It is a living thing, and it can be persuaded to give up its dead. I think of the rug, of what lies within it. I think of the years it has spent down there, and I wonder if it has been waiting. That night I do not dream. I lie awake listening. The house is its usual silent self, but the silence from next door is different. It is the quiet of a family sleeping, of dreams and rest and a future they believe in. It is a sound that mocks my own wakefulness. In the morning, the first thing I see is the stone circle. The rain has washed the stones clean, making them gleam in the low sun. They look like teeth. The green plant at the center seems to pulse, fed by the storm, fed by my fear. I make my tea. The routine is a cage, but it is my cage. I carry the cup to the window. Mark is already outside, inspecting his vegetable garden. He sees the repaired hole where Scout dug. He frowns, then looks over at my stone circle. His eyes linger on it for a long moment, and a crease forms between his brows. It is not a look of suspicion, but of curiosity. He sees the stones, and he sees the care I have taken, and he wonders why. He catches me watching him and offers a small, awkward wave before turning back to his tomatoes. The moment is over, but a new thread has been spun. He has noticed. The barrier I built to protect the secret has instead drawn attention to it. I have framed the question mark. I move away from the window, my heart a dull drum. This is the way it will be now. A constant calculation. A series of moves and countermoves in a game only I am playing. The dog is just the instrument. The real opponent is time and curiosity and the simple, innocent need to dig in the dirt. I open the back door and step outside. The air is fresh from the rain. I walk to the stone circle and stand over it. I look down at the impenetrable green, and for the first time in decades, I address the thing beneath it directly in the quiet of my own mind. I'm still here, I tell it. You will not have them. The rain returns with a vengeance that evening, a heavy, drumming downpour that washes the world in shades of gray. I watch it from the kitchen, the water sheeting down the window pane, and I know. The soil will be soft again. The smells will be stronger. I don't sleep. I sit in the dark living room, waiting for the storm to pass. Each rumble of thunder feels like a portent. The house feels less like a sanctuary and more like a frontline trench. Just before dawn, the rain slackens to a drizzle. The first light is a dirty gray smear across the sky. I pull on my boots and my old coat and step out into the sodden world. The air is thick with the smell of wet earth and rotting leaves. I go straight to the stone circle. The ground is a quagmire. And there it is, a new hole, not deep but fresh. The mud around it is churned up by frantic paws. He didn't dig under the fence this time. He must have jumped it. The tunnel angles downward, a dark gash in the earth, pointing inexorably toward the center of the circle. A cold certainty settles over me. This is no longer about scaring the dog away. This is about erasing the evidence of his curiosity. I go to the shed. The shovel is cold and familiar in my hands. Its weight is a dreadful comfort. I return to the hole and begin to dig. Not to bury deeper, but to excavate. I need to see. I need to know how close he came. The mud sucks at the shovel, reluctant to let go. I dig with a grim efficiency, the same way I did all those years ago, the memory rising in me like a ghost. The hole deepens, water pools at the bottom. I am digging within the circle now, inside the sacred perimeter I built. My breath comes in ragged clouds in the cold air. The shovel strikes something, not a rock, something softer, something that gives way with a damp, rotten sound. I drop to my knees. I push the mud aside with my hands, my fingers numb with cold and dread. I feel it, the rough, woven texture of the rug. It is rotted through in one spot, and through the rupture I see not the brown of soil, but a flash of something white, a glimpse of curved, ancient bone. I scramble back, my heart hammering against my ribs. I sit in the mud, staring at the small, terrible opening in the earth. The truth is not just buried, it is exposed. The dog didn't even need to find it. The rain and the rot did the work for him. A sound makes me look up. It is Scout. He is on the other side of the fence, quiet for once, his head cocked. He is watching me. He smells it. He knows. I look from the dog to the hole, from the hole to the shovel. The calculations are over. The options have narrowed to one. I must go deeper than the dog can dig. I must bury it beyond the reach of rain, beyond the reach of time, beyond the reach of any innocent, curious thing. I get to my feet and pick up the shovel. The handle is slick with mud. The sky is getting lighter. They will be waking up next door soon. I have to work quickly. I drive the shovel into the earth with a new, desperate strength. The quiet is gone for good. The only sound now is the wet, sucking noise of the mud and the ragged sound of my own breathing. The sentry has become a grave digger once more. Story 10. It wasn't uncommon to notice the carpet looked a bit darker some days. The cleaning crew didn't seem to mind much, and it wasn't like anyone really paid attention to those hallways. I suppose that's why the muted tones always felt a bit askew, like the dim outline of something misplaced. I walked the same path each evening, hearing the faint creak of floorboards under my feet, though never when I was alone. It was merely routine to step around the soft spots, pretending they weren't a bother. I rarely glanced at the marks on the wallpaper. They almost seemed to fade into the background. When I turned off the light that night, my fingers lingered a second longer on the switch. The sound was always there first, a soft, rhythmic thud from next door. It was the sound of a kneaded bread dough meeting a countertop, a steady, patient percussion. I timed my own movements to it. The thud would stop, and a minute later I would hear their door open and close. They were predictable. I found comfort in that. I remember the first time I saw the cleaning cart left unattended, parked at a slight angle near the stairwell. The bottle of amber liquid inside was uncapped. The sharp, clean scent of the solution was so strong it made the air taste metallic. I screwed the cap back on. The rag draped over the cart's edge was damp and the color of weak tea. A conversation half overheard. "You get used to the smell," one of them said. The other just shook their head, polishing the same spot on the brass handrail over and over. "No, you just stop noticing it. There's a difference." They didn't see me standing there. I held my breath until they moved on. The silence was the worst part. It didn't happen all at once. The thudding from next door became irregular, a skipped beat, then a long pause, then it was gone altogether. The absence of it was a new sound, a high-pitched hum in the back of my teeth. I pressed my ear to the wall, nothing but the empty resonance of a space waiting to be filled. I saw them once carrying a large rug rolled tight and bound with twine. It was an awkward shape, difficult to manage on the stairs. They struggled with it, their face flushed with the effort. I held the door open. A polite nod, a murmured thanks. The rug smelled of damp earth and that faint, sweet smell that clings to the air after a heavy rain. The marks on the wallpaper were not random. I realized this one afternoon, my head tilted to the side. They formed a pattern, a series of faint, arcing smudges at shoulder height. If I traced them with my finger, they led from their door to the stairwell. A path. It could have been from the edge of a piece of furniture being moved, brushed against the wall time and again. I began to check the carpet every day. The dark patch near my door seemed to be spreading, not outward but deeper, the fibers matting down into a more permanent shadow. I would pour a glass of cold water on it, watch it bead on the surface before slowly disappearing. The stain remained. The cleaning crew started using a new solution. This one had no scent at all. They would spray it and wipe quickly, their movements efficient and devoid of expression. I asked about the old cleaner, the one that smelled so sharp, the one with the amber color. They said they had never used anything like that. Their eyes were flat, their answers smooth and rehearsed. I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had smelled. I found a single piece of twine in the stairwell, the same kind that had bound the rug. It was tucked into the corner where the baseboard met the step. I left it there. It felt like a test. Every day I would check to see if it was still there. It always was. My assumption had been a simple one, a story built on a foundation of thuds and smells and stains. A story of something being removed, something being claimed, something being hidden. But what if the story was about the person who noticed, the one who listened at walls, who tracked the progress of stains, who remembered the scent of chemicals no one else would admit to using? What if the crime was not in the act, but in the observation? The silence from next door is complete now. The hallway is perpetually still. The cleaning crew moves through like ghosts, leaving behind the scent of nothing. I walk my path, and the floorboards are silent beneath my feet. There is no one here to hear them creak. I turned off the light again tonight. My fingers did not linger. The darkness felt total, a settled thing, and from somewhere down the hall, clear and unmistakable, came the soft, patient sound of a door being unlocked. The sound was not followed by a hinge-esque whine or the shuffle of feet. It was just the single, slick click of the tumblers yielding. I stood in my dark room, one hand still near the light switch, and waited. The silence that followed was heavier than before, a held breath. I did not turn the light back on. I moved to my own door and placed my palm flat against the cool wood. The hallway on the other side was utterly dark, but I knew its dimensions by heart. I knew the exact number of steps to the stairwell. I knew which floorboards to avoid. I opened my door just enough to slip through, the action soundless. The air in the hall was cold and carried the sterile, scentless odor of the new cleaner. I looked toward the end of the corridor. The door to the vacant apartment, the one that had been silent for so long, was now slightly ajar. A sliver of deeper blackness cut into the dim outline of the frame. I began to walk toward it. My bare feet were silent on the carpet, though I could feel the damp, matted texture of the dark patch near my door as I passed over it. The silence was a presence itself, pushing me forward. The marks on the wallpaper seemed to pulse faintly in my peripheral vision, a trail I was finally following to its end. I stopped before the door. I did not push it open. I simply stood there listening. From within came a faint, almost imperceptible sound like the rustle of dry leaves. Then a voice, soft and rasping, spoke from the darkness just inside. I wondered when you would come. The voice was not what I expected. It was thin, papery, and held no trace of threat, only a weary curiosity. I didn't answer. My hand found the edge of the door and pushed it open a little wider. The air that drifted out was warm and carried a familiar, forgotten scent, the sharp, metallic tang of the old cleaning solution. It was layered over something else, something organic and vaguely sweet, like old apples. The room beyond was not entirely dark. A single candle flickered on the floor in the center of the room, its small flame casting long, dancing shadows up the bare walls. The space was empty of furniture. In the middle of the floor, where the candlelight pooled, sat the rug I had seen them carrying. It was unrolled now, a faded oriental pattern swallowed by a large, dark stain that seemed to drink the light. A figure sat beside the candle, their back to me. I could see the slope of their shoulders, the outline of a head bowed low. They were tracing the edge of the stain with a single finger. "You noticed the patterns," the voice said, and I realized it was coming from the figure. Most people don't. They see a mess. They see something to be cleaned away. They don't see the story it tells. I took a step into the room. The floorboard under my foot gave a loud, familiar creak. The figure didn't turn. I tried to clean it myself first. They continued, their fingers still moving along the stain's border. With the strong stuff, the amber liquid, it just set the color, made it permanent, a permanent reminder. They finally turned their head. The candlelight illuminated a face that was gaunt and tired, but their eyes were clear and focused on me. It was the person from next door, the one who made the bread. It wasn't a crime, they said, as if answering the question I had never voiced aloud. It was an accident, a spill, but some spills they don't just wipe away. They become a part of the place, they change it. They gesture to the stain. The cleaning crew with their scentless bottles, they don't clean it, they just mask it. They pretend it isn't there, but you never pretended. They looked at me, and for the first time I saw something like recognition in their eyes. Not of me, but of my habit of noticing. You were the only one who was paying attention, they said, and I thought if anyone would understand that some things can't be claimed, only acknowledged, it would be you. They turned back to the stain, their shoulders slumping. The silence was an invitation. I'm glad you finally accepted. I took another step into the room, the floorboards groaning softly under my weight. I didn't speak. There were no questions left to ask that the stain and the candle and the weary figure didn't already answer. I lowered myself to the floor, sitting a few feet from them, facing the dark bloom on the rug. The sweet, decaying scent was stronger here, mixed indelibly with the chemical tang. We sat in silence for a long time, watching the candle flame tremble. The shadow of the stain seemed to shift and deepen in the unstable light. They wanted to take the rug away, they said, their voice barely a whisper, to throw it out, but I couldn't let them. It wouldn't be right to just dispose of it, to pretend it never happened. Their hand, pale in the dim light, rested on the stained fibers. This is what's left. This is the truth of it. It's ugly, it's permanent, but it's real. I looked from the stain to their face, etched with a grief that was too old for tears. I understood then that the thudding, the kneading of bread had been a ritual of patience, a hope that something could be transformed through steady, careful effort. And the silence that followed was the acceptance that some things cannot be. I didn't offer comfort, there was none to give. Instead, I reached out and placed my own hand on the rug, not on the stain itself, but on its edge. The fibers were stiff and rough under my fingertips. The gesture was enough. A sigh escaped them, a release of a breath held for a very long time. The candle flickered, and for a moment the entire stain seemed to contract and then expand, a great dark heart beating once in the quiet room. Then it was still. The neighbor bowed their head again, and I kept my hand where it was. We stayed like that as the candle burned lower, two people keeping watch over a truth that could not be claimed, only born. The hallway outside, with its scentless cleaners and its silent footsteps, felt 1,000 miles away. Here in the candlelight, with the smell of old apples and regret, was the only thing that was real. The candle guttered, and the darkness in the room surged forward before settling back into a shallow pool of light. The whisper hung between us, a question that had no answer. I looked at the stain, at the truth of it, and then at the person beside me. "We sit with it," I said, my own voice rough from disuse. "We don't turn on the bright lights. We don't call for the crew with their scentless bottles. We just let it be what it is." A slow nod was the only reply. The flame shrank, drowning in its own wax. The shadows climbed the walls, and the stain on the rug became indistinguishable from the growing dark. Soon, the only light was a faint orange ember at the wick's tip, and then nothing. The blackness was absolute. I could hear the quiet rhythm of our breathing, two people sharing a space with a thing that could not be unseen. My eyes adjusted to the lack of light, and the outline of the window emerged, a slightly less dark rectangle in the void. "I should go," I said, but made no move to stand. "Stay," the voice came from the darkness beside me. It wasn't a plea, just a statement. "The hallway is very empty." So I stayed. We did not speak again. We sat on the floor in the dark, our shoulders not touching, bound together by the presence of the stain between us. The silence was no longer an absence, but a shared thing, a quiet understanding. The faint, sweet smell of decay was just a smell now, a fact of the room. It was not good. It was not bad. It simply was. And for the first time, walking the hall tomorrow would feel different, because I would know that behind one of the doors, someone else knew it too. The first gray light of morning began to define the window. It did not so much illuminate the room as dilute the darkness to a murky gray. The stain on the rug was the first thing to regain its form, a solid, dark shape in the center of the floor. I stirred, my joints stiff from the long stillness. The figure beside me was already awake, sitting upright, watching the window. Without a word, they leaned forward and carefully rolled the rug, the stiff fibers crackling softly. The stain disappeared, wrapped inside itself. They tied it with a piece of twine from their pocket, the motion practiced and efficient. The ritual was complete. I rose and went to the door. The hallway outside was still and cold, waiting for the day to begin. I paused on the threshold and looked back. They were just a silhouette against the lightening window, holding the rolled rug upright. I stepped into the hall and closed the door behind me. The click of the latch was deafening in the silence. I walked back to my apartment, my feet finding the soft spots and the silent boards by memory. Inside, I put the kettle on. The routine felt the same, but the meaning had changed. Later, as I left for the day, I saw it. A single, fresh smudge on the wallpaper, right at the corner where it turned toward the stairwell. It was the same weak tea color as the old rag, a perfect fingerprint. I didn't touch it. I just looked at it for a long moment, a small, honest flaw in the perfect, scentless silence. Then I walked on, and the floorboards did not make a sound. The kettle whistled, a sharp, ordinary sound that seemed to belong to a different world. I poured the water over the tea leaves and watched them swirl and settle. The steam carried no scent of apples or chemicals, just the simple, earthy smell of tea. It was a relief. I saw my neighbor later that week. They were carrying a bag of groceries, the paper kind that strains at the seams. I held the main door open for them. Our eyes met, and for a moment there was a flicker of that shared night in the dark room. Then they gave a small, almost imperceptible nod and continued on to their door. I did not hear the sound of kneading bread that evening or the next, but on the third day it returned. The rhythm was different, slower, more thoughtful. It was not the sound of forgetting, but the sound of remembering. The cleaning crew came on their usual day. I watched the one with the tired eyes spray the new, scentless solution onto the fresh smudge on the wallpaper. She rubbed at it with a cloth, her movements brisk and professional. She stopped and leaned closer, her brow furrowed. She sprayed the spot again and rubbed harder. The smudge remained. She looked at it for a long moment, then simply moved on, polishing the clean stretch of wall beside it. She had seen it. She had acknowledged it by not being able to remove it. It was a small victory. I walk the hallway now, and the silence has a different quality. It is not an empty silence, but a patient one. The dark patch near my door is still there, a part of the landscape. I no longer pour water on it. I step over it, a familiar landmark on my journey from one door to another. Sometimes, when I turn off the light, I let my fingers linger on the switch for just a second, listening. And sometimes, from down the hall, there comes an answering silence, a presence in the dark that knows my own. The whistle of the kettle had become a kind of anchor, a sound that marked the beginning and end of the day. I took my tea to the window and looked down into the courtyard. The world continued its indifferent turn. A pigeon landed on the railing, cooed once, and flew away. That evening, a small brown paper package was left outside my door. There was no note. Inside, still warm, was a small loaf of bread. The crust was dark and firm, and when I broke it open, the steam carried a scent that was both wholesome and complex. I ate it slowly, sitting in my chair by the window. It was the best bread I had ever tasted. It tasted of patience and of things understood. The next time I saw the cleaning cart, it was parked at its usual angle. The bottle inside was clear, not amber, but draped over the handle was a rag, clean and white. As I passed, the woman with the tired eyes looked up from mopping the stairs. Our gazes held for a second longer than necessary. Then she gave a brief, almost shy smile before looking back down at her work. It was not an admission, but it was a recognition. We were all here, living around the things that could not be washed away. I no longer listen for the thuds or the silences. I simply exist within them. The hallway is just a hallway. The stains are just stains, but they are also a map and a story and a thing shared. I turn off the light. The darkness is not empty, it is full. And in the quiet, I can almost hear the soft, steady sound of dough being turned again and again in the room next door. The following week, a second stain appeared on the wallpaper a little further down the hall. It was smaller, a faint tea-colored circle. I saw the cleaning woman pause before it, her bottle raised. She lowered it without spraying and moved on. The next day, a third mark joined it, this one a short, deliberate dash. It was beginning to look less like an accident and more like a message. My neighbor's bread became a regular offering. Every few days, a warm loaf would appear on the mat outside my door. I never caught them in the act. In return, I left a jar of honey on their step, the golden kind that holds the light of a whole summer. It was gone within the hour, replaced the next day with a loaf swirled with cinnamon. The hallway was no longer a place of suspicion, but a connective tissue between two truths. The silence was our language, the stains were our punctuation. One night the knocking started again, but it was different. It wasn't the frantic, heavy thudding of before. It was a light, rhythmic tap against the shared wall. Tap, 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 tap. I listened, my ear close to the plaster. After a moment I raised my own hand and answered. Tap, 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 a simple rhythm, a call and response, then silence, a better silence. I fell asleep that night to the faint, familiar smell of yeast and sugar drifting through the wall. It was the smell of someone trying again. In the morning I went out into the hall. The series of stains led all the way to my neighbor's door. And there on their doorframe at shoulder height was a single clean handprint made not in tea or dirt, but in what looked like flour, an invitation, a signature. I placed my own hand next to it, a silent answer. The cleaning crew never touched them. The marks remained. The story was no longer about what had been hidden, but what was being built slowly and quietly, one loaf of bread, one stain, one tap on the wall at a time. We were making a new pattern, and this one we would not clean away. The note was written on a simple piece of unlined paper, the handwriting neat and careful. It said, "Thank you for the honey." That was all. I turned it over, blank. I held it for a long time, this first piece of physical evidence that our quiet understanding existed outside of the dark room and the marked hallway. It felt momentous. I did not write a reply. Words seemed too clumsy, too loud for what was between us. Instead, I waited for the next loaf of bread to appear. When it did, I was ready. I placed the empty honey jar beside it, now refilled with dark amber honey from the market. It was a different kind from a different place, a continuation of the conversation rather than a repetition. The next morning the jar was gone. In its place was a small ceramic pot glazed a deep blue. Inside was a portion of sourdough starter, its surface bubbly and alive. A small card was tucked under the pot. "It needs a home," it read. "It's very forgiving." I took the pot inside and set it on my counter. I had never baked bread before. The living thing in the pot seemed a great responsibility, a quiet trust I had been given. That evening the rhythmic knocking came again, tap, 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 tap. I went to the wall and listened. Then a new sound, a soft scrape like a chair being dragged across the floor. The tapping resumed, but now it was slower, more deliberate. It was a pattern. I fetched a pen and a scrap of paper, and I began to transcribe the beats. It was a recipe, just the amounts tapped out for flour, water, salt. A simple instruction passed through the plaster and lathe. I fed the starter as the card instructed. I mixed the dough according to the tapped rhythm. I kneaded it on my own counter, the heels of my hands pushing and folding in a motion that felt both new and ancient. The next loaf of bread came from my oven. The crust was pale and it was denser than theirs, but it was mine. I left half of it on their step. The following day, a new mark appeared in the hallway. It wasn't a stain or a smudge. It was a small, deliberate dash of white flour pointing from their door to mine. The day after that, I added one of my own, a dash of cinnamon beside it. The cleaning woman came and went. She polished the blank spaces, leaving our growing trail untouched. The map was no longer just about the past. It was about now. It was about the two of us baking a quiet peace, one loaf at a time. The silence in the hall had become not just patient, but kind. The snow fell the next day, a quiet hush over the city that seeped even into our hallway, muting the usual echoes. I awoke to a different light coming under my door. When I opened it, the trail of flour and cinnamon was gone, not cleaned away, but gently covered by a fine white dust that had blown in from under the outside door. It was a blanket, not an erasure. I looked down the hall. My neighbor's door was already open a crack. I could see their shadow moving inside. A moment later, they emerged, holding a broom. But instead of sweeping the snow dust away, they carefully used the side of their foot to etch a single long line through the powder, connecting the space between our doors. They looked up, saw me watching, and gave that same small nod. Then they went back inside. I understood. I found my own broom and went out. I swept not to clean, but to draw. I swept a circle around the place where the dark stain had been. I swept a winding path that led from my door to theirs. We were redrawing the map on a new canvas. The cleaning woman came later, her boots leaving dark prints on our temporary artwork. She paused, looking at the swept patterns on the floor. She did not bring out her mop. She simply nodded to herself, a private thought, and continued on her rounds, stepping carefully around our designs. By afternoon, the snow dust had melted away, leaving only the memory of the patterns on the clean floor. But that evening a new mark appeared, not on the floor but on my door itself, a single flowery handprint right at the center. It was a bold statement, a claim. I looked at my own hand, then at the print. I went to my kitchen, dipped my fingers in a cup of water, and went back to the door. I placed my wet hand directly over the flowery print, merging our marks into one. The outline became a blurred, beautiful mess. Through the wall that night I heard it, not a knock, but a sound I had never heard from next door before. It was a low, soft hum, a tune without a name. I put my ear to the wall and listened. The humming stopped and a tap came instead. Tap, tap, tap. I tapped back. The humming resumed, a little louder this time. I did not hum back. I simply listened. It was enough. In the morning, the shared handprint on my door was gone, wiped away by the casual pass of a sleeve or the touch of a shoulder. It didn't matter. The door itself felt different. The air in the hall felt different. I made my tea and watched the steam rise. Downstairs, the main door opened and closed. I heard the familiar, steady tread of my neighbor coming up the stairs. They paused on the landing, and for a moment, everything was still. Then the humming started again, faint but clear, growing louder as they walked down the hall to their door. The melody was simple, and it did not hide. It was just a person walking home. The sound of their key in the lock was a definitive click, and the humming ceased, leaving a silence that was not empty but full of its recent echo. I stood in the center of my kitchen, the sourdough starter bubbling quietly on the counter. The urge to do something, to answer in kind, was a physical pull. I did not hum, I did not tap on the wall. I went to the cupboard and took down the jar of honey. It was nearly full, the glass cool and heavy in my hand. I opened my door and stepped into the hall. The air was still, waiting. I placed the jar directly in the center of the space between our doors, on the exact spot where the snow dust had been swept into a connecting line. It sat there, a golden anchor in the pale light. I went back inside and closed my door, leaving the honey there as an offering to the quiet. I did not wait to see if it would be taken. The act itself was the point. Later, when I opened the door to check, the jar was gone. In its place was a single, perfect apple, its skin a deep red. I picked it up. It was cool and smooth, with no scent of decay, only a clean, sweet promise. I took it inside and set it on the windowsill where the light could find it. It was not a question or an answer. It was just an apple, and that was everything. The scent of baking changed the next day. It was still the warm, yeasty bass note I had grown accustomed to, but now a new, sharp sweetness wove through it, a familiar golden scent that filled the hall. I knew what they had done. I smiled, a real smile that felt unfamiliar on my face. The honey was in the bread. That evening, the loaf left on my step was darker, glazed to a sticky shine. I broke off a piece. The flavor was deep and complex, the honey not just a sweetness, but a richness that spoke of the jar left in the hall, of the apple on my sill, of a conversation that needed no words. I ate it standing at my window, watching the lights come on in the buildings across the way. The next mark to appear was not on the wall or the floor. It was on my neighbor's door. A small, golden drop of honey placed carefully beside the flower handprint. It caught the light from the window at the end of the hall, a tiny, gleaming beacon. I looked at it for a long time. It was a vulnerability, an admission of something sweet held within. I went to my kitchen and took the apple from the windowsill. I polished it on my shirt until it shone. I did not put it on their step. Instead, I placed it on the floor directly beneath the drop of honey on their door, a completed offering. The red of the apple, the gold of the honey, the white of the flower. Our quiet language was becoming more colorful. The cleaning crew came. The woman with the tired eyes saw the new additions. She did not touch the honey drop or move the apple. She simply polished the doorknob with a quiet reverence, as if cleaning around a sacred altar. She left everything else exactly as it was. That night the hum returned. It was the same simple melody, but it was closer. It was coming from just the other side of my door. I went and stood with my palm flat against the wood, feeling the faint vibration. The hum stopped. I held my breath. Then from the other side, a soft knock, not on the wall, on the door, one gentle rap. I answered with one of my own, a pause, then the sound of footsteps retreating down the hall, not to their own door, but to the stairwell. A moment later, I heard the main door to the building open and close. I went to my window and looked down. I saw them emerge onto the street below, a solitary figure turning up their collar against the cold. They did not look back. They just walked away into the evening, leaving me with the echo of a knock on my door and the quiet certainty that our shared silence had finally, completely been broken. I stood there for a long time after they had gone, my hand still on the door. The knock seemed to hang in the air, a solid, real thing. I looked at the apple core on my counter, the seeds exposed. Without really thinking, I went to the hall and placed it on the floor beside the red apple beneath their door. It was not a clean or pretty offering. It was the truth of what had been consumed, a returned gift. I did not wait for them to come back. I went to bed and slept a deep and dreamless sleep. In the morning, the apple core was gone. The red apple remained, but it had been moved. It now sat squarely in the center of the honey drop, which had spread into a thin, golden halo around it. The sight of it, this little still life of our exchange, made my throat feel tight. The day passed with a strange, new quality of anticipation. It was not the old, wary listening for threats, but a gentle waiting. I baked another loaf, my hands remembering the rhythm they had taught me through the wall. This time I added a handful of oats to the top before baking. It was my own small contribution to the recipe. When I left the loaf on their step, I saw that their door was slightly ajar, not enough to see inside, just a sliver of shadow. I finished placing the bread and turned to go. A floorboard creaked from within their apartment, a soft, acknowledging sound. I continued to my own door, the hair on my arm standing up. They were there. They had been there watching. The knowledge was not a violation. It was a gift. I closed my door but did not lock it. I simply stood in my own hallway, listening to the silence of their presence on the other side of the wall. It was the loudest, most beautiful silence I had ever heard. The next loaf of bread I received was different. It was smaller, meant for one, and still warm from the oven. Wrapped around it was a thin strip of paper, the same as before. The handwriting was familiar. It said, "For tomorrow." I understood. The following morning, I did not make tea. I simply took the small loaf and went into the hall. I did not look at their door. I walked to the stairwell and down to the main door. The cold air was a shock. I stood on the front step, the bread in my hand, and looked at the empty street. Then I saw them. They were sitting on the low wall across the way, bundled in a heavy coat, a thermos beside them. They did not wave or call out. They just waited. I crossed the street and sat beside them on the wall. The stone was cold through my trousers. For a long moment we just sat in the morning quiet, two people sharing a silence that had once been a wall. Then they nodded towards the bread in my hand. I broke it in two and gave them half. We ate it there as the sun began to touch the tops of the buildings. It was the same bread, but it tasted different out here in the open air. It tasted of courage. We did not speak, we just sat until the bread was gone. Then they picked up their thermos, stood, and nodded once more before walking away. I went back inside. The hallway felt the same, but I was different. The map on the floor, the marks on the door, they were no longer a necessary code. They were a history. That evening I took my jar of honey and my bubbling starter and I went next door. I did not knock. I simply left them there, a complete set return. The next day both were back on my step. The jar was full of a new, darker honey. The starter had been fed and there was a new note. It had only 2 words, "Keep it." So I did, and I always will. The instructions began to change after that. The taps through the wall became more complex, a series of rhythms that dictated not just amounts, but time. A rapid patter for minutes of kneading, a slow, steady beat for the long rise. I followed them faithfully, my kitchen becoming an echo of theirs. My loaves improved, the crust turning a deep bronze, the inside developing a soft, open crumb. One afternoon, a new sound joined the taps. It was the faint, metallic jingle of keys. Then the distinct sound of my own doorknob turning. The door did not open, it was just the sound, a testing, a question. My heart hammered against my ribs, but it was not fear I felt. It was a keen, sharp anticipation. I went to the door and placed my own key in the lock. I turned it slowly, the click echoing theirs. Then I unlocked it. I did not open the door. I simply stood there, my forehead resting against the cool wood, listening. On the other side, I heard a soft, indrawn breath, then the sound of their retreating footsteps. The next loaf of bread was left not on the step, but on the small table in the hall that once held dusty letters. It was a braided loaf, glistening with egg wash and sprinkled with poppy seeds like tiny dark eyes. Beside it was a key. It was old and simple, not the key to my door or theirs. It was a key to nothing in the building. I picked it up. It was warm from being held. I did not know what it unlocked, but I knew what it meant. It was an offering of a different kind. It was a secret. I slipped it into my pocket where its weight became a familiar comfort. That evening I left a key of my own next to their door. It was the key to a small padlock I had on a storage box I never used. It was meaningless, and it was everything. We were no longer just neighbors. We were co-conspirators in a quiet plot of our own making. The hallway was our kingdom, the stained wallpaper our history, and the silent, shared air between our doors was the only truth that mattered. The bakery was a small, warm cave of a place, tucked between two larger buildings, its windows fogged with steam. The door was unlocked. I pushed it open, the bell above jingling not with a sharp ring, but with a soft, muffled chime, as if it too understood the need for quiet. He was already there, his back to me, dusting a length of marble counter with flour. He did not turn, but his shoulders softened, a silent acknowledgement of my arrival. I took the key from my pocket and placed it on the counter. He glanced at it, then at the key I had left for him, which now sat beside a large ceramic bowl. He gave a single nod. I hung my coat on a hook by the door and found an apron on a nearby shelf. The silence in the bakery was different from the silence in the hall. It was a working silence, filled with the smell of yeast and the gentle hiss of a gas oven. He brought over the starter, now lively and expansive in its jar. He poured it into the bowl and added water from a kettle, swirling it with his fingers until it melted into the liquid. Then he pushed the bag of flour towards me. I took a handful and let it sift through my fingers into the bowl. He did the same. We did not measure. We added until the consistency looked right, our movements a slow, choreographed dance around the central bowl. Our hands never touched, but we worked the dough together, folding and pushing, until it became a smooth, elastic ball. He covered the bowl with a clean cloth and set a timer on a shelf. Then he pointed to 2 mugs and a thermos. I poured the tea, dark and smoky. We drank leaning against the counter, watching the timer's slow turn. The only sounds were the tick of the clock and the distant hum of the oven. When the timer rang, he uncovered the dough and punched it down with a firm, practiced fist. He divided it and handed me half. We shaped our loaves side by side. His was a perfect, tight boule. Mine was slightly lopsided, but he did not correct it. He scored the top of his with a sharp blade in a pattern of intersecting lines. I used my thumb to press a shallow spiral into mine. He opened the oven door and a wave of heat filled the room. We slid the loaves onto the hot stone inside. He closed the oven door and reset the timer. This time he did not move away. He stood beside me, our shoulders almost touching, and we watched through the small glass window as the heat began its work, the pale dough slowly beginning to swell and rise. We breathed in the scent of our shared creation, and for the first time the silence felt completely and utterly whole. When the bread was done, we would break it together, and it would taste of flour and salt and a quiet, hard-won peace. The timer's ring was not a jarring noise, but a gentle, conclusive hum. He moved first, pulling on thick mitts and opening the oven door. The heat that rushed out was a living thing, carrying the profound, golden scent of finished bread. He reached in and brought out the 2 loaves, placing them side by side on the cooling rack. Their crusts crackled softly, a sound like distant fire. We waited, the steam rose from them in faint, fragrant clouds. He picked up the blade he used to score his loaf and offered it to me handle first. I took it. The handle was warm from his grip. I looked at my lopsided loaf with its thumb spiral and then at his perfect, slashed boule. I reached out and gently tapped the blade against the heel of my bread, then against his. A quiet, solid sound. He nodded, a deep approval in his eyes. He broke his loaf first, the crust shattering to reveal a soft, steaming interior full of irregular holes. The scent of wheat and heat filled the air between us. He tore a piece and handed it to me. Then he broke a piece from my loaf. We did not blow on them to cool them. We ate them warm, the taste a profound and simple truth. It was the best bread I had ever tasted. He wrapped the remaining bread in brown paper, tying the bundles with twine. He handed one to me and kept the other. The key was still on the counter. He picked it up and looked at it, then at me. He walked to the back of the bakery to an old, scarred door I hadn't noticed. He fitted the key into the lock. It turned with a smooth, well-oiled click. He pushed the door open onto a small, walled garden dusted with a light frost. A single, bare apple tree stood in the center. He did not go out. He simply held the door open, letting the cold, clean air mix with the warmth of the bakery. He looked back at me, an invitation in his silence. I walked over and stood beside him in the doorway, looking out at the quiet space. Then I reached into my pocket and held out the key he had given me. I pointed to a rusted metal box tucked under the eaves of the building, its lock old and simple. He nodded. I crossed the frosted bricks and fitted the key into the box. It opened. Inside, nestled on a bed of dry leaves, was a single, pristine white bowl. I brought it back inside. He closed the garden door, and the world felt small and safe again. He took the bowl from me, filled it with water from the kettle, and placed it on the counter between us. We both put our hands in the water, washing away the flour and dough, our fingers moving in the same bowl in the same water. The silence was no longer a thing we shared. It was simply who we were together. We dried our hands on the same towel. Then he blew out the lamp and we left, locking the bakery door behind us, each of us carrying a loaf of bread home. The walk home was different. The cold air felt clean in my lungs, and the weight of the bread under my arm was a comforting anchor. We did not walk together, but I knew his footsteps somewhere behind me, a steady rhythm on the pavement. We entered the building, and the familiar hallway smelled of us, of flour and yeast and honey. He stopped at his door, and I stopped at mine. For a moment, we simply stood there in the dim light, the space between us charged with all the words we had never said. Then he gave a small, almost imperceptible nod and turned to go inside. I did the same. I closed my door and leaned against it, listening to the quiet click of his lock engaging. I unwrapped the bread and placed it on the windowsill where the apple had been. The moon was rising, and its light fell upon the loaf, glinting off the poppy seeds. I did not break off a piece. It was whole, and it was meant to stay that way. Later, as I prepared for bed, I heard a single, soft tap on the wall. It was not a rhythm of instruction. It was just a tap, a good night. I smiled in the dark and answered with one of my own. Then I listened to the silence, not as an emptiness to be feared, but as a room we now shared. I fell asleep to the faint, sweet smell of bread filling my apartment, a promise for the morning.